I think we should be live. Yes. Yes, I think we're live. I love how little I understand of YouTube's general disposition. So yes, I think we are live. Okay, perfect. Opening OBS. Why can't I see the live chat in OBS? That's usually a thing, right? Did I close it? Is there a window I need? There it is, chat. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. Uh, the art streamer. Oh my god! Ruby's immediately. Of course, Ruby's immediately here. Hi, guys. Oh god, I'm actually live. And it's my. Thank you! It's my birthday. I'm turning 22 today. I cannot fucking believe how old I am. Um. Oh my god. No, real. Hi everyone in chat. Thank you for joining stream. So today I'm going to be painting my OC. This is technically like both an excuse to just wind down and just do something fun for my birthday while also being something for school because yes, I have exams immediately tomorrow and every day after that, and I just saw a lightning strike outside, so that's fun. Hopefully you can't hear that. Oh, everyone heard that! Awesome! Everyone fucking heard. Yeah, so there's a storm outside. Perfect weather for staying inside. Um, Ruby says she can't hear Salt. Oh no. Um, and Meow also. Fuck, okay. This might be my problem. Hold on. Dude. I'm so sorry, Meow. Hold on. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna try. What was it? Audio output capture. Okay. Device headphones. Okay. That should be fine. Try and talk again, guys. Let me see if this is working.
Hello.
Hello?
Can people hear me? If you can't hear me, then I'm gonna say.
Oh no. Oh no. Do not say bad things on my stream. Which one? Yeah, the Sonos you people have are definitely Homestuck because of no arms. Funnily enough, Salt is the only non-Homestuck here, and he hates Homestuck every time. How dare you insinuate that my way of drawing Salt is in any way inspired by Homestuck? Which it is. He was on for a sec. Can chat tell us if Meow and Salt are actually audible? I'm getting very concerned. Because I'm also playing music. You turned off their voices. What? What do you mean? I just turned them back on. What? What do you mean turn them off? Does it have something to do with the audio output? God fucking damn it. Hold on. Do I have to do this? I don't want to do that. Hold on. You can't hear them if they are speaking Banish us. I'm so sorry. Hold on.
This is
Fine. Fine, I'll do it like this, even though I think this is a bad idea. Can you guys hear them now?
Hello?
hello. I'm everybody's 31st favorite person.
That is so specific and I
What?
love it. They're back now. Okay, so it was an audio issue with the OBS. Never mind. I'm just not gonna get into it. I'm just gonna ignore it, and I'm just not gonna think about it. So, to reiterate, for everyone that's new to the stream, hi, it's my birthday today. I'm doing exam things, because I have an exam very fucking soon. And by very fucking soon, I mean literally tomorrow. I need to get shit done for tomorrow's fucking exam. Ugh.
Art school is so crazy. Someone will straight up tell you, "Sorry, I can't hang out. I got a painting due tomorrow."
Literally, though. Who the fuck
Yeah.
wrote this? I need to get a few references in before I can start painting, actually.
But yeah, to the person who said the sonas are definitely Homestuck. Mine, the one cookie you're for me on screen right now, it's kind of both because it's kind of both is and isn't because Homestuck is a general much part of both of our lives. But also, I think this is just like, what you call it? This is also just supposed to be like a little plushie of my Sona.
That is so swag, honestly.
A plushie of Meow would actually work as emotional support as Ruby suggested that she thought they were.
Yeah, I had to hold back my laughter. That was really funny. It was just us, the images of us just hanging out.
Honestly, that would be emotional support before my fucking exams. I fucking hate my exam. Could you hear that thunder as well?
The storm.
Yeah, it's very ominous. The
Oh.
This is
storm.
just like Fortnite if you think about it.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, there's a fucking storm outside while I'm trying to do shit for school. So, Fawn, give me a second while I get my fucking reference images for what I'm painting here.
Dude, you gotta get back in the circle.
What?
Exactly.
What?
The storm circle because it's Fortnite.
Oh,
And also
I
rainbow.
know so little about Fortnite. I literally had no idea what the fuck you were talking about.
Heart emoji. I need to get. Oh my god, dude! I tried to get back into playing Fortnite with some of my other friends yesterday, and the update took. And okay, so I. By the way, hi chat. I think if you were around for like the last couple of streams, I think I was in like all of them.
Yeah.
So if you were around for the last couple of streams, life update for me. I moved since then. I'm living with my girlfriend currently. And so now, and obviously, like, we met online. Most of our 3-year relationship was and cultivated online, which is a good thing. And we are like, we're very close because of that. The bad thing is we share a Wi-Fi connection now, and I kind of forgot that because we both tried to download the Fortnite, because
Oh
we
my
haven't
God.
played Fortnite in like a month. When we both tried to download the Fortnite update at the same time, and I kind of forgot that we share a connection now, so us both trying to do it caused it to download super slowly. Among my computer just being worse Xbox. So I tried to download the Fortnite update. It did not download until like today, and it took a billion years even today. Which is fun. We also low-key live in the middle of nowhere. So
That's always fun.
that's part of it. But yeah, life update. I moved. I listened to the entirety of Flavor Folly's discography. I've been hyperfixating on Roblox for like more than half a year at this point. Well, hyperfixating on Roblox again for more than half a year at this point. Things have been kind of insane.
I just want to mention.
I don't know why I'm saying this on Cookie's birthday stream, but
yeah,
you know.
no, I was about to say before we started stream, yeah, I was like, I'm the only person here who isn't a YouTuber, and now she started stream with the most YouTuber speech I've ever heard.
Okay. You guys are rubbing off on me.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I guess I want to just take every opportunity to be like, I live with my wife now. I love my wife.
The bragger.
I have dogs and I have pets now. I've never had pets before.
She has a dog she never shuts up about. I mean that affection.
What? The dog, the cat.
And the cat, yeah. Okay, I
love
say
the cat.
the dog she never shuts up about because the cat pictures, they get osmosed into my brain immediately, but like, I'm not as much of a dog person.
The wife and pets
I-
are...
Yeah, literally.
Truthfully. Yeah. The dog peed on the floor earlier, and I had to clean it up.
Yeah. That's how it fucking be with animals sometimes, man.
You're so lucky. All I've got is...
Yeah.
All I have is this obelisk that shows me images of how I'm gonna die.
I wish I had one of
It
those,
just
man.
pulsates with ominous energy.
I always wanted one of those, you know?
I mean, that's one of the standard pets: dogs, cats, hamsters, the obelisk. You
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's too abnormal.
Remember, an obelisk is a 700,000-year-long commitment.
Yeah, you need to
Not a
get serious.
I'm just gonna ask chat if the audio levels of the music are fine during the stream because the music is changing and some of the songs are louder than others, so I'm trying to adjust it on the fly. But like, if it gets too loud or if it gets too annoying, please tell me. But God, getting shit done for school is such. It's been such a drag as of recently, and like trying to be positive, but sometimes it's just a lot. Ruby says it's fine, thank God. Ruby's the only motherfucker in the chat I trust. Grace starts
Okay,
her
I gotta be
stream.
honest.
Just...
I'm watching.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta be honest. I got jump scared. I'm watching your stream, and like when you made the skin tone disappear and the face appeared, I got jump scared.
Yeah. Sorry to anyone if you're not used to watching people do art because this shit can sometimes be terrifying.
This is just magic to me. That's just straight up what it is.
I'm not even doing that good right now, but I'm glad you think so. It's also like a learning curve because
I don't want to say it's not good because Cookie's art is always fucking phenomenal. But yeah, this is just pretty standard like artist stuff. Is like sketching and then like painting over it.
The problem is I'm not used to painting faces digitally, especially without a reference, so like I'm very much outside of my comfort zone, but if I don't get this done today, I never will, and my exam is tomorrow, so, you know. Some motivation there.
Yeah.
You gotta activate your swag.
Literally.
You need to lock the fuck in.
Need to lock the fuck in. Art's so epic. Did we even say in the server that I started the stream? I don't think I did. Whoopsies.
No.
Can someone go into the server and tell them I started the stream? I completely forgot to do that. I think I should have, like...
I left a very kind and polite message informing people of the stream starting in the server.
This makes me want to check just to make sure you didn't say slurs at people. I know it's you, I know you wouldn't, but that phrasing alone made me suspect.
Very kind, it's very polite, it's very understated.
I have
subtle.
to be honest. I saw like a clip of. Have you seen those YouTube videos where it's like these really crappily done, like, stories where it's like this teacher underestimated this student and what he did will shock you, like that kind of stuff. I saw one and it was like an anti-racist one, and it just had this girl being just like so blatantly racist that I felt really bad, but I was just laughing so hard just from the like pure audacity of it. So just
yeah.
Just again, the racism isn't funny, but just the fact that just so
it's effective shock humor when the joke isn't about you.
See, when you said dropping slurs and stuff, that it wouldn't be funny, but it would, in the sense that like it would just be so
out of left field.
Out of left field, like years of you being friends, just like never anything like this before, and just this complete like left turn.
Dude.
God, it's been so long since I painted faces. I'm so rusty.
It's been so long.
Something, Discord, I don't know. It's the wrong song. The wrong Living
What
Tombstone
does Discord have to do with this? What? That's an entirely different song.
God.
Have you seen that one?
Someone in chat said Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 stream would be epic, so epic. I regret to inform you that will literally never fucking happen with me.
Do they know?
They do not. I haven't said shit on my YouTube, man. I only have that like one video that nobody watched. That's like the secret video. That's like the sequel to the Homestuck pilot thing. I kept it secret for a reason because it's literally just 2 hours of me rambling like a fucking madman. But like for those who don't know, yeah, I'm not. I'm distancing myself from Deltarune. I ain't touching that shit anymore. Ask Salt. Salt likes Deltarune.
I'm distancing myself from Deltarune, says the guy with a literal Spades Gore page doll on the stream.
They don't count. They are mine. I took them in like taking puppies from a kennel. They are mine. Okay. I watched. How dare you? Okay, Ruby, my #1 fan, is the only person who watched. I'm kidding. Like a few people found the video, but not a lot of people. Like not a lot of my regular subscribers, because I don't think a lot of my regular subscribers even watch the Homestuck video. So.
God, you really are a YouTuber.
Shh. We don't need to discuss this when I'm already having like 12 identity crises over my birthday and my exams and everything else.
Okay.
Okay. There was like a painting I did of Vanya, this character, a little earlier, like I think a few months ago, but it ended up being too small to be usable, and it's right here. So as reference as to what I'm trying to replicate here, just like in a slightly different style.
Hi, Vanya.
I love Vanya. Me when I make a character, and then I love doing stuff with the character.
Truth nuke.
I now like the idea of the opposite of like spending hours designing a character that you hate. I'm like, like it's not like the thing where you become disappointed. Like I know some artists have this thing where they work on an art piece and get disappointed after. I mean, like from beginning to end, you hate it. It's just the whole.
Okay, but me with some other OCs of mine, because I'm just like.
Yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. Especially if it's like a character who you're making like for the sake of another character's backstory or whatever, and it's just like okay, like you hate their role in the story, but like they're necessary.
And you kick puppies, and you hate like, bunnies, etc., etc.
Yeah, it's like okay, I get that you're necessary and you need to, but I would so much rather be putting my creative energy towards drawing my favorite OC like a billion million more. Instead of like
the fun part about
putting
making,
effort into making you exist.
The fun part about making OCs like for fun is that you can absolutely do that. You do not have to like actually design the villains of the backstories and stuff. But when you're like making a story that you're planning on sharing with people, yeah, you do need to put up with that shit, and it sucks.
Exactly. That's why I have my OCs for fun. That's why I only have one OC. Well, I have one public OC who is a dude, and I never draw him.
What?
No, sorry, Percy.
Percival. Yeah. Hi, Peanut.
I have negative OCs. I'm actually an OC debt. I owe the world more OCs.
This is true.
You do. That is true. I am still waiting on my shipment of your OCs.
Yeah, I ordered those about like 6 months ago. What's up? The problem with the factory.
I mean, okay. Listen, if you were in America, I could excuse it because like the other week I found out that I literally cannot send packages to America because of the fucking tariffs. Like.
Yeah, that's crazy work.
Like. Me when the world.
It's understandable, but it's crazy work.
Yeah.
No, it's not Percy Train from Thompson and Compatriots.
Oh, I see Side Rods.
My beautiful brother, who joined chat. It's my OC Percival. He kind of sucks. He's a normal guy who has something wrong with him. That's how I describe him.
He is not a normal guy. I've met him.
You know him maybe too well.
My friend Percival. I have met him 12 years ago.
My oomphy Percival.
Yeah, that's essentially it. Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I can't even say anything because Percival is the name of another Thomas character. So.
Yeah, you're just cursed.
Wait, are Percy and Percival two different?
No, they're
yes.
Thomas, or...
Two different characters in Thomas.
What?
In Thomas, yeah.
Percy is a train. He's one of the main characters. He's green. He's the number 6. Percival is one of the railway, like one of the human characters. He's the controller of the narrow gauge railway. Two
The lore
different
of Thomas
people.
is wild.
I know like
Lore.
minus
The
5
lore
things
of-
about Thomas, so like I this is
Don't
also
even-
news to me.
Don't even start with the lore of Thomas the Tank Engine. It goes crazy.
We have side rods in the fucking in this chat, so if we start talking about Thomas, we're never gonna hear the end of it.
This is true. I know something. Again, I've been around side rods since he was literally born. So I know a lot of things about Thomas as well. I don't know as much as he does, but I do know a lot of things, especially
It's-
about like the classic series.
Is
and
that sibling like
episodes with that.
osmosing of fun facts from hyperfixations? Like you don't ask to know, you just find out.
This is true. especially if it's been like a lifelong thing and you also simultaneously grew up with it the same way like your sibling did.
Oh yeah.
Well, not the exact same way your sibling
Homestuck.
but like it's part of both of your lives.
Homestuck.
True, truth nuke. Which is another thing I grew up with.
Same. It's surreal to say, but I really did learn English from reading Homestuck, and that explains so much of my current vocabulary. Vibes and
It also
deep Thomas
explains-
lore. Chris, please, we do not need the stream to turn into Thomas lore.
I don't know. It
All
could be
right, so
funny.
welcome to the Thomas lore
No!
exploration stream. By 3 people who don't know Thomas lore.
That would actually be kind of funny. We just get like
That-
a
Okay,
bunch of
actually-
we get a bunch of autistic people in chat just correcting us on everything.
This is
Honestly-
honestly. Sorry, go ahead.
It would be so funny to like invite side routes onto stream one day and just make a fucking game show out of it. It's like, how much do you know about Thomas lore? And
I
it's just
would-
like I'm the only one who has any chance
Yeah,
of
no, I
like
would-
answering the questions correctly.
I would get like minus 10 points. The one like Thomas thing I knew as a kid, I didn't like watching the show because I thought they were creepy when I was a kid. But like the one thing about Thomas that I do know is this game that we had that was like how you say it was pirated Sega games that we had on a CD that we played on a computer because we were normal. Anyway, and in those Sega games, one of them was a Thomas the Tank Engine game. The problem is, it was a Thomas the Tank Engine game for like it was a railway game, but the problem was that it had a painting mode where you just get images of the characters and you can just you could just paint like them different colors. It was literally just like a baby coloring game, and I played that more than the actual railway shit because I didn't understand the railway game. I was like a baby child and I just like kept coloring in the Thomas the Tank Engine characters instead in like random colors, so I can't even differentiate them by colors anymore.
Oh my god. We might need to educate you on Thomas lore.
That would be terrifying. Thank you.
I was gonna make a joke about explaining Thomas lore, and like this is just unironically what some fandoms are like, because it's like it's Thomas. How about like Thomas the Tank Engine? How much lore could there be? And then you'll like ask someone for an explanation. They'll be like, "All right, at the dawn of time, Zalgathar the Destroyer created
Yeah.
the seventh sky." It's like what?
Listen,
What do you mean?
you fucking jest. You jest, but
Don't
Thomas
tell
the
me.
Tank Engine is very no. Listen, it's not okay. It's not Eldritch horror bullshit. I will say it's not Eldritch horror bullshit. But again, it is a railway series that is focused like on the past, and it's focused on like past eras when the railway was in its like golden ages, when when steam was a big thing and they were only like just starting to get into diesel. So it does have ties to like history and past events, and like there's wartime shit. These engines have committed war crimes. I don't know if
What?
the engine war crimes are canon, but there are definitely historical ties and like references to the era and stuff, and it goes a lot more deep and like in depth than you would think. And also, if you go into like I'm not entirely sure on this, but the original books by Rev W. Audrey, like there's a lot that goes into just like the world building, especially of like all of the different railways and all of like how like the island operates and like stuff like that. So yes, that is like literally exactly the fucking what happens with Thomas the Tank Engine. It's just in a slightly different flavor than what you described.
Okay, listen.
The Engine War Crimes aren't canon. That was that one guy's fan series, but I'm like, Close enough.
Okay, but
Close
hear me
enough.
out. Hear me out. That is somehow more normal and wholesome than having like an explanation for why the engines have faces, right? Which is what Salt was actually referring to. Like
Yeah, no, we.
Kirby
I'm
series
pretty
type
sure
shit,
stuff like
you know?
Handwood just magic, right? The
I
boat one is
love
Tugs.
Kirby
Tugs is
lore.
also good.
I am the master of Kirby lore. That's my.
Real shit.
Honestly, it's not as complicated as a lot of people make it out to be. It's deep, but it's not as complicated because essentially, it's not like
think-
Five Nights at Freddy's.
I think people just get thrown
Where
off
they're
by
like-
the fact that
Five
Kirby even
Nights.
has lore. Like that's personally what was up with me. Like I was like, what do you mean it has lore? Why would it have lore?
It's actually I really enjoy it, just because it's done purely because the developers just really care and pay attention to like past games, and they'll just like connect stuff. I actually think the original creator didn't want it to have a story, but they kind of Sakurai worked on the first 3 games, and then after he left, they kind of retroactively gave it a story. But yeah, it's not like Five Nights at Freddy's where the timeline is constantly jumping all over the place. For the most part, it's a pretty straightforward timeline, with the only exception that remakes supersede the canon of the originals.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to say something along the lines of like, I don't mind if games don't have like that much deep lore or whatever, but then I started thinking about it, and I do enjoy some weird fucked up lore in my games. So like, I'm not gonna say.
But you enjoying something doesn't mean it has to be like a necessity for games that you do like. It just means you'd appreciate it if it was there.
Oh, true. That is true.
This is actually
Again, it all
something that really
depends.
bugged. Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
It depends. It just depends on what like the game is and what it's trying to do. Because some games would like benefit from having a story, and then some games would benefit from not having a story and just kind of letting things be. Like, okay, again, it's one of these. We're going to bring up this crossover era that Kuki just had, but like it's like Persona 5 versus Pizza Tower.
Oh
one
my
of
God.
one of them thrives on having a story, and the other one thrives on not really having any story at all, besides like an excuse plot to play the actual game.
For context,
Sorry, that was the
for
first-
chat. For context for chat, when Pizza Tower came out, it was during my Persona 5 phase, and my brain rots ended
When it
up
came out?
mixing. Like, yeah, when it came out. It was when I started getting into Persona 5, right? Which is not the same as when Persona 5 came out. Persona
No,
5
I mean
came
when
out, like,
Pizza Tower came out. I thought you got into Pizza Tower late. Or am I crazy?
I was like a few weeks late, which in internet time is like a century.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, around the time it came out, I was also the time when I was really into Persona, and that's those two hyperfixations just mixed in my brain immediately, and there was no escape.
That should spawn like a whole entire crossover AU that
I
like we
remember that
still
shit.
occasionally add on to sometimes, just for fun and profit.
I'm sorry if I'm jump scaring people with me turning on and off the layers, but that's just how I see what the fuck is going on. But yeah,
The
no,
blinker.
that crossover AU, man, it still lives rent free in my head.
It's so good. It's peak.
Awesome.
Elementer said, sorry I'm late, happy birthday, Cookie. Thank you! And no worries on being late, the stream is gonna go on for a while and it's pretty fucking casual, so you didn't miss anything. We were just talking about stuff and things.
Truth nuke.
Oh, sorry. That reminded me something. This is my Nintendo nerd quick rant moment.
Go off, King.
There are a bunch of Nintendo fans who argue about the canon of Mario and Zelda, and it's one of the like just worst arguments ever. 'Cause me saying Mario doesn't have canon lore, pretty generally acceptable, but I also say that Zelda does not have any canon lore.
Oh?
That that is more argumentative, but I think essentially because they made the timeline, and that was essentially a marketing gimmick for Skyward Sword.
And then they just kept having to add on to it because fans really latched onto it.
Um, well, they saw how popular a bunch of timelines were becoming popular right around the time they added it to the Hyrule Historia, and then they just threw that in. But if you like actually play any of the games, aside from direct sequels and fairly casual references, um, they don't really build on each other that much. Um, there's no real cohesion. The universe essentially gets fully reset between each version, and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they take place because the timeline branches into three, and they take place in all three timelines.
Yeah, I
Um,
remember the Brian David Gilbert video about that.
yeah. So, and that's kind of the thing is that Nintendo. The thing you have to understand about them is they always put gameplay first, and they don't care about story. And a lot of people seem to think they care about story. They do not. They don't care about story. And yet there are people who unironically argue over the Mario timeline, which there's no. It's a cartoon. It's like let's dissect the Bugs Bunny lore timeline.
Don't
What do
start
you
that
mean?
shit. You know there's at least like 5 people on YouTube who have done that several times.
Probably, like I mean, I get that people have fun. Like I get it's like a lot of fun, but there are genuinely people who get to serious arguments and get mad at you if you're like, "Hey, it's not that deep." I know that that's a dismissive thing to say, but it's like it really is not that deep, man. There's no Mario timeline. It's they
At
just
least
do
not
whatever.
intentional.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it also is that if you put all the games in the timeline, the story becomes so uninteresting because the Mario series reuses a lot of motifs. So there's like 800 sets of six colored stars that save the world that are completely separate and unrelated from each other because they're in different locations. There's like nine different evil MacGuffins that have exactly the same properties but are just scattered in different that are functionally identical but just in different regions. Because the games kind of just tell the same story over and over and over again.
Yeah, because the main focus is the gameplay.
Okay, Alamander says, gang, the Mario timeline is linear as fuck anyway. Ralsei shows up and says, I'm here, I have digestive biscuits. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the biscuits. Side Rod says, when does Luigi's Mansion fall on the timeline? Is it in the 2000s? And Ruby asks,
Where's Louis?
is there a Mario-specific timeline? Was Luigi's Mansion pre or post 9? I'm gonna say post.
Like the release of the game?
No.
Well, okay, so considering the state of that mansion, it had to have happened after the 2008 housing market crash.
Yeah, fair. That is
Hold on, when
fair.
the fuck did it release?
It released in like 2001, 2002, I think.
Yeah, 2001. Wait.
That makes me feel like such a nerd when I kind of guess something and I'm right, even though I don't actually know. I just vaguely throw osmosis.
God, no. Through
This implies a
osmosis
Mushroom Kingdom.
through
Yeah,
osmosis
it's
is the
every
only
release
way-
of Luigi's Mansion is post 9/11.
I love where this conversation went. Anyway, I wanted to say through osmosis is the only way I know most lore about most things outside my own fucking country. Like, do not diss my through osmosis learning.
Sorry, I accidentally ripped my headphone cord out of my laptop. What were you saying?
I said through osmosis is the only way I learn things, like, especially about online culture and stuff. Like,
Peach is sick and cancelled. Truth news.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Peanut got censored, but a bullet bill hit the second tower, is what Peanut said.
oh,
Truth news.
did YouTube just auto moderate
Yeah,
that?
I think it was actually the bullet
Truth
specifically.
news.
Oh my fucking god, that's dumb as fuck. That should not have been censored. Not in my fucking chat. god. Oh god, wrong layer, wrong layer, wrong layer.
I think actually speaking of, I was just thinking of Mario lore. I think actually the funniest thing that I realized that like they don't ever really play up in the Mario games, and so like to the point where most people don't even realize this. Bowser is a warlock. Bowser has magic
What?
powers. He has magic
Really?
powers. Yeah, he just like he can teleport, he can summon storms. Um
Huh.
he like he like in some of the guidebooks he straight up said to have, or in some of the manuals that used to come with games, he straight up has um magic powers, and they for some reason they don't ever really use them in the games at all. He just like uses his fire breath,
They
but
don't
no,
need to, he's
he
already
has
cool
magic
enough.
powers.
Get you a man who can do both, as they say.
Breathe fire and shoot magic and use magic.
Shoot magic. Now keep that in.
Yeah.
That shoot magic, yeah, that's correct. YouTube should start auto-censoring me instead.
Chris said, "My magic, I magic my children into existence." Fuck you, theorists.
Yeah, real.
That's also a very funny Mario fandom debate: is who the Koopalings' parentage is, which is just again to show how Nintendo doesn't care about story. The Koopalings have gone from being Bowser's children to not his children multiple times.
They're adopted. It's fine. Like, it does not have to be that big of a deal.
Bowser is an amoeba. That's awesome. Well, yeah, like I think to me the Mario lore debate is so funny because it's just a series that is completely unoccupied with story, and it's people like, no, we need to have a consistent story across all the games.
I feel
Is
like
it not enough to just stare at Princess Peach and go, "Yay, Princess Peach, yay"?
I feel like, okay, if I can get you guys' attention for a second. I feel like I made Vanya's eye too big. What do you think?
I think it's fine.
I think it's fine as well. I think it, like, stylistically.
Yeah. It's not too realistic, but also not too cartoony.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Wait, in Bowser Inside Story Remake, they retconned him using magic. And wait, so story the lowest point for Mario and Zelda? Depends on what you mean by lowest point. I'm sorry for hijacking this. Depends on what you
The
mean
stream
by
is
lowest
now about
point.
Nintendo lore.
Yeah.
Yes. Listen, it was this or Thomas lore. Pick your poison.
Legit. This is what happens when I, like, leave my hyperfixation in the dust. I have nothing to talk about. It's just you guys, like, figuring out how to hijack my stream the most entertaining way.
Be glad that I am holding myself back from talking about my current
I am
hyperfixation,
grateful.
because
I am
that's
so
not
grateful. I'm praying
gone
to
away.
God as we speak.
So, Nintendo. Also, what? Why is my
Yes.
brother mentioning Thneeds? I'm gonna kill you.
What? What's a Thneed?
That shit from the.
I think your
Lorax.
brother's just trying to figure out how bad he can be.
Oh my god. I think we should end it all. Truthfully.
I had to hold back the loudest laugh ever. Me when I say the unfunniest joke ever written. Not written even. It's not even written. I just off the off the cuff.
The one slur is now in chat. It's
What?
over.
The
He had
one
the stream. The one slur's here. We need to get the bunker.
So if we had to,
I'm just following my destiny. That's great.
Stop.
if we had to end the stream based on the one slur, what the fuck would we do about Homestuck? Right? Like,
Okay, but we can.
Delete the channel. That's the only way.
it's the only fucking solution.
True.
Just get out the flamethrower.
Oh my god, Chris doesn't know. I'm so sorry, Chris.
It's a Thneed.
You need a Thneed.
No,
So,
I just
when are we?
No.
I just don't
When
know
are we
what a
gonna
Thneed
watch
is.
the Lorax 2012 on stream?
Can we watch a better version? I know there's more than one.
No, listen, but the 2012 is the only one that has the one slur.
I do not give a shit about the one slur.
I can't believe this. You disgrace the Tumblr culture so
Yes.
like so deeply.
Yeah, I was like, okay, not to be fucking contrarian hater who no fun allowed police. Like, I disliked the general concept of the Tumblr sexy man pose like since they started coming out. I was just so not into it, especially because of Sans' general involvement. I was just like, this ain't for me, dog. Like, if we're gonna talk about sexy men, we can't just talk about these idiots. None of them are sexy. Like, come on.
Okay, but it's not. Here's the thing, right? It's not necessarily.
You've explained this to me before, yes.
Yes, it's not that everyone finds them sexy. It's just that their popularity. It's a popularity contest essentially, but like packaged under a funny name. And I'm really glad that Cecil won. By the way, I'm gonna say this. I'm glad that Cecil won because back in the day he was fucking everywhere. I'm a little disappointed that Zachary was not anywhere there because I remember him being all over my fucking dashboard in 2012.
Didn't that one guy from Mob Psycho win? What?
No, on the Twitter one. And then on the
I'm sorry.
There was a Twitter Tumblr sexy man poll where the guy from Mob Psycho won. And then or no, I think the guy from Mob Psycho was like going up against Sans and then Sans won or something. I don't know. But the important one, the only one that actually matters, is where someone was like, hey, someone on fucking Twitter did a Tumblr sexy man poll, and then Tumblr actually got the feature to add polls to post, and I'm like, well, we're just gonna do our own Tumblr fucking sexy man, like, thing, because we're actual Tumblr. Like, we need to prove who the actual Tumblr sexy man is. And then Cecil Palmer from Welcome to Night Vale won, because we all got, like, super patriotic and remembered what it was like to be on Tumblr in 2012 and listening to Welcome to Night Vale and waiting for the bus in the rain and like hailing the glow cloud. And we were all like, we can't let some new gen win the Tumblr sexy man.
Okay, see,
this is Tumblr
exactly
itself.
This is exactly what I fucking mean. The Tumblr sexy man competition makes no fucking sense to me because this is not my fucking culture, okay? I was on Tumblr back in the day, but I was only there for Homestuck, okay? Like, this is not a universal experience even on Tumblr.
No, so was I, but like I did not have any friends and I did not go outside. So this what I'm saying raised me better.
Implying that I did? Like, come on.
I also have to say I find it really funny, Cookie, when you're like, not to be thing that you consistently are.
Yeah, that's literally just your personality.
I have to be a
hater, said the hater.
I have to be a hater. I have to be a contrarian. I have to be an asshole who's constantly ruining everyone's fun because that's like the only way for me to derive joy now that my hyperfixation has failed me.
But you know, I think the polls were fun, and I'm really glad that Cecil won the one that was on Tumblr, which is the only legitimate one that matters. Heart emoji.
We're having fucking voter fraud about Tumblr sexy man now. Like.
I also remember that after polls were added and the sexy man poll like happened, there was like a huge influx of like Tumblr tournament poll blocks for like a bunch of different random shit. Oh, yeah, and I remember I followed like a bunch of them.
Yeah, that still shows up on my dash like all the time.
Yeah.
I'm not even that into polls. I think I'm just allergic to fun.
Yeah, you are.
You are.
You never.
Thanks.
You did not, in fact, Pokemon go to the polls. That is so sad. Chat, can I get 8 million likes?
I'm going to strangle you, Salt. Jesus Christ. Drunk. Who's mentioning drunk Kara? Hold on. I love how everyone Vietnam style recounting of Tumblr events while I'm over here. Oh yeah, drunk Kara was a thing. I remember drunk Kara. I was there. I followed that blog.
I see. I'm like really new to Tumblr in terms of the overall history.
Yeah. No, I was on Tumblr when Undertale originally came out. I was in that fucking fandom. Man. That was. Oh my god, that was dredged up from the recesses of my mind. Yeah. I followed the fucking blog. Okay, so for context for RD and for Salt and for everyone who doesn't know what drunk Kara is, essentially it was this Ask blog where someone essentially just made like an aged up Kara who was constantly drunk and them dealing with like normal life things like their mom getting married again and having a fraught relationship with their brother and stuff. And it was a lot, but from what I remember, it was also weird in some respects because its characterization of Kara was obviously odd, but there was also some shit around Azra. I don't remember. I just remember I followed that blog, but like so much of my childhood, I've blacked out most of it, so like I don't remember details.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, just the thought of being like, you know what? Looking at this character, I know what this needs. Alcoholism.
No,
Yeah,
listen.
it was like 2016, 2015. That was just how it was.
Listen, that was also the era of the Undertale fandom where everyone was insistent on like Asgore being like a stalker who couldn't get over like Toriel and like constantly trying to get involved with her and Sans, which like I despise that headcanon even to this day because it's just so bad. Kara's
The
matter,
only,
how do you
like-
justify them drinking Jack Daniels? They aged them up. I think Kara was like 18 on the blog or something. Or maybe older. I forget. Listen,
Nah,
Which is really,
should it?
it's really funny to Americans because
Yeah.
in America the legal drinking age was 21.
no, the legal drinking age in Serbia is like 18, so like... No, okay, but it wasn't
No.
a
I don't know
Serbian
where they
blog.
lived, I guess.
It wasn't a Serbian... I think
blog-
it was... I don't remember where they were from, but I know they weren't American because I think Kara was 18. Like, I think that was also another... Asgore would drink Jack Daniels, though. That is correct. He would. Didn't it kind of become canon regarding Deltarune? No, it didn't. Deltarune doesn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway.
Okay. Before we move on, so I only dipped my like toes into the Undertale fandom like briefly around the time it came out. Like I think I saw like a playthrough of the demo or something, and I reblogged some fan art on my old blog. And then I think I left. That was the time period where I left the internet for like a good few years.
You left the internet? Hello? That's a thing people do?
It was a whole thing for like at least a year or so. I left whatever internet presence I had at the time, and then I kind of just like slowly osmosed back, soon after. Well, not soon after, but you know what I mean. Like after I sort of adjusted, it was a whole like personal thing that I don't want to get into because I also don't fully remember what happened. But there
those
was
are
a
the
period
worst.
where like
Can I
left
just
the internet.
say, those childhood memories where like you remember something big happened and it was like devastating, but then you can't fucking remember the details, the worst.
Yeah, we'll unpack that later off call maybe. But anyway, so that happened. So I only properly got into Undertale after Deltarune came out, like about a year or so after Deltarune
Oh
came
yeah, I
out.
remember that actually.
So I dipped my toes into the original fandom a little bit. I reblogged like a couple of pieces of fan art on my old blog, and then I just didn't engage with it until like about a year or so until after Deltarune came out. So I don't have any memories of Junkara. Kara, I say Kara still. I don't have any memories of Junkara, but I do remember that somebody made like a spin-off or like inspired blog of Junkara called Drunk Chris, which is literally the same thing except with Chris instead. And the only reason I found it is because I was like browsing the Kralse tags and I was like looking for Kralse content, and I found like they shipped Kralse on that blog, and I was like, oh, this is fun. I guess I'll keep up with it. Why not? Sure. And they like have it bookmarked on like my old phone.
That's
Because
amazing.
I was like, this is neat. I guess.
Also,
I had
Chris,
no idea Junkara was a thing.
Chris in chat asks, should I recount Drunk Kara, at least the major points to clear the air? I think I'm actually kind of curious. I would like to know the main points. Mr. Paradox says, correction, legal drinking age is 21, the usual drinking age is simply mid-teens. I actually have a joke for that. In Serbia, we often say that Americans start drinking when most Serbians stop. So, that's fun. Speaking of Undertale, it's 10 years old tomorrow. No, it's my birthday today. We're not talking about Toby Fox on my fucking birthday. Dark Souls is my city says, I played Undertale in 2016 and my only interactions with the community were YouTube and Steam community page. Yeah, Steam community pages are fucking wild. Like, what?
Oh my god. If you want to see some of the worst conversations regarding any game ever, go to the Steam community tab.
Yeah.
Steam community. Like, you might think Tumblr or Reddit or Twitter or whatever has like toxic fan base. You have seen nothing until you go to the Steam
Yeah.
pages. Oh my good
I've
lord.
kind of just barely glimpsed some things on Steam pages, but like often whenever I do, I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there? I get the feeling of like not my monkeys, not my circus, even though it is my monkeys and it is my circus, right? Like
Well,
I have to mute for
I
a sec. I have
remember.
to mute for a sec. I got a slice of cake, so you guys keep talking.
Okay. I remember a specific thing. There was a game I really liked that I don't know if people know about this game, Cube World. Had a really disappointing. It was in alpha for like 9 years, and then it had a really disappointing beta release. People were upset about it, and you know what? Like they have every right to. Like there were a lot of disappointing aspects. Um, but people were saying, "Oh, the moderators and the dev of the game are like censoring really fair, reasonable reviews." And I was like, okay, let me go check this out. Let me go to some of the pages that got shut down. And it was such a dishonest thing because the first post would be a reasonable, fair review, nothing going on there. And then you'd scroll to the comments and it would be racial slurs and death threats for the whole thing. And then they'd be like, why did the devs close this thread?
Like, I
They're
wonder
toxic,
why.
trying to shut down. They're trying to shut down criticism. It's like, no, I think that I think that there is something else going on. And yeah, they would never show the comments. Like, you go into any comment section on like Steam thread discussions, and it's just the worst opinions you could possibly have on a game. Like I don't understand how it's so bad there.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, to respond to Side Rods, to talk to my brother about something personal on a stream that is not my own. My Salmon Max sort of renaissance phase was like 2018, 2019. So it was after I was back on the internet at that point when I played the Salmon Max games again.
Oh yeah, shoot,
To,
sorry, I just
for a sec,
remembered.
for a sec, just
Oh,
to piggyback off of what Salt said about the Steam community page, the only thing I know reliably about the Steam community page is that one of my old friends posted some pixel fan art they did of Potato Gladys, and that's all I know. Like when we were kids and we didn't properly know how to fact check anything, that's how I confirmed that the profile was his because I recognized his art. Anyway, going back to eating cake.
vividly remember giving me Coke down Jack Daniels, Coca-Cola, not Coke. Here's a little something to take the edge off. Just sprinkles cocaine and Jack Daniels.
New.
That's awesome. Your mom sounds
It's like
sick.
I did in like old time Victorian era.
That is.
That's what they do in Serbia.
Yeah. I just sorry, I just remembered I wanted to say because you're talking about like someone was saying how is it like Chera I never say Chera is drinking, and you mentioned Kara being aged up. I don't know anything else that goes on in the story, so please ignore that context. I just really like the idea. It's very funny to me, a blog about an 8-year-old who's just constantly wasted. That is so.
That would be a hell of a fucking story.
Yeah, I don't know how most people would rate the original, but that would be an instant 11 out of 10 for me. It was just an 8-year-old getting absolutely blasted on Jack Daniels.
Salt who likes encouraging addictive habits in kids. This is going in the call out post.
For real though, always gamble. Everyone always gamble. Spend
Someone
all
says,
your money on
I
gambling.
say Kara with a ch because I speak Spanish. Listen, I understand language differences and all that stuff, but like, people get on my case about the way I say Kanan, and like, as long as people are like telling me, oh, you can't say Kanan the way you do it, like, I'm going to complain about everybody's pronunciation of Kara.
Yeah, this is just like, oh my god. Once again, everything comes back to home. So this reminds me of like, when like the way everyone pronounced the characters' name, especially the troll names, differently.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was something I saw. I forget where, but somewhere I saw like a forum post of Hussey confirming how you're supposed to say character names, and Feferi's
But
name.
then he said that you like say it any way you wanted. Anyway,
Yeah. Like he said that, but like he said like how he imagines it is Feferi. He imagines Feferi's name is Feferis, like Feferis or something like that, like Ferris wheel, which makes no fucking sense to me. That's
her name is Pepper.
her name is Feferi. Like, do not come for my hard R Feferi, okay? Like,
I have to say that I would absolutely love if I created a popular story to be if someone was like, how do you pronounce the character names? Just absolutely like the worst possible.
I would just make something up that's
pronunciations.
like incorrect and doesn't make sense with the spelling.
Oh my god.
Like it's the character's name is George and it's like Gawarge.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
god. You're gay.
I would have an OC named Giarge.
There's actually a Majora's Mask boss, Georg.
Georg. Spider's Georg.
Spider's Georg. Oh, we got the drunk.
Drunk Kira clear up. Okay. Yes, the cast is aged up. Kira is very much OC and very early Undertale Kira characterization, lol. They also have a crush on Frisk. Both live with Azzy. Sorial marriage arc. Oh, yeah, that's what was weird about it to me. Kira having a crush on Frisk. I remember there being something weird about it, but, Chris says Asgore is depresso but is fine with it. Azzy's a gamer, and for the most part, it's pretty good. It's weird, yeah, it's nice, lol. Yeah, no, I remember there being some fucking weird part of the comic that threw me off. And it was the Kara having a thing for Frisk. It was either that or Kara and Azrael, because Kara and Azrael was such a fucking popular ship back in the day. Weird fucking shit happening in fandoms. And my co-hosts go silent.
Yeah. Because I mean, Truth Nuke, like, what do you even say about that shit?
Yeah.
For me, I was not really ever part of the fandom. I really enjoyed the games, but I was so distant from it online.
And then you became a YouTuber.
So this is history. This is history I don't know.
So
Yeah.
you're telling me that you haven't been entrenched in fandom spaces since entirely too early in your lifespan, and it hasn't colored every single like aspect of your life and how you see the world? That's crazy work.
Literally.
You're normal. You're normal.
I was busy playing Super Mario Galaxy on my Nintendo Wii.
Okay, but that's kind of bomb.
Truth Nuke.
I think like I have fond memories of the early Undertale fandom because I was basically raised online, so I can't not have fond memories of it. But like it definitely is a thing of like once you look back on it, you're like, who the fuck let me be here, you know?
That was me getting into Homestuck at 8.
I
Who
got-
the fuck let me read Homestuck
Legit.
at 8 years old?
I
bruh?
got into Homestuck when I was like 9 years old because my sister was getting into it back then. I did not know how to read English back then. Like, fun fact, I did not know how to read English. I got into Homestuck by looking at the pretty pictures and trying to interpret what they meant. That was my experience with
I'm
Homestuck.
so sorry that Homestuck of all fucking things was was how you learned English.
No, it's...
That's like that's like someone who's like, I want to like try drugs, and it's like, here's black rock heroin right here.
Here's crocodile.
Just to get you started.
Like...
Like
No,
most
yeah,
people will
it's-
be like, oh, you know, maybe you could try drinking a little bit of beer, or like maybe like have a little bit of weed or whatever. No, right to the hardest substance possible.
Okay, but listen. On the one hand, I want to say it wasn't that bad. On the other hand, Homestuck was like crack cocaine to younger me, so like, you have a point.
Yeah.
I
Dark
said it before, like...
says, I was a social media hermit for the most part. When I said interactions earlier, I meant I just watched stuff and talked to absolutely nobody on platforms. That is
same.
true. That is what I did, basically. I did, because I wasn't like I've never been someone to like actively like interact in like communities and fandoms. I was always 100% just like a lurker, like, you know, like fan art until like, you know, later in middle school, like early high school, and even then, like I posted it on like a fucking private Instagram that I did not want people finding. That shit was just for me. So my fandom experience is very solo. It's very like like observing what other people do, sort of just like dropping likes for blogs. Well, a lot because I like if you've seen my Tumblr, like that's fucking crazy. But like, um, just like I don't
90%
really
reblogs.
interact with the fandom in a community sense. I've only recently started branching out and actually doing that, and that's literally because I joined roleplay communities where you kind of have to do that to engage in the fandom world. So it's been interesting.
Actually, I have a funny story. It's not really mine though, but because people are talking about how they learned English. My friend, he knew how to speak English, but when he was growing up, he was learning how to read. He learned how to read from Pokemon games because when he was playing them, he'd have his parents sit next to him and read it for him.
Oh, that's so cute.
And then his parents are like, "I got stuff to do. I can't just like read it." Like, figure it out. And so they just left, and he's like, "Well, I guess I gotta figure this out if I want to know what's
That's
happening."
a crazy word.
Yeah, no, that's fucking real because my sister tells the story often of like when I first learned English, and I do want to shout out a person in chat who says I learned English because of very old Flash games. That experience made me skip a couple of grades when I actually started taking classes. Yeah, same. In school, my most consistent grades were always English because I literally never had a grade below the maximum. But speaking about like how I actually learned English when I was a kid, my sister tells the story often of how I basically learned it overnight. Like one day I was like really fucking struggling to like understand stuff, and I would be pestering her about everything they said on TV. Like, oh, what does this mean? Oh, what did they just say? Oh, what does that mean? What does that mean? And she got so sick of explaining it, but like she would explain because she was like, oh, this means that, this means this, and stuff like that. And then like after a while, I just like started speaking full sentences unprompted in English, and she was like, when did this happen? How did this happen? Why? So yeah, learning English through osmosis is a hell of a drug.
See, I'm always a little bit of jealous of people who were bilingual because I had the opportunity because they teach French here, and I was studying along. I really enjoyed French class, and then I had two of the worst French teachers ever, and it just put me off of ever wanting to take French again.
That's understandable. I mean, technically I should know German, but I don't because even though they teach it in schools, I am allergic to German and I never learned it properly, even if like I technically had the chance to. Like I've been quote unquote learning German for like 8 years of my life. I do not know like a lick of German. You ask me something, I'm gonna nod my head and say, "Ja, bitte."
But yeah,
The German I know is, "Oh mein Gott, this cave is full of Blantensmoke."
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
I also had the opportunity to be bilingual, but did not get the chance because okay, one, in America, like they teach you Spanish, but they never retain any of it. And two, my parents literally immigrated over from Italy. They're fluent Italian speakers. They speak Italian like every day in the house. They never taught a single word to me or my siblings or anyone, despite the fact that we have like so many relatives. Like 99% of our family lives in Italy and speaks exclusively Italian. They did not teach us anything Italian like at all, and I'm so mad about that because I would have loved to actually know Italian, but all of my attempts like to actually learn it on my own afterwards just fell through really quickly. And I'm like, dude, why did you just lock in when I was like 2 years old and like my brain was still malleable and forming?
It would have been so
For
funny
real,
if you knew
though.
Italian. You could correct me on like my incorrect calling of pastas in Italian.
I mean I can do that in
Oh,
English, but like saying it in full Italian would be funnier, yes.
Do you guys want to know my my French teacher, my bad French teacher story? This is actually it's genuinely the worst teacher I've ever had. It is really funny to me.
Go off.
Yes.
Okay, so we actually our RD was saying French teacher left a couple months before exams. We had a
Jesus.
similar situation. Our French teacher left halfway through the year. I believe because she was let go because we got her fired.
What?
Hello?
How did you do that?
She was also she was she was not very good at her job. We didn't like her. Basically, all we did was conjugate verbs for like an hour a day every day. And if you know anything about conjugating verbs in any language, it's the worst. You just sit down and just write out the same thing 6 times, but like
Oh, A
slightly different
to N to
variations.
N. Yeah, that type of shit.
Yeah, je vais, tu vas, il va,
Oh, I'm already rolling my
nous
eyes.
avons,
I
vous
already know
avez.
how that looks in
Yeah,
German. Yeah.
it's the worst. So we were doing that. We got her fired because if you know the French word for seal, um, it involved that. We played a bit of a practical joke. I don't know if she was actually fired or she left, but she stopped showing up. And they needed a new teacher, and so this guy that they brought in, he was the Frenchest man I've ever seen and heard in my life. I've ever met. He was so unbelievably French. I was surprised he wasn't wearing a beret and carrying a baguette and smoking a cigarette all the time. Um,
Smoking a cigarette is
like that,
part
like
of the French identity, yes.
I think that they just plucked a man off the streets of Quebec and just threw him into this school. I don't even know if he was a teacher, and he was just like, he was so mean and
Oh my God.
controlling. So like first things first. First things first. There were like he was going around in class, and there's this girl in our class. She's really happy, really positive, really well liked. She's sitting at her desk smiling, and he goes up. He's like, "Why are you smiling so much?"
Oh no.
No.
And she's like, "I'm just a happy girl, sir." And he goes, "See me after class," and gave her detention for smiling too much. That's real. That's a real
What?
thing that happened.
What?
Normal things. Very, very normal
Uh,
things.
Then there's a
Ruby asks, "Was your teacher
this-
spy TF2?"
no, he was not. I get maybe he could have been. Maybe it was a disguise.
Also, I need to comment a bit with chat because I have not been keeping up with chat. Mr.
Yeah.
Paradox says, "Y'all, the only word I know in any other language other than English is da equals yes. Da is yes in Serbian as well, so you learned that as well." Ruby says, "Okay, basically completely unrelated to what we were talking about. How are you handling Krita? Is it not complicated now?" I'm handling it better than I used to. I'm still not 100% used to it, but it's gotten to the point where it's more natural feeling than Photoshop. So that's good progress. I'm getting the fuck away from Adobe. Alamander says, "My Spanish teacher taught my class exclusively in English because you need to understand English before you can learn Spanish. She got her license revoked." That's, yeah, real, I guess, apparently. I don't know. My experiences with language teachers are kind of mixed. So, Salt, keep going with your totally not Spy from TF2 story.
But yeah, so then one time there's a guy talking in class. Now it's been a very long time since this happened, but I distinctly recall normally there are kids not paying attention in class, and I can kind of understand a teacher being upset at a kid talking in the middle of class. I think that's reasonable. But recall from this was that the kid was talking to somebody else, and it was over something like somebody had forgotten like an eraser, and was just like, "Hey, can I borrow your eraser for a second?" He's like, "Yeah, no problem." And this teacher walks over and punches his desk full force,
Oh,
and just like like screams at him.
yeah, I've met a few
like, he's
teachers
like-
that were like that as well. That's, yeah.
Again, my French accent's probably very bad, but not talking in my class. Like just like, shut up. And then I got a detention. I got detention.
You got,
And what happened?
What?
Yeah, I got detention from him. What happened was I.
oh, not related
we
to
got
that
a
story.
worksheet.
Okay. I thought
Yeah,
you got detention because you slammed someone's
yeah.
desk.
Yeah, no. I got unrelated to that story. There's a separate story. I got detention. We put a worksheet down on our desks. I get out my pencil case. I open it up, and as I'm going through, I put my pen down, and then I go to grab my eraser. I accidentally move my hand. I knock the pencil off my desk, and I'm like, "Oh crap!" So I reach down to go, and he goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I dropped my pencil." And he says, "And?"
What?
And I reply,
Wait,
I'm bending down to pick up my
pick up
pencil.
the pencil that I dropped.
And he goes,
Or else,
"See
like,
me
I
after
can't
class."
have.
Oh, Immediately see me after. Yeah. Oof. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
and
a
so
teacher
what I
classic.
did though, I had his class last that day, right before the end of the day. Um,
He
so
probably kept you after school because you needed to pick up a pencil.
no, what happened was, oh, you know, he said, "See me at the end of the day." I think I had, he said, "See me at the end of the day." I had his class, then one other class, and so what I did is, I was sitting there like I'm like, this is so stupid. I'm gonna be getting detention. My parents are gonna be upset with me, and then I'm walking, and then I go, wait a minute, what's he gonna say if I don't show up? What's he
Oh.
gonna tell them? Is he gonna tell them that I dropped a pencil and that
Salt playing 4D chess with his teacher, like,
like
well, he's not gonna follow through on the threat because it's
And if
nonsensical.
he does, it's stupid as shit. Yeah.
so yeah, like so what, like if the principal or vice principal gets involved, what's he gonna tell them? So at the end of the day, I go with my backpack. His classroom is not near the staircase where the exit is. I go to his classroom deliberately, and I stand in front of the door, and his desk is like right across from the door, and I stand there, and I look him directly in the eye, and then walk away.
Oh my god,
Stop.
Chad
What the
shit!
fuck do you mean?
Chad shit! What do you?
And yeah, nothing
Like,
happened
actually
because
get
again,
tested?
what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? The
Like, did it work?
yeah, it worked. Like nothing happened. Nothing came of it.
No, God Gamer shit,
Dude.
like, that's so fucking cool. I never got into, like, trouble at school. Like, I never had detention, I never had to stay late or anything. Like, in Serbia, it, like, functions differently. We don't really have detention in that way. You have punishments, but not the sort of, like, oh, you have to stay in school all day, because the teachers don't stay in school all day. Who the fuck has time for that? So, like, the different kinds of trouble you can get into are, like, getting sent to the psychologist's office, or getting sent to the principal's office, etc., or just, like, waiting outside the classroom, like, getting kicked out of class. But I never got into that kind of trouble. I got sent to the psychologists like once, but that was for getting methodically bullied by everyone. But
Oh.
I do remember this one time when I was in elementary school, because I had a drawing notebook, right? Fucking art kid has a drawing notebook in every fucking class. So I'm in math class, and I finished the thing that was on the board, and I'm like, okay, I can draw now. But the thing is, because our desks had like a little under desk, like you could put stuff underneath your desk. You know what I mean? Like a little
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand. I can't. I don't know what the name for it is, but in Serbian it's literally called the klupa, right? Anyway, so I had my like drawing notebook there, so I could open it underneath, so I wouldn't have to put one notebook over the other, so I could do math problems and then go down and like draw like on the other level of the desk. So I'm like sitting there and I'm looking down and I'm drawing, and at a certain point, the teacher comes up to me and she just says, "Give it here," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "Your phone, give it here," and I'm like, "My phone?" So I pull out my little Nokia out of my pocket, right? And she's like, "No, what's under your desk?" And I'm like, it's a notebook, it's a drawing notebook." So I pull out my drawing notebook and I show her my drawing notebook. It's like fully colored pictures, like obviously baby drawn pictures, but you know, fully drawn like baby illustrations of course, Homestuck. But like, she like starts listing through it, and she looks so goddamn confused. And she makes like a weird face at one of them, like a weird disgusted face. She closes it and is like, "You're gonna have to see me after class." And I just stand there like, she just took my drawing notebook. No,
Did you give it
no,
back?
no. Actually, I remember. I actually had to talk to her after class, but she did say, "Talk to me after class." She said, "You're going to get expelled for this."
Stop. What?
That's the whole joke, because she just said that on a completely random drawing, and I came up to her after class and I was like, "Can I have my notebook back?" And I think she asked me something like, "What are you drawing?" or something like that, and I was like, "They're just fictional characters and stuff," and she ended up giving me my notebook back, and nothing came of it. But like, you know, crazy fucking shit that happened in class. Yeah, no fucking
That's
clue why.
crazy.
I had a different experience. Most reasonable
Sorry,
reaction to
someone chatted
Homestuck. Yeah. But anyway, I had a similar. Salt is still laughing. But yeah, no, I had a similar but opposite not opposite, but like a similar thing that happened in high school. So I still have drawing notebooks, obviously, but this time it's, I think, during COVID. So showing up to class was like sparse, and the teacher could more clearly see what everyone was doing. So what?
Because we met during COVID.
Oh yeah, we did. This is actually during the Tankverse era. I'm in class, and so it's physics class. I have really bad physics grades, so I'm sitting there. I'm not doing the assignment because I don't know how to do it. So over on my left, I'm like drawing in my drawing notebook, and at a certain point, my teacher notices, and she's like, "Oh, there goes the Cookie drawing again in class. I hope you're not drawing me." And I'm like, "What? Why would I be drawing you?"
Oh my god, wait, okay, so I like the thought of them being like, no, stop, don't draw me, but my left is my good side, actually, so you mind if I just, like, shift over here?
That's
No,
low-key the
no.
tone she had. That's low-key the tone she had. Don't fucking talk to me.
That's crazy
Oh
word.
my god, no, that's so embarrassing.
No,
Yeah,
like-
so anyways, like, I could commission you, or?
No, literally, like, I was drawing fucking John and Steve from Tankmen, right? Like, could not be more further from the truth.
Oh my god, meanest, okay, I don't know if this is too mean. Be like, actually, yeah, I am drawing. You know, show.
It would be mean because she's not like them at all. If it was in character, it wouldn't be mean, but it's out of character, so I can't allow it.
But yeah, the only language, first of all, the only reason I ever went to detention was because I was like a mentally ill child and I didn't get my assignments done. So sometimes when I didn't get assignments done, I would just have to like stay in detention and like finish the assignments
I'm
or like
so confused.
minor like behavioral shit like that.
I'm so
I was
confused
in
as
like
to how
a
detention
special
even
ed
works.
sort of class, but it was not for like, it wasn't built for ADHD like I had. It was built for like actual behavioral shit, like people who like, there were kids in there who punched their teachers, and then there was me who was like the most politest, sweetest, quietest girl known to man, who she just has ADHD and autism, and we didn't know where else to put her, so they just put her in that class like in high school. That's the only time I ever like got sent to got in trouble, except for when I was in like 3rd grade, or like when I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade, and I was like an actual baby. And one time I got so upset at like whatever was happening in a class, in a private school, by the way, like a private Catholic school. I got so upset over whatever was happening in class that I literally just, I don't remember this, by the way, I walked out. I literally fucking walked out. And I only remember this because like one of the teachers told my brother, and then my brother told me that this happened like years later, and I was like, I don't remember doing that.
Holy shit. You and Salt are
That's
so
rad as
cool,
hell.
actually. Yeah.
That's rad.
I
Just
don't
gets
remember
up and
doing it.
leaves.
I never did anything like that again because, like, I don't know, like the fear of the American school system got instilled in me or whatever. But
I'm
it's just
so
really
confused.
funny because, like, another thing about Catholic private school that I feel like I should mention every time I talk about the fact that I went to that I went to private school, like Catholic private school. The kids in our family went to Catholic private school our entire lives until I showed up. And then, I was just so fucking neurodivergent. They did not know what to do with me. Like, none of their punishments worked. I was just like, my family switched everyone over to public school while my older brothers were literally like in high school. Like, they would have graduated and finished their school careers like in like Catholic private school. We switched the entire family over to public school because I was so neurodivergent. The Catholics did not know what to do with me. They were like, dude, like, what do we do with her? Like,
That's so fucking
I don't know how to
Weird.
do this.
That's
And
so
then my mom was
weird.
just like, okay, whatever, just go to like public school. They actually have like the infrastructure for you. And they did have some infrastructure for me. Again, like in high school, I got put in like a behavioral like correction sort of class.
That's so dumb.
Because they didn't have one like specifically geared to like ADHD, and they were just like, listen, this is not what you need, but this is all we have, so like just go here and just like we'll make accommodations for you with like the teachers' aides and stuff that are actually towards your disability. So like it's something, not perfect, but it was something.
See, that's what I don't
But I
understand
just find
about-
that so hilarious. Like, can you fucking imagine being so mentally ill that like you have to switch schools because they don't know how to teach you or manage you at all?
Reading chat for a sec. Ruby says, unrelated again, Cookie using one of the brushes that came with the Krita bundle I gave him, so epic. Yeah, the bundle you gave me is literally a lifesaver. I don't know what I would do without it. RD says, I had to stay half an hour after school a lot because I forgot to do my homework so many times. I was technically also late to school every day for over a year, but didn't get in trouble for that. Chris says, I think of the stories one of my art mates told me was they literally smacked their bully who asked them to draw him with fucking sketchbook from a file. That's real? I wish I had the guts to do that. But yeah, no.
Yeah, I
I
should have
was,
stabbed a kid, actually. I'm kidding.
No, listen. You jest, but I was so angry as a fucking elementary school kid that I actually did draw myself stabbing my bullies more than once. Anyway, if anything happens to them, it wasn't me, okay? But yeah, no. I was gonna ask. I still don't understand how the American education system even works because, like, what do you mean you punish kids for like not doing work in class? Like, what?
Okay, I'm the worst person to ask about this because I don't remember my school years and I do not want to remember, so I don't know everything. But like, I don't know. I just remember I went to detention like a lot more than I ever did. Not a lot, but I went to detention more than I ever had before, like in high school. But it was always just for unfinished work because I was very well behaved and never acted out. I never did anything like that. It was always unfinished work.
That's what's fucking with me because unfinished work, at least around here, like it was never about like oh, you're gonna get punished if you don't do it. It was just like, okay, you didn't finish your work, okay, you get less of a grade. Like it's not about, oh, you need to do this in order to pass. It was like, okay, you need to do this in order to get the best grade. If you don't do that, you can't have the best grade. Like,
I think the context was more so that it was like, oh, like here, we'll put more like controlled sort of, like it wasn't necessarily like detention. It was just like putting me in that like sort of quiet, like monitored environment so that I would get the work done instead of getting distracted by like, like the anything else that was going on in the class. And also my school has like free periods where you were supposed to like do work like that, but if you were like but if I was in a normal class then I could like potentially get distracted with like all of the unrestricted, because also in high school they gave us like Chromebooks, which are like little laptops, and I used that shit to slack off so much. Okay, like I was an active Wattpad writer and I was watching speed paints on YouTube and I was doing anything but my work when it was my school
insane American school shit. You people had iPads, school given iPad. That is,
yeah, it's I was I think I was like one of the first sort of like generations to start like getting that, where that started being normalized, because I remember growing up and then we went from like chalkboards when I was little, then smart boards, and then like Chromebooks started to get like like around, and it's just like, I fucking love smart boards. Don't even joke.
Oh yeah, the smart boards, they're kind of like projectors to touch screen things.
What? I live on a different continent than you people. I shouldn't be like talking that bad, but like, come on, what do you mean?
Dude, does anybody in chat remember when you had to calibrate the smart, like when the
Yes,
on the smartboard like started getting like going off, and then you had to calibrate the smartboard and everyone wanted to play calibration. Like it was like a fucking mini Mario Party mini game, even though it was literally just calibration for like a smart. We were like, oh my god, we get to calibrate the fucking smart board. It was the hypest shit ever.
I never got to do it. Well, I think rarely we got to do it, but usually the teacher would walk and you just had to tap like top left corner, middle, top right corner.
Even Peanut had smart boards. Serbia is just 5 centuries behind everyone else, apparently.
But yeah, no, smartboard calibration was the shit. Everyone got so excited about it.
Listen, maybe it's just the thing that the fact that I like finished high school what is it, like 3 years ago now. So I don't know if they've implemented smart boards since I've left school, but like this sounds like such a bourgeoisie Westerner thing. I can't even.
It is. No, listen, it is. It's a smart board. I literally talked about like getting Chromebooks. That's definitely my school was a very nice one. I will be honest. Like even the public school I went to was very nice. Like especially like we had like robust clubs and like choir programs and stuff. So I will admit to that. Yes, I am a little bougie, but like, dude, smartboard calibration, part of OG.
Yeah, no, like the elementary school I went to from like first to fifth grade was also really nice by Serbian standards. It was like a really big school with like a really big backyard. We had like I
You
think
had
like a
three
bas
working light bulbs.
literally, but like we had like a big basketball court and like a forest area behind the school. It was so good, but like we didn't have fucking smart boards. It was the biggest deal to us when we got lockers into our school because that was not a thing before. Like I
Okay,
think I
that's
got
fair.
into like third grade. And nobody knew how to use the fucking lockers properly, might I add. We all had the exact same key, and every single key could open every single locker, so nobody used them because everybody could just take shit from the fucking lockers. You didn't even need the key to open the lockers, might I just say. I remember figuring out that if you didn't have the key, you could just twist the little knob like in a specific way, and it would unlock the locker.
That's awesome.
The fucking quality of our
Oh,
fucking lockers.
so I did want to add also for detention the point at least because I didn't get detention very much, but I did see detention. I did hear about it. Essentially, like yeah, if you don't complete work in school, then yeah, you just stay behind and they just like make you do homework and complete the work that
That's
you didn't get
dumb.
done in school.
That's dumb. That's so dumb. That you like around here usually you would just complete work when you got home. Like you would ask a friend like, "Hey, can I borrow your fucking notebook and copy everything?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, sure, whatever." Like you would
Yeah.
usually get graded on your notebooks. Like at the end of like a trimester or something, the teacher would be like, "Okay, everybody hand over your notebooks so I can grade them." Or like they would tell you in advance, like, "Oh, next class or the class after that, I'm gonna be grading your notebooks and stuff." So it was like, yeah, you did have to have a complete notebook, but it wasn't like you had to do it in class at this very second, you know?
That's kind of insane. But maybe I think that's insane because I doodled in my notebooks and I was like,
Oh
if
yeah,
I
no,
get
I doodled in my notebooks too. The teachers barely pay attention. They're just like they're just looking at whether you wrote the thing down or not.
that's and you get graded for it. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you get graded for if you wrote
I
down
never
shit.
dealt with
Like
notebook
that's
grading.
but okay, that's mostly in elementary school when we're still learning like dictation and stuff like that. Like you were supposed to be actively like writing shit down in class, and that was part of the learning curve and stuff. But like it's not good, but like you can literally just borrow a notebook from a friend and just write it all into your own notebook like the night before, and you were fine. That's what I did more than once.
But yeah. Back to the language teacher stories. I didn't get to say this. I don't have anything crazy. I don't have much of anything to say really, but I just wanted to note this. My Spanish teacher in like fourth or fifth, no, in like fifth or sixth grade, I don't know, sometime in middle school. My Spanish teacher used to be a professional wrestler, apparently,
What?
like an actual
Oh,
like professional wrestler. I didn't know jack about shit about professional wrestling though. So I kind of didn't care. So whenever I got the opposite effect of what most people probably would have experienced. Like most people would see my Spanish teacher and they'd be like, "Oh my god, is that one pro wrestler who retired a while ago?" I look at that guy, I'm like, "That's my Spanish teacher."
Yeah.
What do you mean he had a pro wrestling career? That is my Spanish teacher. I'm not gonna say which wrestler it was.
That guy told me what un dos tres, not anything else. Like
I want to know.
I have to say 100%. You should if he's like you got to get your homework done. I'd be like, all right, fight me for it. let's do it. Let's see.
It's
Let's see if
crazy.
you still got it, old man. Let's see if you still got it. You retired for a reason, huh? Old ass.
Dude, but
imagine getting your shit kicked in for trying to dare a teacher to wrestle you. Like, come on.
Just to be a professional wrestler.
It'd be really funny though. I can't I always imagine this scenario in my head of someone like getting up in front of court and saying, "Your Honor, in my defense, I thought it would be really funny."
That's just the shit
Yeah,
that
It's like
happens.
it's like the D&D rule of cool, but for the court. If the judge deems it hilarious enough, they let you live like you're a court jester. Okay, let me just catch up with chat for a little bit again. Dark Soul says, I don't know, but we definitely don't have that shit here in Argentina. We got government school laptops at best. We didn't even get that, man. The computers that we used for like IT class in all of my schools were like old Windows 7 type shit. Um, Chris Dreamer says, my last school had something like this, but dear God, it was from the fucking Stone Age. Atapa. Well, to be frank, everything from that school was so meh. Yeah. Harris says, I honestly feel that detention when it also comes to swearing is silly. Detention when it comes to swearing? You got detention for swearing?
We should do detention. We should give viewers detention for swearing.
What? Isn't that sort of like getting timed out?
Yeah, chat. If you swear, you're getting muted for 3 minutes.
Someone says, Your Honor, my client was just doing a little bit of trolling. Yeah.
Sure
Your
thing.
Honor, League of Legends. Stop. Chaos says
real.
this. Chaos says this Salt guy is pretty funny. He should start a YouTube channel and upload consistently.
Ow, that hurt.
I'm so sorry. I had to read that
good.
out.
Yeah, no, I should. I just have not had any ideas for videos lately. Lately, I say lately. It's been months.
Artie says your schools sound wild. Yeah, they do. Every single. I've never heard of a normal fucking school. I've never heard of anyone's like experience in school and be like, yeah, that sounds like perfectly like normal and well adjusted for kids to be in, trapped in every single fucking day of their lives.
I think my school was pretty good for the most part. I just had occasional strange experiences.
Wait. Dark Souls in my city says, my only ever detention in high school was for copy-pasting the Wikipedia article on fecal matter on a Google Drive chat that the teacher was able to see.
Oh my god.
Truth, dude. That's based. I won't even lie.
It reminds me of how back when during COVID, when we were first setting up the Google Classroom, some of my classmates didn't know how it functioned, and some of them would like comment shit like on posts from teachers being like, "Oh my god," or "Jesus, what is this?" and stuff like that. And then like after a while, we had to tell them, "Hey, the teacher can see that," and they were like, "What?"
No.
I know that my school had a website and they actually integrated like a social media function into it, but nobody knew about it except for like a few people. And you could like make your own profile and you could look at other people's profile. And so we used to just like as a joke put really dumb stuff in our profile because no one would check it.
Oh, that's amazing.
Like there's no oversight. It's like, why do they even have a social media function in the school website? Like,
yeah, like
what
the
is
hell?
this?
Jesus. Fucking Western schools are so fucking wild, man.
Shout out to my old schools who had ostriches in the very back. Like the live
Ruby
animals.
lives in another dimension. I swear to God, she like encounters horses and like llamas on her way home. Like Jesus.
Ruby, I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this, but ostriches are not the only birds who have the ability to walk.
Actually, no, ostriches are the only birds that can walk because I personally cut the legs off of every other bird except for ostriches.
Dude.
It's diligent and difficult work.
What the fuck?
The live animals, yes.
That's like, I've never heard of a terrorist attack against
Are
like
you
a type of animal, but like
Narnia or some shit?
okay, to be fair, I do know a part of Belgrade that's relatively near me that has a fucking peacock, like just out in a yard.
Okay, but that's just one.
I mean, there's probably other peacocks. If you have one peacock, you probably have several. Like,
What?
you can't
What
not be a
kind of logic
completionist
is
about being a
that?
complete fucking weirdo in the middle of Belgrade.
My neighbor has a
let me be there,
zebra.
too,
I once
look.
saw it fight and knock out a horse. Salamander.
What?
Peanut says, I have the disappear gag. I have 20 pages of physics to read. Have fun. Have fun to you as well,
That
Peanut.
is so sad. Chat, can we get 8 million likes in chat for Peanut?
Wait,
Can we get 3.5 likes?
Chris says, Salt will now stand up and all the amount of birds he's killed will add up in his height. Just Salt has all the bird legs stacked under him, like legs upon legs upon legs upon legs.
That's scary.
primary school. I guess that's elementary. Primary is before elementary.
I don't know that shit.
Primary is
In,
like
In Serbia, we have
kindergarten.
osnovna škola i srednja škola. I don't know anything about like the American terms. I just use whatever sparingly. Anyway, Dark Souls
It-
says my primary school had snails in the front yard that the lower grade children were often genocide during recess. I had
Jesus.
I had a friend, like a friend's mom, like a friend who I would walk home from school with, and her mom would often pick us up. And her mom was like super into animals and stuff. And whenever we'd walk home and I would like be stepping on like snails and stuff, she would be like, "No, stop! The snails are nice." And she would like move the snails out of the way and like put them in the grass and stuff. And like I kind of learned that, and ever since then I've kind of liked like picking up snails and putting them back in the grass whenever I see them out and about.
Aw.
You step on them.
Because I was a kid. I was a dumb fucking kid.
That's crazy work.
You're telling me you didn't
Yeah.
step on bugs for fun as a kid?
No, what?
What? What do you
I
mean?
didn't either. Actually, I don't.
Why would
What?
you step on bugs for fun as a kid?
Because you
I would
crushed
feel
them.
so bad.
Why? It's a
I'm
bug.
scared of bugs.
Well, yeah, I was scared of bugs. That's why you crush them before they can crush you.
No.
All right,
but they're-
another post, another thing to add to the call out post.
Cookie kills bugs for fun.
Cookie killed bugs for fun as a baby. Not even currently.
Literally.
Like 1 year old.
Dude, everyone in chat is going like, why would you kill bugs?
Am I being weird for that?
Yeah.
Gio says, shout out to the one time I stepped on a needle that was in the carpet and then nothing like that ever happened again. What?
What? Hello?
Someone says, aren't kids less empathetic? Yes, but I was like, I think around the age of 7, at which point you're supposed to learn empathy. So I don't know. I just like killing bugs.
Yeah, I think
I-
they're just insane.
I think the kids. Okay, so actually, I've had a couple things I want to say. First of all, kids are just the absolute worst because of that, because they don't fully understand empathy. They haven't fully learned how to be a human yet.
So they're just really fucking bad at it.
They're really bad at it. And also, I was gonna say, like, a lot of people talking about bad school experiences. I definitely don't want to diminish anyone's like bad experiences. There's definitely a lot of weird, wacky shit that goes on in school. But you also have to remember that being a teenager is the worst ever.
Yeah.
And like,
I would.
no matter
I would
how
argue, though.
good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, no matter how good your experience being a teenager is, it's probably gonna be the lowest point in your life.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
Just
wanted to
'cause
say.
it sucks.
That's what I wanted to say. In my argument to that is that like my lowest point in my life was from like 11 or like no from from like 11 to 13 or 14. That was the lowest point in my life. So technically I was a teenager, but those are like early teenage years. After that I got better. Like during my teenagehood I spent like several years just in a cocoon in my bedroom, like during COVID, just kind of recovering from the existence of everything. And those years weren't nearly as bad as my primary school years. Like that shit sucked so fucking bad. I think in Serbia specifically, that's like a universal experience I've had with people where like your teenage years are kind of slightly better than your primary school years, because our primary schools are decided by proximity. So you go to whatever school is nearest to you. But like by the time you're high school age, you're supposed to pick a high school. You're supposed to like get different grades, and depending on your grades and depending on how well you do the tests and stuff like that, like you get put in a different high school depending on like your abilities, your interests, and stuff like that. And that actually helps people have like a slightly better experience in high school, better than like primary school. Other than if you're my sister, who hated her high school with all her heart and still does to this day.
Truth news.
Anyway,
I
peaceful
just went to this.
peaceful Omari music is playing while we're talking about this, so that's nice.
For someone who was neurodivergent, for someone, dude,
Your voice is rapidly dying. You good?
yeah, I'm fine. For someone who is like neurodivergent in the American school system, somehow, the worst part of my school experience was not the schooling itself, because again, like the high school that I went to, the school system that I was in was actually pretty decent on the education side. I only had one, like maybe one or two teachers who were like actually bad. The thing I hated about it most was the people. And even then,
Yeah.
it wasn't like the active hatred didn't start until after I left school and I realized some things, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, all of you go to hell.
Yeah.
The teachers are fine. Y'all were just doing your jobs. The students, all of you, hell immediately,
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah, no, I think
That's valid.
I think being the reason why those like earlier years sucked specifically for me is because like I puberty just hits different when you're trans, and those years coupled with me moving schools at that exact same time, coupled with me moving to a school that was relatively new, so my class was mostly people who were like moving in to be near from their previous school, like because they were basically chased out of their previous schools either by being bullied or by being bullies. Like all of us just conglomerated into this one place where we shouldn't have been put in the same room together, but we were for several hours every day of the fucking week. So it was suffering and pain and awful. And I hated it. But we live, we keep going. We will thrive somehow.
Yes, things
Ruby
do
and
get
Chaos
better
gotta go.
after you have a really bad school experience. It is
Oh.
not forever. It's just school.
Yeah, Ruby and Chaos have to go, which is sad because Ruby is my biggest fan.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. See you guys in the other life.
Well, speaking of going, I have to go. Well, I have to go, like, use the restroom for a bit. I will be back, unless I get eaten.
Swag. I hope that doesn't happen. That'd be tragic.
She lives with dogs now. That can actually like happen now. Ignore the fact that her dogs
Yeah,
are like
I live
puppy
with, like,
sized.
I live with one miniature pincher who is me. Well, not mine, but like who is my girlfriend's. And then there are 3 pit bulls who belong to.
Oh, I forgot you actually do have pit bulls in your house now. Lmao.
Yeah.
Ruby
3
says
pit
I'm not
bulls,
dying. You are in my heart. See you in the next life, post-stream life.
Yes. So if I get eaten by the pit bulls, then too bad.
So sad.
Yeah, I'll be back.
In the afterlife.
Oh yeah. I also wanted to add, because I was just remembering, I was for a brief time training to become a camp counselor.
Oh.
Well, not a camp counselor, like not a counselor, like a camp staff for a summer camp, like one of the people working there. Which is crazy, by the way, because I was still in high school. I can't believe that they let high schoolers take care of kids. That's unbelievable.
Children babysitting children, you know, cheap labor.
Like, because I at like family get-togethers, I would like entertain the younger cousins, and like we always had a great time. Absolutely love my younger cousins, and they said like, you're so good with kids, you should be a camp counselor. So I was like, okay, and I learned I am good with good children.
Yeah, there it is.
I don't deal well with bad children, and it's the kind of thing.
Oh god, Chris says salt in camp real. That is a curse. That is terrifying.
I don't really know camp. I know what it is, but like
I watched it at some point in my life. I've forgotten literally everything about it. Meow could probably tell you more. She was also in that fandom.
But so I don't know how to say this without making me sound bad.
No, go ahead. I'm also bad with kids. Whatever you say, I can say
like,
worse.
So hitting kids is wrong, right? But there are some kids where you talk to them and it's like, oh, you haven't learned that there are some people, and this is wrong, but there are people who, if you push them far enough, they will punch you directly in the face.
Yeah.
And that's wrong of them. That's a bad thing to do. But there are people out there who will beat the crap out of you.
Who would do it without hesitating, in
piss
fact.
them off. And so it's like you've gotten away with it because you're a child, and most people aren't going to beat up a child. But they really know how to push your buttons. They really know how to do it. And it's just like, oh, like when you have a little kid who just has no, like I said, they haven't learned how to be fully human yet.
Yeah, with those kids
so
that are extremely
at you.
with those kids that are extremely happy to like push your buttons and shit. From what I understand, and I do not understand much because I'm not a lot around kids often. basically you're just supposed to be very very strict and mean to them whenever they do some dumb fucking shit, because kids sort of react in a similar way to like emotional distress as they do like swatting their hand away from a fire, you know. Like it resonates in a similar way to them. Again, it depends on like how old the kid is, but from what I understand, that it can be effective to just sort of like stare at them very meanly and tell them that they fucked up, and sometimes that puts the fear of God in them.
Well, yeah. But anyways, I stopped going through with that because yeah, I could not handle
Yeah,
that.
no, that's real. That's completely understandable. I get so fucking nervous around kids. Like, we have some family friends who have kids, like very, very little kids, and I get so fucking nervous around them. Like, I can't like sit normally. I'm too gentle with kids. Like, when a baby sits in your lap, you're supposed to hold it there. For the life of me, cannot do that. I don't know why. Geo says, I'm in a VC with friends while also playing a game while also trying to type in the chat. I don't have enough ADHD to be able to multitask this hard. I don't know why you're in the stream if you're in a VC with
Are
friends.
you are you
Jesus.
are you going for like a 100% completion speedrun right now? God
That's what
damn
it sounds like, Jesus.
Kids are like dogs. They will bite you, 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 bite
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, that's essentially true.
Yeah, I like. Yes, Salt, you get the grind set.
Grinds. Yeah. It really is a fucking completion run.
But yeah, no, like I just I guess talking about like school and stuff. It really is. I do really get frustrated with bad teachers because from everyone I've talked to, it is so
It's so easy to get traumatized by a bad teacher and so hard to have good
yeah.
experiences with good teachers.
It's not even like not even traumatized even
Oh.
like
Just the meeting then,
not to
okay.
diminish. I don't want to diminish it. I don't want to diminish
Dimish.
trauma or anything. But like diminish, yeah. Sorry, diminish.
Dimish.
But the like I just know people who even if they weren't traumatized, the impact that a bad teacher has just lasts
Yeah.
forever. It just sticks with you for so long. And like it takes forever to work through that because you're in such a like vulnerable place. Anyway, sorry for the dark topic change.
No,
Just,
you're good. You're good. I was just checking a message. Meow sent something to our group chat. You don't have to read it out loud. Just I noticed the notification. I had to pause to read. I have had this like it's not really a plan. It's more like a fantasy that like this is very tangentially barely related to what we were talking about with school and shit. But like I always like sort of wanted to like make a specific site like specifically for kids to be online, right? Like because we really have lost any kid-centric spaces on the internet, and like I had this like dream of like maybe one day finding a website or like making a website myself that's like literally just for kids, right? Like it has social media functionality and stuff, but it has games for kids, it has educational material, it has stuff to keep kids entertained and keep them like on that website specifically so that they have a safe place where they can just be kids, you know?
yeah, yeah. Man, the internet has shifted so much. Just I mean, there's the Tumblr post going around talking about how the internet has no more spaces for adults or for children.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just all corporate slop.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yummy, yummy corporate slop.
Don't say yummy, yummy corporate slop in my fucking stream. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
Today, chat, we talk about why corporations are awesome. Here we
Oh my god, so. My communist
I
has
love.
birthday. Anyway, free distribution of birthday gifts.
Oh my gosh, what is I saw there's a Reddit post like r/communism
Oh
And it's
no.
like, how will collections work under communism? I have a Funko Pop collection, and I really like to keep this stuff for myself. But when the goods are redistributed, will I be able to keep my stuff, or will it get sent to other
That's
people?
so. Oh my god, that's such a dumb question.
And someone's like, they literally think that we're gonna get all of everyone's property and put it in a big pile and just randomly distribute it out to
Like,
people.
come on.
That's what we should do. That's honestly what we should do.
New political
Just
system,
everyone
saltism. Just give everyone, just put all your stuff in one pile and then redistribute it randomly.
do randomly. What about my wheelchair? Sorry. We gotta be random and impartial.
Hey, if you're lucky, maybe you'll get someone else's wheelchair. God. Saltism, yeah. Gio says we
The
gotta get
Russian
Club Penguin
roulette.
back. I did imagine it as like not Club Penguin exactly, but it would have like maybe like an MMO minigame or something. I don't know. For someone who like really doesn't know how to work with kids or doesn't even like particularly like kids media, I have put a lot of thought into like how something like that could work. To sort of be the change you want to see in the world type shit. Side rots, ah yes, the Russian roulette government system, yeah.
I remember I was joking with some friends one time where it's like, I want a political system where I get to break all the rules, but nobody else can.
It's just called capitalism, man.
You
just gotta get lucky on the draw.
One of them was like, I think that's a dictatorship, and I was like, yep, that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please, I need my heart medicine. No, we're giving it to this toddler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give that toddler a six-pack and a car. Who cares?
The 6-year-old now owns the car, and you cannot do anything about it.
I do really like that idea. It's a very funny concept if you just randomly get in ownership of a bunch of stuff that you like can't even use. You get somebody else's laptop, you don't know the password, it's just useless. It's like, can I trade this in? No.
Imagine it's like a bi-yearly thing, like every 2 years or something. Every 2 years or
Right,
something,
when you
everything just
finally
gets
get
shuffled
used to it.
around.
You have to move houses too. You have to like
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah.
you're like a family of like 7 and you're like, oh, 1-bedroom apartment.
And there's no way to like resell and rebuy goods. You can only trade
Yeah,
it for someone
just-
else's. Maybe not even that. Maybe that's too fair.
That's too fair. We need to make sure that everyone is discriminated against equally.
Yeah, yeah. Type shit.
Every 2 years you do the governmental hokey pokey and you shake it all back.
Yeah, yeah. Siderods gets it.
Sorry, so
Yeah.
Harisato, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Apologies if I'm not. Said parents should learn to supervise their kids on any electrical device, TBH, especially the ones with internet access. It could be very harmful if they're unsupervised. I was having this conversation with my mother, and
Oh,
it was
no.
kind of frustrating because she saw my point, but she was like, "Well, not a lot of parents understand how it works," and it's like, "Well, then you have to learn. It's a part of the world now. You have to learn it now." I super strongly agree with that. Parents
But I also
need to.
think like you don't need to understand how it works in order to like be able to implement it. Like I don't know what the fuck is in the antibiotics I drink, but I know what they do. You know, like
You know, I feel like I feel like you need to, as a parent now. At this point, just part of becoming a parent requires at some point you need to learn about internet safety because it's part
yeah,
of our
that's
world.
absolutely yeah. But like that's the thing. Like you should already know about internet safety from being on the internet because it's the kind of age where you can't like not be on the internet. You should already know the basics, but a lot of people don't know the basics, as evidenced by literally everyone putting their name and face on literally fucking everything. I'm still so creeped out by the general like existence of Instagram and its functionality. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's just so fucking weird to me.
Yeah, it's so crazy how people give away their information. Anyways, I live at 308 Negra Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87104. This is my confession if you're watching the
Is that a reference to something, or did you just pout off random numbers?
It's Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I assumed.
My name is Walter Haltwell White.
Hartwell? I need to watch that fucking show, man.
I watched a meme where they edited them into Mario Kart, so I think I get the whole show. Also,
yeah,
I watched the remix,
The remix?
the music remix.
Oh,
My daddy and my mommy and my daddy.
the what? Have
Have you not seen that?
No,
Oh my
I
gosh.
get less and less of an idea of what Breaking Bad is actually about every new shitpost I see.
Please tell me you've seen the remix I'm talking about.
No, I have not.
Okay, I'm putting it
I
in.
don't watch YouTube poops that often, honestly.
That is deeply offensive to my culture.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll leave immediately.
Anyways, my stream now.
Yeah.
My name is Salt S Hacker.
Yeah. This is Salt's stream now, but specifically because I didn't watch enough YouTube poops. Siderod says, I had to make an Instagram recently for college stuff. I put a picture of one of my model trains as my profile picture. What do you mean you had to make an Instagram for college stuff? What?
Hi, I'm back. I had to face the blood, but I'm okay now.
Oh. The ritual has started.
Yeah. So if anyone has, like, any ops that they want me to sacrifice to the demons, let me know. Just send them my way. I'll take care of them, no problem.
Hell yeah. Also, Chris says, my name is Salter S. Hacker. I live in the Saltlands. This is Breaking Bad again, but I don't know enough about Breaking Bad to know how funny that is.
Dude, what the fuck were you guys talking about when I left?
I don't know, Breaking Bad apparently. I kind of lost the plot. You know what sucks about this painting in specific is that like I'm almost done painting the character specifically, but then I have to do like the entire background as well. So this stream might last several more hours.
It might last 30 years.
It might last.
We
30
might be
years.
here forever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it can't last like I have like exams tomorrow. I can't skip those.
You show up to your exams, you have your phone out, just like recording the audio, still streaming. It's like, what are you doing? I have to stream. I'm sorry.
Shh, it's performance, so
All
it
right,
counts.
what's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome back to me live streaming my Harvard exam. That's a really funny idea. Can you imagine sitting down in like an exam hall with like all the desks like spaced out, and you sit down and it's like dead quiet, and it's like, all right, when the bell sounds, you may begin your exams. And then like ding, and then, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Crazy Gamers 998. I'll be doing the Harvard exam challenge.
Challenge.
Do it.
Challenge.
Dude.
Oh, man.
I just had like a waking nightmare of like a college professor that does the YouTuber voice while they teach. I think I would die.
So I'm dedicating my whole life to becoming a college professor.
No, Assault, no! My nightmare is becoming true!
Can you imagine having a teacher who is a YouTuber though, and you're used to like seeing? Actually, we literally went over this earlier when I was talking about like my teacher who used to be a pro wrestler, but I only knew him as like a teacher. But imagine that, but it's like a YouTuber.
God, just more and more cursed things are happening in this stream today.
Sorry, just saw in chat the bell rings and you scream, "Good morning to you, ladies."
Oh my fucking god. I actually saw this is a real thing that happened. So again, context. I live in Serbia. American and Western YouTubers aren't really that popular. We mostly have like our own Serbian YouTubers and stuff. But I unironically, on the first day of high school, saw a girl with a Jake Paul shirt.
Dude.
And so you killed her there. And then,
Yes.
right?
I was very tempted. I was just in shock, right? Because at that point, all I knew about Jake Paul was like all the bad stuff. I didn't even know that he had like any kind of an actual audience. And I was like, what?
Probably
Didn't you
grew
tell
up
me that
watching
it's
it
like
right back
rare
then.
for fandomy t-shirts to be
Yeah,
worn
yeah.
in Serbia?
Like,
yeah.
buying merch is extremely difficult here. Getting it shipped costs a fortune. What do you mean she was just wearing a Jake Paul shirt casually to the first day of high school? That shit will never not cease to be like. It was just the most sobering moment I had that day.
That's crazy work.
Right. I will BRB. I'm gonna be right back. Hold on.
I love that. I love this like back and forth between you and Soul. One of you leaves and then the other one leaves. If we were like RIL in like one location, I would feel like you guys were preparing something behind my back because it's suspiciously on time.
Oh my god. I mean, hey, you never know.
I never know. Maybe you could be outside my door right now. Maybe you could be on a flight to Serbia.
Yeah, that's why do you think I had to leave?
You just got off the flight.
That was me flying over. But no, I was just going to the bathroom. There is no grand plan. That's all I have that I might have accidentally leaked some of the details of. I was just going to the bathroom.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it.
Of course. Why do I hear boss music?
Don't worry about it.
It's funny to say that because fucking Olive Rogue is playing in my playlist right now, so it's not boss music, it's Nepeta music.
But I am the pet, so.
True. So it is boss. Oh
It's
god, you're the boss I have to
music
fight.
for me.
You're the boss.
Yeah,
Music. Yeah, you're the boss I have
music
to
for
fight.
me.
Terrifying.
Should check. Yeah.
RD says they're secretly baking a cake. I technically already have a cake for my birthday. It's a cheesecake my mom made. It's really nice.
What is cheesecake, by the way? I've never had it. Like, I've seen it, but I've never had it.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. The conventional cheesecake people have in restaurants is like dog shit compared to the godly cake my mom makes, which is basically it has like a plasma base. You don't know what plasma is. It has a plasma base, and on top of that, it has like it's creamy. Like the white part is like creamy, and it's not exactly cheese because my mom knows I don't like cheese, but it's creamy enough that it sort of has the consistency of cheese, but it tastes more milky. And then on top of that, you like have a layer of gelatin. My mom usually makes it with like strawberries and like forest fruits and stuff. But usually cheesecakes can come in like any flavor. My sister had like a lemon cheesecake, which she fucking adored. But yeah, cheesecake, really good, really good.
This is an autism moment, but you describing that just made me think, like, okay, I'm never going to try cheesecake because that sounds exactly like all of the textures I cannot stand. Not
But
that it
it's
sounds
so-
bad, just for me personally, I can't stand, like, textures like that.
It's just smooth.
Yeah.
It's smooth and the texture of cookie dough.
Okay, cookie dough I can deal with.
Yeah.
Cookie dough, but I don't like. I don't want to say slimy, but when you because like slimy and soggy are the textures that I can't really like deal with. But I guess like the general like if there's any degree of wetness I kind of
So
start
you
getting
just
like,
don't eat cake?
what? No, like how
All cakes are a little soggy.
uh, not noticeably. No, they're soft. They're not soggy.
Moist.
They're moist, but that's like different than being like wet.
Okay. So wait, wet texture is something you can't stand in foods. Does soup count as wet texture to you?
I don't really have the broth. If the pasta gets like I remember I had chicken noodle soup recently and the broth made the pasta soggy and I didn't like it. So yeah.
What? You're confusing me. Hold on. What do you mean the soup? Right?
Yes.
Do you drink the soup?
No. You eat it. I'm not a soup haver, by the way, to cover my bases, I'm not a soup haver. So I don't know how that shit works. Also
The soup haver.
mainly
Sorry.
eating like the canned stuff.
I'm trying to wrap my head.
Because
So wait, you. So okay, what else counts as a wet food?
wet is like
Does cucumber count as wet?
what? No.
Okay.
Because it's a solid thing. Like the wetness is not like I mean I haven't had a cucumber.
It's watery. It's watery kind of on the inside with the seeds and stuff.
I like watermelon. But that's because like
Oh,
you go into it expect well that's weird. But like I like
No,
watermelon.
I do actually understand that to a certain extent because it's kind of why actually I don't like most cooked fruit. Because typically when I eat fruit, I expect like that crunch, and I don't dislike food that's squishy. But if it's a food that I typically associate with being crunchy, and I bite into it and it's squishy, that typically means it's gone bad, and so I find that texture to be gross.
okay,
So I can
that's
understand
fair.
context shaping.
But okay, wait. RD asked a very good question. So if you dipped a biscuit in tea, you wouldn't like that?
Yeah, like you know when you
What?
leave cereal, cereal in a bowl for too long and it starts getting soggy. I do not like soggy cereal. So anything like
Oh.
that.
But the milk itself is fine.
The milk itself is fine, but if the cereal gets soggy, then I start killing myself 50 billion times over. Yes.
Cyrods asks, wait, Mia, did you ever try fried zucchini? What texture does that count as?
Yeah, fried zucchini, I had it once. I did not like it because again, it was like
Oh.
I didn't like it. Maybe it's the way our mom made it, but I did not like it.
Condiment asks, wet as in gelatinous.
Yeah, I can't really deal with like gelatin either. Well, I mean, I have tried it, but it does not look like something I would want to try because like slimy or wet or soggy is the textures in food that I'm finding that I don't really like as an autistic. Fried zucchini is peak. Okay, more for you.
I have to add I dislike specifically lime jello because
Specifically lime
salt
jello.
lord salt lord drop. I was an actor when I was a kid for commercials, and I did a commercial for dessert stuff, and we had to do a shot where I ate lime jello, and when you're doing shows, you do like 400 takes.
Yeah.
And so I had to eat 400 pieces of lime jello. And at first I was like, oh, cool, I get to eat so much jello. Take 32. Stopped being enjoyable at that point. So now I kind of get a little queasy whenever I eat lime jello.
That's real as fuck.
What was the
though.
commercial? To protect my identity, I'm not going to say what commercial it was.
Yeah.
It
'Cause
was
I don't wanna
a
leak
commercial
myself.
for Fago.
Oh my god. Same way I'm not saying
I will-
the wrestler who was my middle school teacher because it's like public knowledge that he was like that he became a teacher. So I was like, Aaron.
I will say that because I don't appear in this, I was almost in Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium, that movie, as a
Hello.
background character.
That's crazy work. I've never heard of that movie.
Yeah, I don't know what movie that is. But then again, I don't know a lot of movies, so.
Well, it wasn't super popular. It featured the lady who played Padme in the Star Wars prequels. I got to see her.
I
What
have
was her
not watched
name?
the Star Wars movies at all,
I
so
I watched
this
Star Wars
net
prequels
zero information
literally.
gained.
I forgot. She was a famous actress. I forget who she was.
Natalie Portman.
Natalie Portman. Thank you.
Next stream we need to do is me watching all of the Harry Potter movies, and then when I upload that to YouTube, my channel gets banned forever.
Hello.
All the Harry Potter movies?
Wait, no, I meant Star Wars. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god! I was gonna say, why the fuck would you watch Harry Potter?
I'm so sorry. My brain just went to the first pop culture thing and grabbed. I'm so sorry. I meant Star Wars, and I said
Damn.
Harry Potter instead.
That's crazy work.
I'm the worst trans
Another
person.
thing for plot function.
I get my trans card revoked.
That's so fucked up.
What are you now? Gender?
Damn, that sucks.
Just gender?
Jesus.
Okay, I gotta calm down.
What did you get worked up about?
I just found that funny.
Ah.
You're just gender now.
Yeah, I've just gendered now.
You know, not cis, not trans, just gender. What does that mean? I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
You figure.
You gotta figure that shit out now.
Forge a new identity after I got my fucking license revoked. There's gotta be a... Aha, there it is, the options. That's not it.
Sorry, I just saw in chat. Oh, that's
What
good.
happened?
Cookie,
Yeah.
I remember
I'll let you-
your genders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Truth nuke.
Sounds like some shit someone from like my my primary school would tell me if they saw me on the street today.
I feel like meeting someone from like grade or high school feels exactly like the Undertale battle start.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why.
pretty much.
That's why you should move out of your hometown and then cut off contact with everyone you've ever known.
Okay, counterpoint,
So
if
that
your
never
hometown
happens.
if your hometown is a giant metropolis in the middle of like your country's biggest city that has way too big of a population that houses like half of your country's population, then you kind of avoid that just by like going to a different part of town.
Truth nuke.
Oh god damn it. Why can't I do a clipping group within a clipping group? What?
I haven't actually checked in on the drawing for a while. Oh damn.
Miss Vanya.
Vanya. I pretty much finished the actual face portrait part, so now I'm doing everything else. I am doing the hair last because hair is such a mess for me to draw for some reason.
Are you gonna put this creature in a situation?
This creature is going through so many situations, bro. You don't even know. The main character of the game I'm working on for like my final project for college, so you know it's gonna be some shit.
Vanya.
Is that separate too cartoony for the rest of the... Yeah. Yeah, that'll do. But yeah, no, I seriously do need to get this done before tomorrow. If possible,
You need to
also,
lock the fuck in.
I need to log the fuck in. If possible, I should also do like more, like another tile painting, like I did with the other ones. Mia, you know what I'm talking about.
I
Oh
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know anything.
Basically, in RPG Maker, it lets you do like backgrounds, like parallax backgrounds, and I wanted to for painting class because they let us basically they let us be like, hey, if it's too much work, you can have your like finals project and your paintings project be related or like be the same thing, or like at least be like sort of tangentially related to one another. Like a friend of mine, like a colleague of mine, is like he's making like an entire lore book for like a magic system he created, and for that he's doing a bunch of like smaller paintings to act as illustrations. Even though like his actual finalist project is the book itself. So I'm doing something similar where, because my finalist project is a game, I'm doing like a bunch of paintings for the game, like to be as assets and stuff, and I'm doing like parallax backgrounds for the game because it's like it's a dream themed game, like Yumaniki fan game, if anyone in chat knows what I'm talking about. But because of that, I actually have like a lot of freedom when it comes to the style and to the subject matter. So I'm making like absurdist and like surrealist looking tile backgrounds for my painting class because I am so bad at painting normal things.
And also Yuminiki, yay!
Yuminiki, yippee!
That's
Actually,
awesome.
yeah, I actually need to replay some of the Yuminiki fan games like for inspiration and to like get my head in the game because like, Jesus, I have to like have like a presentable project for October because I'm pretty sure in October we're gonna be presenting our finals projects. So I need to have something workable and normal by that point. And I'm kind of on the way there. I already have one effect implemented. They just need to make the sprites for like at least one more, you know. And then I need to make the worlds. I think what's fucking me up the most is working on tile sets. Working on tile sets is like the bane of my fucking existence. I've done it before. I can make tile sets. I just hate doing it with like every fiber of my being.
That is so real of you.
I am actually kind of excited for the game to be in a presentable state because once it's in a presentable state, I'm probably also going to upload it online so people can also play it and bug test it and stuff.
Yay! Public beta test.
I mean, it's a Yumaniki fan game. Is it really a beta test or is it just like version 1?
That's true.
I fucking love Yumaniki, man.
A guy who likes Yuminiki. Hey guys, have I talked about how much I love Yuminiki yet?
Literally. Like, it's so hard to describe how influential certain media like has been on me because like one, okay, yeah, Homestuck, yeah, I learned English through Homestuck. Humaniki though, Humaniki was like my Bible. I don't know how to tell you. Like it's so good.
Your Roman Empire, as the kids say.
Literally, like Humaniki was so fucking important to me as a kid, and like it still is even to this day. I just haven't played it in a while. I still love it so much. It's like, God, it's such a good game. Salty, you need to play Humaniki. Legally mandated.
I haven't played it. I should.
We need to fix that. Yuminiki in fan game stream 1?
I would, but it feels like
It's-
Humaniki is one of those games that you have to play alone. You know, like.
Yeah, I can't really play any RPG game. I feel like that's a game where you got to focus on the story, and I feel like
Oh, don't worry.
I just don't know if I could stream it.
Humaniki,
I have very, very good about Yuminiki.
Humaniki does not have a single box of dialogue. Its plot is
I know.
non-existent. To the point where
You
it
literally
defines
just walk
the game.
around.
Literally just walk around. It's an exploration game first and foremost, but I still think you shouldn't stream Yumaniki because Yumaniki is a very lonely game at its core, and I think that's part of the experience. Playing it with people kind of takes away from the vibes, I would say. Because
Didn't you stream it to me though?
Okay, but that's different.
That's solid cause.
Yeah, we're
That's
basically our
solid
minds are
cause.
basically conjoined, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, like we share a brain cell. Like, come on. But like, yeah, no, I think I think the best way to experience Yumeniki is like to play it alone, with your lights turned off, and just sort of exploring the world and finding what you can find and trying to make connection, make sense of what you're seeing. It's such a good game. It's such a fucking good game. I will say though, like even though I'm taking heavy inspiration from Yumeniki very obviously with my fan game, I do want to say that like I am very much writing a story here. Like it's not going to be plotless. I cannot write something that doesn't have a plot. I cannot make something that doesn't have a plot. I am forever plot pilled.
Tortures you by like making you create something with no plot.
Horrendous. I would die. Side Rods in chat says she Yume on my Nikki till I wash my hands during the COVID-19 pandemic. What?
That's an inside joke we have. That's an inside joke that Side Rods and I have.
Okay, I was very confused for a second.
Absolutely horrible. Have a wonderful day.
Constant asks, have you ever played the Yumeniki reimagining? I don't know what that is, actually. I was active in the Yumeniki fan game space around, like, 2016, 2017. I don't know a lot of Yumeniki fan games that came out after that, other than Yumetagai, I think it's called. That's the only one I've played since then, but that was, like, very, very early in its development when I first played it, and I don't know if it's gotten many updates. RD says, I remember you guys told me about Yumeniki like 3 years back and I downloaded it and then never played it. You need to play it. It's literally free on Steam. Do it. Dark Souls is my city says, so opinion on Omori. I don't know if you ever talked about it. Oh, actually, really, really enjoyed Omori. I do need to say that, I played it once. I tried to do a second playthrough for a different ending, but I fucked something up and I didn't want to play it after that. But basically, it's a very long game and I really, really did enjoy it. So I can't give details right now because it was a very long time ago, but I really, really did like Omori. I cried like a baby at the ending. I think it's a good game. I think it's a good game. I think it was well executed. I feel like some parts of it, like you can see where the like 8-hour campaign shit comes from, because like that is very much like a game where you have to sit down and play it and play it and play it and play it. Like it's long for a reason, yes, but also I feel like, God, if I could just play a mode where I could just get the story and not have to deal with everything else around it, it would be nice. But yeah.
That's how I feel about so many JRPG games.
Yeah, fun fact, Omori is a JRPG by a technicality because it was made by a Japanese developer.
I think I've talked a little bit about this before, but I'm surprised how long... I know there's a lot of variety in JRPGs, but like in general, they clung to grinding so long, and it's just like, why?
I remember the area I had to grind in Omori for, I forget what it was, clams? Yeah, the currency in the game. I just sat in one area and I grinded there for so long, and it was literally called the farm. Like, it was a joke on how you had to do farming in the game, and like, you still had to do it. It was still kind of mandatory, I think. Ugh. Haris Sato, I think that's how you read the name, says, have you given Yume 2 Nikki a try? If you mean Yume 2-ki, like Yume Nikki, the fan-made sequel, I have played Yume 2-ki. It's actually very inspirational to me. I really like it on a lot of levels. I have not finished it. For the life of me, I have not been able to play it from start to finish, getting all the effects and getting an ending, because there's just so much in the game and they keep adding more. Like, it's a currently active fan project, and you need like 2 zip files in order to get it to function, so like, the fucking insanity. For Yume 2-ki, my biggest complaint is that you really do need to know where all the effects are, get all the effects first, and then you can start playing, like exploring the world, which I feel like is slightly antithetical to like the design philosophy Yumeniki had, but like, it's a fan project, so I don't mind. But like, yeah, I have played Yume 2-ki before, and it has like inspired me a lot as a kid, and like a lot of my OCs are actually based off of things that I saw in Yume 2-ki, so it's like, yeah, kind of a big deal, but I never finished the fucking game.
That's like Homestuck influencing me like the way it did.
You never finished reading it.
Sorry, that was happening. I never finished reading it.
Still so weird.
Even though it like defined a lot of my like late childhood, I never finished it.
You never finished Homestuck?
She never finished reading it, no. Listen, it's longer than the Bible. I kind of can't hold her against that, but like, yeah, no.
Like, my
There's a lot of
cousins.
people in the Homestuck fandom who haven't finished reading Homestuck, so like it's not out of the ordinary.
Kind of like where
I'm gonna
you're
be honest. I know that this will be disappointing for some people to hear. I don't think I'm ever gonna read it.
That's
Um,
fair. There's a lot of
Part
it.
of it,
At least
well,
give
part of it is
give
that
Act One a try. Come on, I'm sorry.
How
my
drug dealers?
cousins my cousins got into it, and they talked about it, and they talked a lot about the series overall, and they enjoyed a lot of it. But they kind of told me essentially that basically what they said was they're like, I really enjoyed reading it. It is absolutely not worth reading all the way through.
Oh damn. My Puritan ass calling them fake homesticks for that. Yeah, no. There's a
Well,
lot of people.
the thing is, they really hated the endings and the epilogues, and they felt like
Oh,
it
okay.
ruined the
Listen,
entire series.
same. That's why I'm rereading it right now because the ending and the epilogues came out when I was still a kid and I didn't like properly have like a full meta reading of the comic yet. But yeah, no, I think. Listen, the ending is controversial for a reason. I will say that. Like, as I'm reading the comic, I'm thinking about the ending, and I'm like, I don't know if this is going to be satisfying payoff. But like, I understand why they say that, but I think Homestuck is very much like a story that's about the journey rather than the ending. The ending in the grand scheme, the ending of Homestuck in the grand scheme of things does not fucking matter. Like you can still enjoy everything there is to enjoy about the comic without like the ending not having an impact on that. Like you can be salty about certain developments that happened later on in the story, but like the ending as it is should not actually be like what's hindering you from enjoying it, at least in my opinion. But again, that's my Puritan like thinking about the comic now that I'm rereading it with like fresh eyes and stuff.
I can't say shit. So,
Salt who's never read the fucking comic.
because I can understand, because especially again, secondhand information. A lot of what they told me is like, if you spend the massive time investment required getting invested in these characters, it
Okay, yeah,
really is a slap in the face.
I think I know what they're referring to. On the one hand, yeah, on the other hand, Homestuck isn't, I don't know how to say this in a way that doesn't sound insane. Homestuck isn't a story about the characters, it, even though like 90% of the text is just dialogue between the characters. At its core, Homestuck is a story about stories, and I feel like, if you want to have like a sort of modern monomyth, Homestuck is that modern monomyth. But like outside of that, like if you want to enjoy the characters for themselves, you need to look to fan content. Like that shit is not in the base comic, and it never will be. Like it's actually like a joke. I think there's like a post from one of the like the early Homestuck forums where someone was like, this isn't really a spoiler. Everyone knows that like half the trolls die, but basically someone was like telling Hussey, "Oh, I'm so sad that you killed XYZ character off so early. There, I saw a lot of potential in him and stuff." And Hussey responded with something like, "He was literally a joke character. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." And it's like his writing is genuinely so good that people get attached to characters that he did not intend for us to get attached to. And it kind of backfires in that sense where people like sort of devalue a lot of the other things in the comic, like the world building and the meta-analysis of storytelling as a whole. They devalue it because the comic didn't treat their favorite characters well enough. And like I understand that from an emotional level because yeah, my favorite character was also turned into a fucking joke, but like at a certain point you kind of just have to take what the story is actually about, which is storytelling as a whole. You kind of just have to take that at face value and not try to get like overly offended or overly emotional about the things that are missing from your favorite character's arc or from some other character's arc, etc., because again,
You also have to take into consideration that Homestuck has a fuck ton of characters. Like, even just the popular ones, that's like 2 sets of... We have 8 kids, and then... No, wait. We have 2 sets of 4 for the kids, and then another 2 sets of 12 for the trolls that like are the like actually popular, and like the cherubs, which is another 2. Then we have, and then that's just like that's just like, the characters the fandom focuses on the most.
Yeah,
there's also
the
like you know like the Felt, like the Midnight Crew, and like the Carapacians, like all of that other shit. There's even more. There's the Guardians, which kind of ties into like the weird kids. There's Felt. There's like there are so many fucking characters in Homestuck. There's more than this. that are like you can't like sort into like a group, but like there's more than that. You cannot possibly give every single character a like focused on like
Yeah.
proper arc, even with as long as Homestuck as it is. It's just not physically possible.
Yeah.
As much as people would like that.
It is fascinating how much is done with the amount of time they have with the characters they have, because like each character does have their own unique symbology and mythos essentially, even though they aren't the main characters and even though they like die halfway through. Like it is a sort of like, I'm telling you, it's an exploration about stories first and then everything else comes second. Like it's just such a good thing. And like I have to recommend Homestuck, like it's in my blood, right? But like I understand why people don't want to put that kind of like time investment. If you're just looking for a story for the sake of, oh, I want to watch funny characters do cool things and stuff like that, like in that case, Homestuck can be fun for a while, but it's not going to draw you in, right? Like if you're looking for
Well,
something that's more conventional.
I definitely understand because like one of my favorite games is Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and as a JRPG, it's like 120 hours long,
Yeah, oh yeah.
and the worst parts of the story are within the first 10%.
Ooh.
Now, if a game is 50 hours long, the first 10% is
A sizable part.
like if a game is 50 hours, like I can't do math. I'm terrible at percentages, but like not that
10%
much of
of
an
50
investment.
hours is like 5 hours.
That's still a lot.
Yeah,
Bad.
So but so then take that and do the first 10% of 120 hours.
Which is like over 10 hours.
That's over 10 hours. So like you're gonna have to get through some crap in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. And it's bad. I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not gonna try and pretend it's like I'm not gonna unfortunately they kind of lean into bad anime tropes a lot for a good portion of the early story. I know I personally think it's worth it. I think the overall story is really great. Objectively, 3 has a way better story. I would say 1 kind of does, but I get kind of frustrated with it sometimes. But yeah, so I can understand to an extent. I can understand if you don't want to like spend 10 hours getting through the game at its lowest to get to the best point. It does suck that the game at its lowest is the beginning.
Yeah,
because it gets
it's hard to get people
really
invested that way.
Yeah, it gets really good. It gets really, really good. But yeah, you have to get over that massive hurdle.
Almost like it has the opposite problem where where I would cite that the first 4 acts of it are the most interesting. Act 5 can be a slog, but the payoff at the end of Act 5 is really good. People often cite Act 6 as the most boring of the acts, but my sister would sooner murder someone than let that slide. So like it is a sort of thing of like personal preference and what you think actually makes the comic good and stuff. But Homestuck has this like general trend where in the beginning of the comic there was a lot of steam, there was a lot of hype, and there was a lot of like passion from the creator, and then after a while you just sort of slowly see that die out. And like by the time we get to Act 6 and even past Act 6, you sort of start to see like not just a slowing down of momentum in the updates, but also a slowing down momentum of the way the comic is being treated. So you sort of have the opposite problem where like you can have the problem of you get very invested and then there's less payoff than you expected. Someone in chat, actually RD in chat says, Homestuck is a commitment, but I feel like you have to be really driven to read through it without taking some hiatuses because there is a lot of writing. Yeah. He also says, for me, Act 5 is my personal favorite. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, Act 5 can be really good for people, and people really like Act 5 a lot. I think it's a fucking slog sometimes, though, especially Act 1 of Act 5, Jesus Christ. Side Rod says, okay, I gotta go now, I need to learn how to use Excel and didn't do chemistry. Have fun with that. RD says, I'm not a major fan of the Alpha Kids. My sister will smite you for that. Again, I haven't gotten to the Alpha Kids in my reread yet. I'm like at the cusp of Act 6. I just got to the intro animation, so like there's a lot for me to go through still in my reread. Busted Side Rod says I won't. What else was there in chat that I missed? Artie said, "Wait, is this Dance Macabre?" Yeah, I have Dance Macabre in my playlist. I'm normal. Siderod says, if there's a reading Homestuck together thing, I'd happily get along there, but ain't no way I'm doing all that on my own. Reading Homestuck together is like playing D&D together. You need to, like, synchronize your schedules if you want to get through it. Alamander says, I want to try and start Homestuck, but it's a big commitment. Honestly, the advice I usually give people is read until the end of Act 1. If Act 1 doesn't hook you, you're probably not going to be hooked for the rest of the comic. Act 1 is like the shortest of all the acts, and it generally gives you like a tone and the general world building of the comic. So like it helps settle you in before it throws everything at the wall. Artie says, I still haven't read the epilogues and I'm not really sure I want to. That's fair. The epilogues are dubiously canon, so if you just want to completely ignore them, that's a perfectly valid reading of the text. Roxy is great and the start of Act 6 is great, but it went downhill. Again, I have to get deeper into my reread to actually be able to judge if I agree with that or not, because I have pretty fond memories of Act 6, I'm gonna be honest, so I don't know. God. Homestuck is just always so much to talk about. You can never have a casual conversation about Homestuck, right? It always has to get fucking deep.
Oh, I was about to say we should have competitive.
Yeah. I think some people do that for a living, actually.
I think I'm kind of in a weird space where I would love to create something that garners attention, but I do feel like actually getting to like Homestuck levels would be a nightmare.
Well, it's all about how you handle that attention, I think. The reason Homestuck's fandom is known as so toxic is because it was a very volatile work to begin with. Sporadic updates that were also common enough to constantly keep people hyped. Character deaths happening left and right. A story that made very little sense if you don't have all the pieces. And a creator that was, at best, ambivalent towards, and at worst, actively spiteful towards his fans. So, like, Homestuck is just a juggernaut in so many ways. If something I ever make gets to Homestuck levels of popularity, I can die happy.
If something I even have like a shred of involvement with gets to Homestuck popularity, I'm ending it all.
No! No! You have a shred of involvement in everything I make, Meow, don't do that.
So we're cooked, basically.
We're cooked. Only one of us can be happy, god damn it.
Only one of us can be happy.
This is like the problem of the fox, or like is it the wolf, the sheep, and the bag? You know, it's the fox, the goose, and the bag of grain.
You're just saying random words. What?
Yeah, there's this riddle where you have a fox, a goose, and a bag of grain, and a boat, and you need to cross a river, but you can only bring two at a time, or you can only bring one at a time. I think so. Leave the fox with the goose, the fox will eat the goose. If you leave the goose with the goose will eat the grain. So, the thing is, yeah, you have Kooky and Meow and popularity, Homestuck popularity, and you have to find a way to get across the river.
But take the goose first, because the fox isn't gonna do anything with the grain.
Yeah, but what is gonna happen? What do you put next? What do you bring over next?
Oh. Because if you bring the grain over, then you put it over there.
Why can't you bring the grain and the fox at the same time?
You can only bring one. Fox first.
Yeah, you can only bring one at a time.
What's the physical limitation?
It's
you
a
can
riddle.
only bring one thing on a time. Yeah, you can only bring one thing on the boat at a time. The answer is that you bring the goose first, then you bring the grain and you swap the goose for the grain. And then you bring the goose back. Then you swap the goose for the fox, and you bring the fox there, and then you bring the goose.
That's crazy work.
I see the vision. Actually. That makes sense. Jesus. Yeah, Alamander said this the same result for the riddle in chat. God, now I'm so upset. Like, all I have left essentially now to do is the fucking hair, and I hate doing hair. I really, really hate doing hair.
Well, Hair called me. Doesn't like you either, so.
I know. I know. I have hair on my head and it does not like me.
That stupid joke my mom tells it all the time. Whenever I say I don't like something, she just goes, "Well, it blank called me, and it doesn't like you either." I do it now to everybody.
As you should.
I
It's a
can't
good
help
joke.
it. It's like an instinct. Oh gosh, I just remembered a really stupid. I don't know if you already know this joke. I've seen it circulating on Tumblr. It's a really long joke though.
Oh no.
Do you know about the Doors?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna warn you right now. This is a very long joke. Do you want me to actually go through with this? It's very long.
Do I need to pay attention?
I like. I can hold back on it. I cannot do it because it takes a while.
Alright, listen, we're gonna be here for how long until I finish the fucking background go off, King? Like.
All right, so there's a truck driver
Okay.
driving down the road in the desert, and his truck breaks down. He's carrying supplies, whatever. His truck breaks down, and he's very panic concerned. He doesn't have a phone on him. He's thinking, "What am I going to do?" So he looks off in the distance, and he sees a temple in the distance.
A temple.
And he heads to the temple, and there's these monks that live there in the desert. And he says, "Hey, my truck broke down. Can I stay the night here?" And they say, "Sure." And they've got a phone there, and he calls someone to pick up the truck and arranges for somebody else to pick up the truck and take it. And so he stays the night at the temple, and when he goes down, he goes down into the basement to where the beds are, and he sleeps in his room. And all night he hears scratching on the wall coming from the room next door.
It sounds like a horror story.
And so he's confused and wondering what it is. And he asks one of the monks there and says, "Hey, thank you for your generosity. But all night I heard this scratching noise at the room next door. Do you know what that is?" And the monk says, "Well, I can't tell you what's in that room because you're not a monk."
Oh.
Oh my god, this joke.
Now, this truck driver is very curious and very dedicated. Do you both know this? Now,
Oh, wait, no, I know where this is going. I know where this is going.
Are you ready for this? Are you?
Yes.
I'm aware. Yes, go.
Okay, so the truck driver is very curious and very dedicated. So the truck driver for 10 years trains to become a monk just to find out what's there. And after all his training is complete, he becomes a monk and he says, "All right, I'm a monk now. Can you tell me now what's behind the door?" And so the monk says, "All right." And the monk gives him a key, a red key. And so the truck driver walks to the room, and there's a red door. And he opens up the red door, and behind the red door is a blue door. So he goes back down the hallway and goes back into the room where the keys are kept, and he picks up a blue key. And so he goes back down, he goes through the red door, and he opens up the blue door. And behind the blue door is a yellow door. So he goes back through the blue door, back through the red door, down the hallway, into the room with the keys. He picks up the yellow key, and he goes back down the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, and he opens up the yellow door. And behind the yellow door is a green door. So he goes back through the yellow door, back through the blue door, back through the red door. He goes down the hallway, into the room with the keys. He picks up the green key. He goes back through the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door. He opens up the green door. Behind the green door is an orange door. He goes back through the orange door, back through the door, back through the blue door, back through the red door. He goes down the hall into the room with the keys. He picks up the orange key, and he goes back to the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, and opens up the orange door. And behind the orange door is a purple door. So he goes through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes back to the hallway. He gets the key, and he gets the purple key. So he goes back to the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door. And he opens up the purple door. And behind the purple door is a white chest. So he goes through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes down the hallway to the room with the keys, and he picks up a white key. Then he goes back down the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door. He opens up the white chest. And inside the white chest, there's a ladder going down. And so he descends down the ladder. And at the bottom of this ladder, there's a door that's made of bronze. So he goes up the ladder, out the chest. He goes through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes down the hallway and he grabs a bronze key. And he goes back down the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door. He goes into the white chest, down the ladder. He opens up the bronze door. And behind the bronze door, there's a big silver door. And so he goes back through the bronze door, up the ladder, out the white chest, through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes down the hallway, and he goes and he gets the silver key. And he takes it back through the hallway, goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door. He goes into the white chest, down the ladder, through the bronze door, and he opens up the silver door. And behind the silver door is an enormous, massive golden door. And so he goes through the silver door, through the bronze door. He goes up the ladder, out the white chest, through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes down the hallway. He gets the golden key, and he goes back down the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door. He goes through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door, into the white chest, down the ladder. He goes through the bronze door, through the silver door. He opens up the big golden door, and inside there's a tiny little wooden box. And so he goes back through the gold door, back through the silver door, back through the bronze door, up the ladder, out the white chest. He goes through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door. He goes to the hallway. He gets a small wooden key. He goes back to the hallway. He goes through the red door, through the blue door, through the yellow door, through the green door, through the orange door, through the purple door, into the white chest, down the ladder, through the bronze door, through the silver door, through the gold door. And he opens up the tiny wooden chest. And do you want to know what he finds inside?
Yes.
I can't tell you. You're not a monk.
Oh, yeah, I saw it from a
Most
mile
great
away.
pro.
Yeah, I could keep going for longer. I have a way longer version of it.
Oh my god.
Dude.
I'm sorry about that.
This is to be fair, this is just what it's like to play point and click adventure games.
I saw people in chat like raging while you were telling it. Alan going, "Oh, this is bullshit." RD says, "I don't know this one. Now I'm very curious." Geo going, "I'm scared." Chaos just go. Chaos saying, "Just grab all the keys. He's stupid."
I told that joke to my little cousins, and like it drove them crazy. I went on for like 30 minutes going through this.
Dude,
I did
that's
like
big.
zigzag doors, multiple chests. When I told them the little I didn't do the as long, so I emphasized the little brown box, too small for any ladder to be in.
Oh.
yeah, it's
Just to
very
rub
difficult.
the salt in. Just to rub the salt in the wound.
the what?
It's this. Oh my god. But it's very difficult because you have to memorize the order forward.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
backwards.
I was listening to you struggle to it.
That's why you have to stick to simple stuff, like the primary colors and then the secondary.
It's such a good joke, though.
Like, there's 10 minutes you're never getting back.
That was peak. That was peak entertainment, in my opinion.
You know how you said that like you didn't really want to read Homestuck because you heard the ending wasn't as fulfilling as like reading the rest of it. I just thought that was interesting.
See, the thing is about that joke is that it's not funny for the people listening. It's funny for the person telling it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it
Like,
was funny
once
for
again,
me because I knew where it was going.
Homestuck is also like that. But yeah, 50 years dungeon.
50 years then.
Yeah, that's fair. That's warranted.
and you will have to go through the red door and the blue door.
That's your punishment.
That's
You
my
have to go
punishment.
through all the fucking doors.
It's
Yeah.
like Sisyphus, but I just keep going through doors.
and getting keys and shit.
One key at a time. You're not allowed to take more than one.
Yeah.
It's the fucking goose and fox thing all over again.
yeah. It's
It all
the
goes
same
full circle.
situation. 50 years wooden box, so true, Geo.
50 years of wooden box.
That's what was in It's Me. After telling this joke, I'm in the wooden box.
The reason you were scratching is because you're just shaking with anticipation to tell the joke again.
Not even to escape, to tell the joke again. I'd willingly stay in prison, imprisoned in that box, so long as I get to tell the joke again.
Isn't that what happened with Jevil?
Oh my god!
Oh my god. For real though? Truth nuke?
God, I suck at painting backgrounds.
The thing about backgrounds is that they back till they ground.
So true.
Sorry, my brain is kind of liquefying right now. So
Yeah, that joke took everything out of you.
it took it all. My life,
It
my
took the brain
soul.
cells and the divorce.
Take it all, put it in that box, and then locked it behind the golden door. And
And the silver door and the
The
bronze
silver door
door,
and the bronze
and then up
door.
the ladder, through the white chest, through the purple door, through the orange door, through the green door, through the yellow door, through the blue door, through the red door.
I'll be honest,
I'm
the
very
reason I caught
happy that
myself
you
up is
remember
because
all
I don't
Yeah.
fucking remember.
I remember
I have
all of
memory problems.
Ooh. The worst part is I can't remember like appointments and stuff, but I can remember this stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just how it is.
God. Like, worst birthday present I got from my colleagues today is that they reminded me that there was technically, like, an assignment that I was supposed to do for yesterday that I did not fucking do and that I do not have the time nor the energy to do because it's an entire fucking essay. I'm not doing that for tomorrow. I'll just bullshit it. When the teacher asks me, I'll be like, I don't know, I forgot to send the file. Anyway, this is, like, what I was gonna write about it. I love bullshitting my way through things.
You could say that I ate it.
Yeah, that's true. My co-host ate it. I remember the word for co-host for like 5 minutes.
Can you
My thing ate it.
Thing.
can you straight up like call me on,
Like in the middle of an
voice
exam.
and just like hold up the phone?
And my teacher's just gonna like nod her head. I don't know if she understands English that well.
I'll just be like, "Yep, I did it. That's me."
So like, so sue me. I eat homework for fun.
For fun and for profit.
Who paid you to eat my homework?
I can't answer that one.
Damn. I'll never find
You'd
the
have to
sponsor
run
of my
the red
homework
door
eating. Huh? I missed it. What?
In order to find who paid Salt to eat your homework, you would have to become a monk and then go behind the red door and the blue door.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
realize
Yeah.
it.
Gio says, in my opinion, one of the doors should have closed at one point, so he has to go back and get whatever random key.
Help.
For real?
Good way to extend the
Hype.
joke. Gio says, my pet rock sodium ate it. What?
Is that-
Did our messages get deleted? I saw the chat go back down. What happened?
I ate the messages too.
Salt, goddammit. Alamander says, my dog once actually ate my homework and I had to take like 30 pictures to prove it. Jesus Christ. Oh, you deleted a message. Okay, my bad. I thought YouTube, like, auto-censored something again. Also, I love that someone asked me earlier what I thought of Yume Tuki when, like, the opening theme for the game is, like, in my playlist and currently playing.
That's just life.
True.
Yeah, you
RD
can delete
says, wait, you can
messages,
delete
RD.
messages. Yeah, can you? I've never done that either.
Hold on, let me test it.
The tester. My brain is like rapidly disintegrating.
This is true.
Hold on, I got the perfect test message.
Oh no.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god.
Did somebody screenshot that?
It's gone.
I hope
You can't
Alamander
get
was
it.
click on the draw.
Please.
Even Nikki was what I meant a while ago. Yeah, yeah, I know you did. But the theme song for it was on the playlist like two minutes ago. So like, I was wondering if you heard that.
That's fucked up.
RD
What
says I didn't
message?
see
What are
it.
you guys...
Damn.
I don't know what anybody's talking about. I didn't send anything. There's
That
no
is just gonna stay in our fucking memories. We're gonna take this shit to our fucking graves.
This is true.
Makes it sound like
Cookie
you did
does
some
a lot of-
purges. The pixel art is cool. It's easy to forget you do that despite the Ralsei class spec outro. Yeah, I do pixel art for fun. And by for fun, I mean for shit like this. Here's just some like of the tile sets I've been working on. Wait, let me actually get this. This is better because this is the sort of pixel art more in my style. Deltarune's style is kind of limiting to me because it's sort of bad on purpose. So I prefer to do stuff like this. I'm still working on a lot of the game sprites, so I don't have a lot to show off. But yeah, I hate doing tile sprites, but they're necessary when you're making a videos game, and that sucks.
As someone who does games, it's true.
It's true, and it
You
sucks.
do need art.
Yeah.
I guess you could just do cubes for everything, but I feel like that might not go well for your
Isn't that...
art degree.
yeah, for my... You know what? No, it kind of would, because if you took it in a certain style and in a certain direction, you could probably bullshit your way into saying it was an artistic choice rather than just laziness. It reminds me of the game Thomas Was Alone. I think that's what it's called. It's literally just cubes. I've heard it's a good game. I haven't played it yet. God. But yeah, oh, that game. Yeah, already remembers it. God. I am procrastinating doing the hair on Vanya so fucking hard.
Bet you're literally doing the background.
Yeah. I would rather do the fucking background. Even though it looks like shit. Every time I have to do a background, it looks like garbage. But you know, we live, it's fine. Artie says, there are so many good games I wish I had all the time I needed to play them all. Yeah, mood.
This is why you just don't have a career or school and you just play video games all day.
This is true.
True.
This is the solution to everyone's problems forever.
Hey Salt, could you say something in chat? Just anything? Why do I get a sinking suspicion that there might be consequences for that action?
I think you should do it.
Don't worry, it's not like modern editing programs make it very, very easy to make it look like someone said something that they didn't actually say.
It's not like inspect element exists.
True, but I don't know if you... I've never used inspect element on live chat before. That might actually be a fun experiment.
I did actually use inspect element to make a fake Deltarune leak, but it was like really obviously bad.
Oh, that's peak.
It was a fake email from Toby Fox that says "fuck you, all the games canceled."
That's peak.
No, I'm sorry, that just reminds me of that one fucking Hey, so just checking. I want to make
Oh
sure
my
that
god.
people are saying that characters like Undyne Alphys, Susie, Noelle, and Rolse are lesbians or
Oh
bisexual.
my
Is this
god,
true?
that's so good.
That's my favorite fake, obviously fake Discord message ever.
That's so peak. Honestly, that stuck with me forever. That was like lifetime defining.
I also love that it starts with, yeah, hey, I'm here, what do you need?
Yeah, I'm here. What do you need? There is no LGB in Deltarune.
There's no LGBT. It's so, I just, mwah, creme de la creme. Like, how do you make better poetry than that, right?
I also like how there's no T, so there are trans people in Deltarune.
Canonically.
There's no
Canonically.
lesbians, gays, or bisexual people.
Because he doesn't like to put politics in his game.
I didn't put anything of it, but I
wasn't
didn't put
there-
anything against it. Like, okay, bro.
There was someone who got legitimately mad at Toby because of the centrist joke in Cyber City.
Oh god, yeah, you told me about that.
It's so funny. Anyways, sorry we brought up Deltarune. Now we have to explode.
No, it's fine. It's fine for now. If you get me talking about the newer
Fine,
chapters,
because there is no LGB in Deltarune. It's funny as fuck.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it gets a pass.
No, if anyone starts talking about the newer chapters, I'm actually going to explode.
Where's Nuke?
Yeah, did you ever finish
RD.
playing the newer chapters?
No.
Okay, yeah.
I'm also going through a similar thing, but like it's not so much rage, it's just that I low-key lost all interest and now I just don't have go back and look it up.
Yeah, that's real.
So I kinda just don't care.
Salt is the designated for the person for all Deltarune jokes now. Dark Souls, my city says, reminds me of the Scott Cawthon cancelled because of leaks from FNAF's sister location, I think. Oh!
Oh, that was great.
Yeah,
One of
that
the
was...
teasers he did.
Yeah. God,
It was good.
Scott Cawthon just played a different kind of 5D chess before everyone else was doing it.
Well, I don't even know what he was on. What was bro on?
The gas leaks.
For real. No, I still
Help.
my favorite thing of all time was that he did not give Steel Wool any instructions
Oh yeah.
for the plot. He just gave them cryptic hints. Like he treated them like he treats his fan base, and they were like, "What do we do? Okay, I guess we just do stuff."
We'll figure it out, and then they didn't.
They did not, which like I can't blame them.
Condiment asks, is Deltarune banned from this stream? I don't know what Deltarune is.
Help.
Also,
We're mostly joking around, but the newer chapters are a bit of a sore subject for multiple people here, so be careful.
By multiple
Heart.
people, you mean me specifically.
Me too, honestly.
Oh, okay,
I
fair.
say I'm not as interested, but honestly, it's interesting. The shit that went through my brain when those chapters came out. It wasn't even tied to Deltarune directly. It's just that Deltarune was kind of the catalyst for like a lot of shit.
Oh yeah, I
in
think
my
I remember.
brain.
I think I remember.
Yeah, happening and like so it's like
Again,
scratches my ass.
you know, Salt has to be like the designated like Deltarune guy. If any questions come up, they go straight to Salt.
Yes.
I mean, I've been in kind of a weird space. I don't know how to.
Oh, do we
I
have
don't
a
know.
3 for 3
I just-
weird feelings about Deltarune?
I just like I don't know. I just haven't been as passionate about it. I guess to me, the theory space. I don't really feel like there's a lot that I want to talk about
Yeah, real.
for the game. Like I still like I don't feel as negatively as I think either of you do. I feel like any questions I had were answered, and any remaining questions can't be answered, and so it's like, all right, I don't.
It's not satisfying anymore to think about.
Oh, not that it's not satisfying. It's just kind of like like the theory space. There's nothing like I don't really see anything that's worth kind of. I guess I kind of learned that like
Mm.
there's some things that like at least to me there's nothing really like there's stuff kind of intriguing about theorizing who the knight is and stuff like that, but it's kind of a thing of like, well,
At the risk of turning this into a Deltarune stream, isn't it kind of confirmed that it's Des, though?
yeah, like that's what I meant. It was before, and now there's like no debate. Which thank God, because night debates got really awful.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, well, it's either Des or Carol. I'm willing to
Carol
I'm
would
willing
have
to entertain.
Carol would have to be able to teleport to be the knight, though.
Yeah, I'm willing to entertain it. Like because it's too maybe Rudy, but like those are the only
Rui is dying in the hospital. I don't think he has the
Yeah.
fucking energy, bro.
Basically there are at most, if you're very generous, 3 valid candidates.
Whatever happened to
Anyways.
Chris Knight since the new chapters came out?
Oh my god. Well, so
Oh boy.
I well I don't know, 'cause, like it's very frustrating because
The only person I want to hear about Deltarune theories from is you specifically because you have so much like funny beef to talk about.
well basically so like because I think I mentioned I greatly dislike Chris Knight because of the people who talk about it, because they are Chris Knight believers are sorry to any Chris Knight believers, former Chris Knight believers. I have only ever had bad experiences with them. They are extremely toxic. Um, so, anyways, the chapters come out, and I was like, "Oh crap, it's Chris Knight," and then I was like, "Oh, never mind." But they still act like they won,
What?
and like, have you seen that meme of the guy who's like cheering and he's like pouring champagne in his face and he's like gloating, and then it zooms back and he's on the 3rd place in the podium. He's not even getting the gold. It's literally that meme. That's Chris Knight. Is them like having this over the top, flipping off all the other competitors, and they got 3rd place. They didn't even get the gold.
Petter says, "What if the knight is the friends we made along the way?" That is the only correct interpretation,
True.
actually. Ruby says, "Women can teleport, didn't you know?" I would know, actually. RD says, "Rudy takes a quick break from dying to stab the ground a little bit." If that's the direction the story goes, I am... And then Dark Souls asks, curiously enough, I haven't replayed the new chapters as much as Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 when they came out. Last time I played was to do the weird route up to 4. Yeah. The new chapters feel like they have less replayability to me.
I think 4 has more replayability, but 3, like I like 3, but it has these really long stretches with no saving.
Yeah.
That kind of take down the replayability a fair bit.
Me when Toby's arm had to be twisted for him to put a save in the light world in chapter 3, but couldn't put like any more in the dark world that were already there.
Bro just hates save points.
Literally.
Like, I think that the 2 things I can think of is that if they had let you save during the video game segments, I would have really appreciated that.
Yeah. Condiment asks, were the new chapters disappointing? In my opinion, yes. In Salt's opinion, no. In Meow's opinion, she hasn't finished them.
Yeah, I got through like base chapter 3, no secret bosses, no extra stuff, and then I started a little bit of chapter 4, and then the horrors set in.
Yeah.
So I have not touched it since. So I don't know
do
shit.
need to replay it again. I'm like halfway through chapter 3 again.
Oh, okay, yeah. RD
Anyways.
says, 3 is the chapter I feel like I had to get through. Huh. I feel like, for me, 3 was more fun during the game within the game segments. Everything else was just slog. I did not enjoy the new shit. I like the quieter moments of gameplay. It's my weakness. I can't handle when everything is happening all at once. Just slow the fuck down, man.
No, hold on. Do I need to let my dog in? I might need to let my dog in.
The doggo. Dog has joined the stream.
For real? Oh yeah, Artie asked earlier how Silksong is going.
Oh, I
Um,
missed that message. Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Lots happening.
And by what's
I just thought
happening,
I'd bring it up.
I'm drawing
The drawer.
the
That's how
drawer.
you say it.
Exactly. And funnily enough, I am drawing like a drawer in the closet right now. So.
Um,
Oh yeah, is Silksong for you or for me?
Had to let my dog in.
for it could be for you. Like, Artie was asking for the Silk Songers. Anyone who plays Silk Song.
For me, I'm still stuck in the Citadel. I haven't really progressed much from there. I guess I'm sort of like 2/3 of the way through progressing the main plot of the Citadel, but I haven't been in a Silk Song mood on account of all of the exams, so I'm kind of open to spoilers for the
Yeah,
game at this point. Like, I have accepted that I will get spoiled for the ending either way, so like, yeah.
I have beaten the game now.
Mm.
I probably should have taken it a little slower, but
No, that's fine. I'll add stuff to the closet in a sec. I'll just do this. Um, Artie says, it was mainly because I tried, 3 is the chapter I felt like I had to get through. It was mainly because I tried to find secrets and didn't realize there was a guy you could buy S rank from, so I replayed the game segments over and over again. Damn. Condiment says, personally I loved chapter 3 and didn't like 4 that much. It felt weirdly paced. I think all of Deltarune is weirdly paced, but that's a me thing. Geo says, I have surprisingly not gotten spoilers. Oh, for Silksong. Yeah, that's, people have been very respectful about Silksong and its spoilers, I have to be honest about that. Like, there are a lot less, spoilers for Silksong being put deliberately online than I expected. At least in the circles where I run. Dark Souls in my city says, I never cared about Silksong that much. I played Hollow Knight and I liked it, but I wasn't crazy about Silksong. That's fair. I had a sort of similar relationship with it until it came out, and I realized that it was actually, like, much cooler gameplay-wise than Hollow Knight was. Petar says, so I have a really bad idea for Deltarune. Add more save points, but remove them healing when you save the game. Oh my god.
Jesus.
That is a really bad idea. You're correct.
Actually, that's a pretty. I think that's a pretty decent difficulty curve actually, because Deltarune tends to be. Chapters 3 and 4 were a real kick in the pants in terms of difficulty, but 1 and 2 tend to be pretty easy.
You gotta talk about difficulty
Secret
curve
bosses
with
excluded,
Baby
obviously.
Gamer 1 and Baby Gamer 2 next to you, like. Someone in chat is agreeing with you that it would be interesting. Y'all, I don't know how y'all do this shit. Like,
Meanwhile, there's me who's got like Elden Ring beaten, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, Sekiro.
Condiment says you tend to hoard a
Yeah,
lot
you're
of
kinda
money.
just-
That is incorrect. I spend my money in Deltarune every time a shop shows up. Like, I do not save my money in Deltarune. Gio says Lisa the Painful works like that, lol. I still haven't played the Lisa games. I really, really need to play the Lisa games. Dark Souls in my city says, and currently I'm too busy playing Red Dead Redemption 2, so no thanks. That's real. That's real.
Joke.
Red Dead
Red Dead
Redemption.
is PC.
I can never. I don't really know much about Lisa the Painful, but like from everything I've heard, I don't think I could get into it because it's just so unbelievably depressing.
Kind of. It's also, from what I understand, kind of a comedic game at times. So like, depends on what you're willing to put up with for the sake of a story. Like tone-wise, at least. It is a very, very depressing game in its premise. Like the entire series is depressing. But like, I do need to get around to playing it at some point because it's a very impactful RPG Maker game, and like, you know how I love me my RPG Maker games, so like, I have to get to it eventually.
I guess it's kind of funny because I just talked about. Man, I really love Dark Souls. Lisa the Depressing. No, that's Lisa the
Depressing. Lisa the Depressing. New game in the series.
I mean,
Lisa
for real?
the Depressing.
I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong?
I mean, we had Lisa the Joyful, Lisa the Painful. I forget what other ones there are. So yeah, you're not wrong.
I do think because I don't know, like at least for me, in terms of the grander lore of Dark Souls, um, it kind of feels like there is some hope.
Mm.
There's something to hold on to keep you moving. Um, like it's really bleak, the setting. I actually think Elden Ring is one of the most bleak universe. I think it is easily the most bleak universe ever created by FromSoft.
Mm.
You might have go on a Elden Ring lore dump real
You
quick.
went on like a 10-minute joke, man. Go off.
But because like basically it was confirmed in the DLC of Elden Ring that essentially the story of the universe, the beginning of the universe in Elden Ring, everything came from a point of unity, a singularity. And actually, like kind of a cool story. There's these beings called the Crucible, and they grow different animal parts out of their bodies, horns, and various other animal parts, because everything existed as one, and they retain some of that coming from the point of unity.
Okay.
And essentially, it's confirmed in the DLC that by the very act of creating everything, it created inequality and
Oh.
disparity and suffering. Because in a state of unity, all is equal. And by the very nature of things existing separately, it creates disparity between them.
I see.
And essentially, you just get told, yeah, the universe was just created broken, fundamentally at its core. And there's just like nothing you can do to fix it. It's just the very fact that things exist as separate entities means the universe will never be equal and fair because there is disparity between all things.
I can feel in Meow the guys. Can you lighten up a little?
Sorry, I have tuned out, but I do know some Elden Ring lore because I have another friend who is also a straight guy, by the way, which is interesting. Also super.
Elden Ring is the straight guy game.
I know two people who the only two straight dudes I know who are like in my friend circle are also into Elden Ring and like the Dark Souls series, which is interesting.
Every straight person has played Elden Ring.
Every straight man has played Elden Ring. Of course, this is a very small sample size, but like this is the...
No, I know a straight guy too. He also plays Elden Ring. A straight guy who isn't salt, I should specify.
Yeah, another one.
That'd be funny if you were referring to me.
yeah. I don't know any more straight people than that.
And your username is Dark Souls is my city. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
What is the
this pattern?
Very good. Dark Souls. We need a moment of silence to ponder this.
I'm sorry, I got distracted trying to figure out my layers. Okay.
All straight men eventually become Elden Ring players.
It's a rite of passage for them. It's a cultural difference. Okay, that works, I guess. Does that mirror reflect look okay? Guys, I need your opinion again.
I think it does.
Yeah?
Yeah, fine.
Alright.
I keep looking back over and it's like it really feels like massive amounts of progress keep getting made, but maybe it's just because time is going faster.
It has been 3 hours, and I just need to finish the hair, the inside of the closet, and the background of the mirror. and also kind of the floor in the background. So like, still a lot to finish, but like we're 3 hours in, and I can see the finish line. Hoo-ha, we can do this.
You can do it.
Yeah. Thank you, Artie. Geo says, I will say if you like creepy monster bosses, Lisa does have that, but it's not most of the time. Don't expect that much of it. Yeah, fair. Geo also says, do not get into it if you can't take a sad story, but if you tend to not care that much, then it should be fine. I cried like a baby at the ending of Omori. I will cry like a baby at whatever the fuck Lisa the Painful has going on, but like, I still want to get into it. Okay, we're talking about Deltarune again. Haris says, Chapter 4's Dark World has a bell tower segment that made me say, that did Deltarune become Elden Ring? That it became Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Yeah. What are we talking about before this again? Zero response. Okay, so we all have forgotten what we were talking about.
Yes.
Staring at the artwork, I just imagine with the impact font that
Oh, no.
says, "Oh hey, an RPG maker protagonist. I sure do hope nothing traumatic happens."
Well, now that you said it, hold on. Where's the text tool? I don't know how to use the text tool in Krita. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay, my stream avatar is gonna change a little while, so hang on there.
Oh yeah, by the way, my wife. But by the way, we are not married. I feel like I should clarify this. It's just my girlfriend. But we call each other wife because we got Discord married before we started properly dating. By the way, we are kind of very normal. Anyway, my wife. Okay, so my partner watches Queso to. Well, my partner has to have like stuff on in the background in order for them to sleep. For some reason, Queso is regularly one of those things, despite the fact that he yells 24/7. But that's okay. He's been playing Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? And he is so fucking bad at it. He gets so many questions wrong that I just sit there and I'm like, I was like, babe, we need to get this game. I can't fucking stand it. I need to prove that I am not smarter than a fifth grader, because I know for a fact I am not. I'm a stupid bitch. I can admit that, but I'm smarter than him. I can answer the questions that he cannot. But then I looked and I was like, oh damn, it's like $30 on Steam. I'll wait for a sale or something. They're like, nah, I'm gifting it you right now. They fucking gifted it to me in that very second, right next to me. Got on Steam on their phone, gifted me Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader on Steam. And I was like, okay. So I just have Are You Smarter Than a Fifth? And then we installed it, and then we played around, and we got struck out in the second grade because they asked us a social studies question, then gave us a geography question. And Americans are not fucking taught geography. But then we played another round and we won. So
Oh, nice.
I have that on my computer.
It isn't exactly impact font, but it's the closest I can make.
No, that's perfect. That is awesome. Unfortunately, I do have to get heading out now.
Oh damn! All right.
So yeah, sorry I couldn't stay through the whole thing, but yeah, great work so far. It was great hanging out. I really hope to hop in for another stream sometime.
Hell yeah, of course.
Also, I'm gonna plug. I do have a stream tomorrow as well.
Oh yeah, Salt streams more regularly than I do. If you like hanging out in streams like this, go to his channel, please. It's actually genuinely a lot more entertaining than me just sitting here and doodling.
All right, yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, have a happy birthday.
Thank you,
And,
thank
Yeah,
you.
happy birthday, Cookie!
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Condiment says the characters, I forgot their name. Face gives the vibes of the photo of a horse looking at the sea, and the caption going, man. Yeah, that is Vanya's constant mood. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna give a layers tile. There's...
John Salt.
Huh?
What did they mean? Dark Souls in the City says, bye, John Salt. John Salt. Truth nuke.
So true. Okay, is Ruby still in chat? Ruby says,
No.
"Oh God, Cookie, the text tool. I'm so sorry." Yeah. So, Ruby, do layer styles work on the text tool? Because mine isn't working. Or wait, did I not? Hold on. Am I stupid? Yes, I'm stupid. Hold on. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Never mind. Ruby says, "No, I'm not here." Damn.
Ruby's gone. Ruby died.
Ruby died. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna export this with the with the text at some point. Peter says, person in the picture reminds me of a Gregory from Security Breach. Maybe that's because of the blue shirt and brown hair. That is probably the blue shirt and brown hair, but honestly, I need to make Vanya cosplay Gregory at some point. That'll be very
And the
fucking
eyes.
funny.
Loki.
Huh?
And the eyes, kind of.
Really?
Yeah, now that it got pointed out, I'm like, wait. Kind of Cookie. Ruby's been dead for years, you have to move on.
Damn. Honestly, it makes sense that Ruby's been dead for years. I could never have an actual #1 fan. That chair squeak. Your chair disagrees with me.
Oh my god. My kitty cat! My kitty cat! I called her over and she came, I like did the noise and then she came right over and she shook her tail at me and she loves me.
Cute.
Where, do I have my phone? Oh my god, I can show you guys my cat.
What do you mean show the stream?
I can take a picture and then send it to you and then you can put it on the stream.
I can try, yes.
Look, kitty! Why'd she fucking look at me like that? Dude. This is the worst picture known to man of her.
Send me the picture, send me the picture. Okay. Oh my god, that is the worst picture of her. Holy shit. This is definitely going on the stream.
It's a really bad picture of my wife's cat.
Okay, hold
but
on.
I need everyone to see her.
I need... What is it? Is it... Media source? I haven't been in OBS for so fucking long. No, it's not local file. Oh fuck, never mind. It's not that. Yeah, how do I... Is it this? No, wait. Oh, yes it is, yes it is, yes it is. I got it, hold on. Wait, no, it's copy link. Okay, there we go. No, I didn't copy it, god damn it. Discord gets very fucky about copying image links for some reason. This is Meow's cat. Your cat, Boo Kitty, is now gonna sit with us right here.
Oh my god. It's a really bad picture of her.
There you go. She's next to you now.
Yeah, hooray!
New stream setup.
Boo
Kitty is just part of this now.
Hooray! Oh my god, why does she look like that? I'm fucking giggling. I'm sending some better pictures.
No, this one is staying on stream. I don't care. This is the only one we're getting.
No! she's so she's so beautiful.
Dark Souls My City says black cats are so cool. I don't know why people thought they brought bad luck or something. I don't know.
She's a Russian blue, actually.
Okay. I don't know. The picture must be really bad because like she's very clearly like gray and stuff. God, I need to keep drawing and not getting distracted. Geo says, why are you blue? That is a great question. I still do not know. Meow, why is she blue?
She blue. Because that's her name.
So the breed came after the name.
Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about that. Her name is Blue Kitty. She is a Russian blue cat. Not because of her breed, might I add.
Huh?
They named her, and then they named her separately from knowing what breed she was.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
Huh. She just radiates blue energy, I guess.
Yes, she was also named after Blue Star from Warrior Cats.
I see.
Which is something I can say because my wife is openly into Warrior Cats to this day. There's another naming source, but it's embarrassing, and I'm not going to embarrass my wife, who nobody even knows is here on a stream that they don't know is happening. No, Russian blue is like a specific, like it's a specific one. I don't know how common it is, but like, I don't know. She's just a thing. Blue Kitty, are you a thing? She's cleaning herself.
Certified thing behavior.
Yeah, true. We also have a miniature pinscher who is named Reese. And she is sitting by the window, looking at the neighbors. If she starts barking at the neighbors, I'm going to dip her in tar and she will scream loud as fuck.
Yeah.
Slash run.
Yeah. Oh boy, I have to draw stuff inside the closet now. I don't want to do that. I really, really don't want to do that. I mean, everything else is mostly like silhouettes too, so like, should be fine. Meow has sent me like 4 better images of Boo Kitty. I'm not putting them on the fucking stream.
They're so... but... oh.
It's funnier like this. Come on. Harris says they have to go. Thank you for joining the stream. Hope you have a good day. Bye.
Yes. Bye. There was a message I wanted to send somewhere, and then I completely forgot what it was and where I wanted to send it. Oops.
Oopsie poopsie. I just stop talking sometimes. A pet that agrees with me says the picture is funny, therefore better. Yeah.
Chick noob. Currently she's laying in a sunbeam, licking herself. She wasn't licking herself, but then halfway through my sentence she started licking herself, and I was like, okay. You just want to make me look like a jackass, I get it. You hate me and want me to die, Blue Kitty. You're embarrassing me in front of Cookie's entire stream chat.
I don't even know how many people are watching the stream currently. I haven't checked my YouTube analytics. It could be like 5 people, for all I know. There is currently... There is like 84 current viewers. So like she has embarrassed me
What?
in front of 84. Yeah.
That's fucking insane. Blue Kitty, you embarrassed me in front of 84 people. Oh, and then she stretched out in her sunbeam.
Yeah, you are too quick to forgive this abuse. You have to stand up for yourself better. What do you mean 84? For me it says 8. Oh,
It says it doesn't update if unless you refresh, because mine still says one watching, and I like
Okay,
clicked
wait.
in at the very beginning.
Okay, no, wait, you're right. I read the wrong thing. It's views overall is 84, but concurrent viewers is 9. YouTube analytics when they're confusing.
That's crazy work. Okay, so it's just 9 people. Blue Kitty, you embarrassed me in front of 9 people.
Gaslight gatekeep Boo Kitty.
This is true. Oh, but she came right over when I called her. What is on your tail? I'm so serious. Did you roll around in dust or something?
Oh no, don't let her near me. She will make me sneeze.
Probably would have made you sneeze anyway. I don't think you could be in this room at all because we have an entire
Yeah.
bed that is dedicated to just having plushies on it.
Yeah. Yeah. God, that's still so fucking weird to me. Well, okay, it's not weird. It's just like whenever I look at pictures of your room or your bed, I feel the urge to sneeze without actually needing to sneeze.
That's crazy work.
I've been psychologically conditioned by my allergies. Okay, I didn't choose this.
Oh, is it because you're laying down next to the dresser, Blue Kitty?
I thought you were talking to me for a second. Jesus Christ.
Oh, are you laying down next to your dresser, Cookie?
No, I'm not actually. Thank you for asking. Oh, high tech. My sister is in chat. Her name is Turtler. She says that's some good background music I'm hearing. Which are you referring to? Chaos says, how to torture Cookie, send plushies. Yes, I am allergic to plushies. Technically I'm allergic to anything that has stuffing, which includes mostly plushies because they have the most of it, but I'm technically allergic to most pillows as well. Oh, one of the songs from Deep Forest. Yeah, that was the last track from Deep Forest, so yeah, it was good background music. I was debating whether I wanted to put Deep Forest on the playlist or not, but like, Deep Forest is too good not to put on the fucking playlist. If anyone wants to know which songs I've been playing during the stream, I can like put the entire playlist in the description probably. Ooh was in chat from my older sister. We love to see it.
Hi, Techie.
Yeah, the chat is going to be taken over by Techie. It will not.
But it already kind of is.
It already. But that's okay. For context, she's been in the room with me basically this entire stream, but she has been very nice and very polite and very quiet. So she gets chat privileges now. The fucking cloud emoji, Jesus Christ.
Okay, so question. Why do some art programs use a square in the middle of the color wheel, and why do some art programs use a circle?
That is an excellent question. I do not have the answer for you. Basically, my understanding is that the circle is easier for when you're trying to get opposite colors, like when you're trying to see when you're literally trying to calculate with color theory which colors go with which ones. The square with like a little line to select the hue, um, that one's for more rudimentary art programs like Paint, I think.
Did I fucking say circle? I meant like the triangle. Like, why does
Oh, the
yeah?
triangle and
Why
the square.
the triangle
Again,
uses the square?
I don't know. I think one of them offers more options, another one offers more precision. I'm not sure. Krita just comes default with the triangle, so I did use the triangle.
The triangle user.
Triangle user. That's right, it goes in the square hole.
The square hole.
That fucking I almost said Vine. Sadly it's a TikTok. That fucking TikTok lives rent free in my head.
I love the one where it's the one girl where it's like an elaborate like stream of videos with a girl reacting to it, and she's like smiling and laughing at the first two, but then it goes into the square hole and she just screams no when it gets to the square hole.
Yeah. The best meme. Yeah, it really fucking is. As if Vine was really that much better. I mean, I have nostalgia for Vine in a way that I do not for TikTok. People often shit on Vine, but Vine was my entire fucking childhood, man. I love that shit to death. I still quote Vines to this fucking day.
Every time I pass a roadwork sign, she haunts my dreams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cannot escape her wise words.
Okay, opinion from my sister, Vine was better. I don't think there was ever a community on there, just a bunch of random videos. I forget what kind of algorithm Vine even had. I don't know how it
That's
worked,
kind
because I never had an account for Vine. I just found random Vines online.
Because the thing with Vine is there was definitely like a community, because I remember like being a Viner was like a thing. There were people
Yeah.
who got famous from Vine. So there's definitely like a community there. It's just that TikTok, number one, has probably been around for longer at this point, and it also is like a sort of different like
It's a different
kind
format.
of video.
It's
Yeah, it's a different
it's
slightly
short form
different
it's short form content, but it's like it's different. It's different short form
like
content in the
longer
sense
short
that
form
like
content.
Vine was a limitation. TikTok is a stylistic choice. It's very different. Like he says, I don't know. I've never seen fandom Vine, but there's fandom TikTok.
Again, it's
Oh,
because like so well, yeah, but that's not the only kind of community that like you can have. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, but I get that.
Vine was more popular with normies. TikTok is just with everyone. It's the
Yeah.
Twitter. It's the Twitter to Vine's Tumblr, if that makes sense.
Well, no, that's even less of a comparison because again, there wasn't really like a. Actually, no, I got it backwards in my brain. You're right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Even though Twitter is also very fandom heavy, but like I get it. I get it.
Well, TikTok is very fandom heavy too.
Starting to shit when I've never had either. Truth nuke.
Yeah, yeah. That's just my sister's job. Bard of Rage shit. Winking emoji. I actually think I actually think my sister is a little faster to the draw than the other chatters because she can hear me talking like behind her instead of having to deal with stream delay and then comment. So she has like a literal buff in chat.
Poop. Pink poop with its tongue stuck out. This reminds. Oh my god! One time I was at Walmart and I saw a fucking like a plushy poop emoji that had like feet on it and like weird tufts of hair, and I was like, why? Who is this for?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no idea.
I think I had a picture of it on my old phone, but I've changed phones since then, so I don't have it.
RD says for a minute I forgot YouTube has its own emojis. And then Techie shows off several. Yeah. YouTube is just funny like that. They
What the
gotta be
fuck is that?
quirky. What did you just... I don't
What
even
is
know what
that?
I don't know.
You and something
Something really
really
scary. Yeah,
Dude.
real.
There's so
Oh
much
my
to unpack.
god. Why is there like an old TV emoji? Who is this for?
I kind of wish this one was me right now. I could fuck up some hot chocolate.
Ah.
When you bump forearms.
Yeah.
Truth nude.
Secret handshake type shit. Is that a
Oh my
dab
God.
emoji? Is that a
Oh
dab
my god,
emoji?
yeah.
Artie is dying from the emoji brightness, and that's fucking real. Goat? Is that a goat? Techie, please don't put your personal drama in chat. People have forgotten the dark magic dab. Goat emoji. Hey, welcome back, Ruby. You also died. Hashtag rape Ruby. Okay, fine. Jesus Christ.
Dude, this fucking monkey.
Wait, there's a
They
monkey.
put the error page monkey as an emoji.
The error page monkey has. I hate that error page monkey so much. Did they put the disconnected from the internet astronaut as an emoji too? I get that one a lot.
Let me see.
Monkey with hammer. Ruby, have you never seen the YouTube 404 page monkey?
This one is perfect for cookie stream, so that's buffering simple.
Jesus, why?
That's crazy work.
My stream. What is the description for that one? What is that? I can't click on it. I'm on fucking OBS.
Social distancing. Truth nude.
Oh my god.
They have a fucking social distancing emoji.
Because why the fuck not, right?
Is that adblock? Oh, no, it's a high five emoji, but it looks exactly like fucking adblock. I was like, what?
Ad block emoji on YouTube. When?
Emoji on YouTube because everyone uses it so much.
Honestly, that would be a fucking power move if YouTube made an emoji of the fucking ad block software. Software, it's a fucking extension. Cat in a box.
Yeah, that one's.
The copers are getting to you. With cute cats. Dark Souls in my city says I don't need it because my dad bought YouTube Premium Family Pack. I am so sorry that your dad paid Google specifically to like watch ads without to specifically watch videos without ads. He watches YouTube on TV and he can't get ad block. I mean, when you watch it on TV, you still have to do it through a browser, right?
No, sometimes some
No?
TVs have like it built in, or you could do it through like consoles. Like Sherry
Oh,
either
like
watches
like the phone app on YouTube.
yeah, like the app.
Oh fuck, that sucks. That really fucking sucks. Yeah, I know we have one of those. I just don't use it. Yes, I think it's the YouTube app. That sucks.
This fucking emoji.
Why do they have so many eyes emojis?
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting.
What are you
Kane, if he
implying
was in
now?
Pepper Hotel.
Oh my god, Kane. I actually got my sister to watch The Amazing Digital Circus with me, and she actually enjoyed it, which I was very surprised by because she usually doesn't like the stuff I show her.
Yay! I love Digital Circus so much. Are these the motherfuckers from OKKO?
Oh my god, wait, you're right, what the fuck? Digital Circus is epic. Yeah. YouTube would use adblock credit card. Yeah! I do think if you just watch videos with YouTube Premium, the YouTuber gets ad revenue whether you triggered the would-be ad anyways, you just don't get the ad. Yeah, like, YouTube Premium does pay the creator, but like... Why would you pay YouTube? I just don't like... I just don't like that entire setup, I don't know. I don't like streaming services in general, so like, I'm a big hater.
The hater.
Emoji for when I'm being Cookie's #1 fan. Oh my fucking god, they actually have an emoji! I think it's also stupidly cheap here because of regional pricing. That's actually interesting.
Mentally blocking everything, Rookie. End of sentence.
End of sentence.
Thank you, Chaos.
We currently have 2 chaotic rage players in chat, my sister and Chaos. Ruhi, yeah. Ruhi, yeah. Shh. Wow.
How many people in chat are class-spected?
Me, my sister, Ruby, you, I forget, I think RD also has a class spec for himself, but I forget.
Oh my god, there's like 6 of them.
Yeah, there's like 6 of them. Anyway, I think Chaos is a rage mage. Oh, RD says still not sure about urine. Yeah, that's fair.
Class-specting random people in chat stream 1.
Honestly, I fucking could. I fucking could.
Clown.
Clown, yeah. Bard of Rage is very clown. I would know, I fucking live with one.
I keep fucking forget. That's such a bad picture of Blue. That's such a bad picture of...
Yeah. Yeah, Gamzee IRL. Yeah, surprisingly less, high all the time than Gamzee, but like, you know. Sadly, broken heart emoji. I love the current dynamic in the chat. It's become full insanity. YouTube's original pricing for super chats and memberships is crazy. The red $100 super chat is 1,000 Argentinian pesos to me, which is currently 2/3 of a dollar. Oh my god! That's amazing. I love YouTube regional pricing being just fucking broken. It's really fucking funny.
Oh, there's a mirror on the inside of the closet.
Yeah. Is that not clear?
Now it is, because I thought of a hinge.
Yeah. That's why I added it.
Yes.
Alright, I'll just make it Dark Souls in my city says, I'm also literally unable to do the green super chat because the minimum is 100 pesos, which is the yellow one. I have no idea what they were smoking when deciding these rates. Yeah! It might have something to do with the amount they have to tax from the super chat, because I know that the amount of taxation they have to do on American viewers is way higher than any other country. So they literally take 30% of the money that you get from American viewerships. So it might just be that like all other countries are immune to that 30%. So their super chats cost a lot less. Meow's dog.
Oh. No, that's it's downstairs.
Oh. That was very loud. I thought it was right next to you.
Nope. That's downstairs.
Petter asks Mirror Mirror on the Wall, who is the most sleep-deprived looking of them all. It's funny, because the entire game revolves around Vanya sleeping all the time.
Me, I'm barking. I'm not barking!
She's barking, she's totally barking. Anyway, to answer Techie's question, the little crowns are for, like, #1 chatters, or whatever. Basically, if you've been, like, present and chatting during the entire stream, you get, like, a little crown. And there's, like, I think 3, like, #1, #2, and #3.
John Taxes is
John
fucking
Taxes.
crazy.
That's so fucking funny, though. John Taxes. John Taxes. It's gonna be stuck as a phrase in my head now. John Taxes.
Cookie yapping ranked mode.
Cookie yapping ranked mode. What would that entail? Also, yes, Deep Forest is playing again. I love Deep Forest. What would me yapping in ranked mode be like? Is that just the stream? Isn't that just the time I crashed Salt's stream to rant about around Telltale's storytelling? Talked about Homestuck for most of my time on stream. EXP is also obtained when super chatting, which is stupid because the EXP doesn't carry over. Oh.
I only have 105 XP.
Yeah, because you're like a host and not like chatting, which is really fucking funny. I think Twitch has like a generally better system where you get like these channel points for watching rather than for chatting, and then like the more you watch, the more points you get, and then you can use those points basically on betting that like the streamer themselves can set up, which is really fun. Is that just like a debate competition? Debate competition. I've been told, because I got into like political arguments with a colleague of mine a few times, like when we were both volunteering in this one place. Don't ask for the context. You don't need to know it. All you need to know is that one of the other people there that was like a senior while we were like newer recruits was basically watching us yap at each other the entire time, and he was like, I should set up a camera here, and you two could make so much money off of streaming your like arguing with each other. And we were both like, yeah, and then we didn't go through with it. Bait competition. I would lose a bait competition. I always fall for the bait. Like, I am so easy to bait.
Help?
What? There's no country flags? YouTube removes them in order to start less shit, maybe that? YouTube said no borders. Amazing. Yeah, I can hear my own keyboard clicking in your background. Yeah, your keyboard is very loud. Wait, Italian flag!
I had to copy paste it from elsewhere, but like Italy
Oh.
mentioned.
Okay, so you can copy paste the emojis, but you can't, like, use commands to make emojis. Okay, interesting. We have given Techie a new power. I can already smell it. She says, yeah, that doesn't count. What was my first stop? French. I'm dumb. We need to do like a geography stream because I also need to refresh my geography knowledge. I've kind of forgotten most of the shit about geography I've learned in school, so I need to like do a geography stream and we can all learn countries together.
Hold on, I'm on the Emojipedia. I'm on the Emojipedia page for the Italian flag emoji, right? Please,
What?
I. This is making me giggle.
My name might be Geo, but I don't know Geo. That's real.
Please put this up on stream. I need everyone to see the what emojis Emojipedia thinks goes great with the Italian flag.
Oh no! Oh no! Hold on, hold on. Let me put this up. Why does Discord refuse to copy URLs normally? Jesus Christ. This is Emojipedia says these emojis go great with the Italian emoji. Is it pasta or pizza? One of them is pizza, that's for sure.
It's
Meow coughs and dies. Dark Souls in my city says I played too much Hearts of Iron 4 during lockdown, so now I'm filled with autistic levels of geography knowledge. If she wants to, my sister can share where her geography fascination comes from. I would rather not say it. Smiley face. The ominous smiley face. I think when you say it like that, everyone knows. No, they don't. I think most of the people in my chat are too young / not weeb enough to know exactly what you're referring to.
also, how are they supposed to know who you are?
Yeah, like they have very little context for who my older sister is.
Besides being the older sister.
What bullshit? Yeah, fair. Also, for context, my older sister is the one who accidentally got me into Homestuck. She tried really hard to make me not into Homestuck. I refused every attempt to stop Homestuck when I had the chance. Stop Homestucking when I had the chance. Now I'm looking at this and wondering, is Vanya too detailed when compared to the rest of the background?
Do you want to spend more time detailing the background?
No, I'm wondering if I should somehow simplify Vanya.
I think Vanya is fine because she's the main character.
Yeah. Petter says, are you referring to that anime with countries? Oh, yeah. Yeah. That one? Yeah, see, by the reaction in chat, you know it's... We bought a nerf, Vanya! I think undetailing her might be helpful, but I don't know if it's worth the time, honestly.
Yeah, I think she's fine.
I'm sure I didn't spell the name right. You did, you did. Actually, in the description, I also wrote it like that. So like, the Serbian spelling is different, but you do not need to use the Serbian spelling because even in game, I use the anglicized spelling of the name.
Didn't you say you just had to like detail the hair?
Yeah, the hair is kind of all I have left of Vanya specifically, and then I have to do like the background and like the floor and stuff. I would rather do the floor than the hair right now, so excuse me as I do that. I am going to procrastinate this hair until the last fucking moment. I hate doing hair, man. I hate doing hair. How you would detail it anymore? Yeah, not country balls. Those are funny, but that's kind of it. A techie who has never drawn backgrounds in her life. Yeah, I don't know how you would detail this background. Where's my the text? The text. I forgot I made that. I need to grab this, and then from here I grab this. Yep. Random ass country balls mentioned. It's because we were talking about Hetalia. What? Where'd that go? Hi, you said it. You said the title first. Hashtag ignored. Lamau. Gio says, what's your favorite ball? Does Lancer count as a favorite ball? And if so, can I say spade instead? Don't ask me what I'm doing with the lines right now. Just don't ask. Ball. Serbia ball because it has a cool eye patch. Why does the Serbia ball have a cool eye patch? I mean, I know the answer, but I don't want to hear it.
Roblox mentioned, now it's my time to shine.
Oh no.
I'm joking. I will hold back.
The fuck you mean you have not seen Serbia ball? I I don't interact with the country balls fandom. I'm sorry? Question mark? Frowny emoji, Jesus. Don't hold back, meow. Honestly, we have been missing some deranged fucking ranting since Salt finished his joke. Would you like to take the stand, meow?
I'm honestly kind of tired. All I had today was a bagel.
Oh man, you should probably go and eat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to stay on stream and keep drawing because Jesus Christ. I mean, I can also like it's what? It's almost 11 p.m. so I might have to leave in like half an hour.
Yes.
I'm gonna try and finish this fucking piece before 11, so like, if I don't, I have no idea what the fuck I'm gonna do tomorrow, ha ha ha.
What time is it now?
It's 10:30.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm kinda
lock the fuck in.
I'm locking the fuck in, bro, don't even worry about it. Ruby says, hey, I just ate dinner and came back, what the hell are you talking about? Wait, oh my god, Salt is back! Hi, Salt! Yes, sadly Hetalia is on the menu because Meow is too tired to talk and I am too busy trying to log the fuck in to talk. Honestly, I could just give the mic over to my sister, who's literally right behind me, so she can talk about Hetalia. You'll just hear her out of my avatar instead.
That's crazy work.
That is literally insane. But this is what we're resorting to this late in the stream. I could hop into VC again. You could? That would honestly be kind of that would honestly be kind of peak. I think the call is the call is still in the group chat. You can hop in if you like.
Put the salt shaker back.
Return of the Salt Shaker.
Hello.
The salt shaker.
Salt
It's
shaker.
me. I'm back. Hello.
It sounds like a Star Wars movie. Looping it back around to earlier.
Hell yes. It's all coming together.
Yeah, sorry about that, chat, but I'm back. So from what I heard, it sounds like you got one person tired, one person locking in. So I'm here to bring the swag.
So fucking.
I have to talk about Hetalia. I don't know what that is. Well, okay, I know vaguely. I know. Is it the anime
Yeah, it's the anime.
with the countries?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I know entirely too much about Hetalia for being somebody who's not even into anime.
I've been spared from it, so you know what? I'm gonna instead I'm gonna talk about we're gonna distract and throw a smoke bomb.
Truth name.
What about you guys heard of movies?
Oh my god, movies! No,
They're
I
like-
haven't
they're
heard of
like-
them.
They're like pictures, but they move. It's crazy.
It's fucking insane, bro. That sounds dope.
I love my favorite thing is terrible small talk. I absolutely. I love bad small talk.
Some
What's up
animes are
with
so
sports?
good though. Tell them I'll say yeah. Yeah. I
Wait, we
still-
got the anime haters?
I am the resident anime hater. Yes, I'm the hater of everything.
Wow.
Of course. Of
Anime
course.
His own-
Of course, Salt, who isn't even surprised that I hate anime?
Okay. Do you also hate joy?
He does.
I hate when
really
other
does.
people. I hate when other people have fun. Yes.
Okay, even Studio Ghibli? Does that would you count that
No.
as anime?
I mean, it technically counts, but Studio Ghibli is nice because I have nostalgia for it.
Okay, so anime is only allowed when you have nostalgia for it. Because I remember when you were rewatching Mermaid Melody.
Oh
and you
yeah,
were
oh
having-
yeah, oh yeah. Mermaid Melody was the shit, bro. It was so fucking funny.
So
It's a really bad anime. It's not
anime's
good.
only
I do
valid
not
with, like,
recommend it. Don't watch Mermaid Melody because of me. Okay, it's just good for the nostalgia for it. Truth nuke counter 1. I'm gonna start counting now. What truth nuke? It's anime unless I like it. LFAO. Yeah, me. Me right behind Cook's drawing my anime boys area from a dumb idol gacha game. Yeah, this is... The duality of our room is that on the one side you have, like, artsy-fartsy hipster bullshit. On the other side you have the anime yaoi from fucking gacha game.
I will say I'm gonna apologize, but anime is one thing, but gacha games are a sin that can never be forgiven.
I mean...
You have to go.
Sorry,
mean-
I keep saying it. That was an absolute truth. You had to.
I mean, listen, that is technically correct. However, I was also into Cookie Run for a while, so I legally cannot stand behind that.
If you play gacha games, you go to hell before you die.
I mean, that's only if you spend money on them, right? Like, you can, like, not give them your money and you're fine.
I casually drop.
Yeah, I had the same opinion of that
$30,000.
Amagiri that happened. Jesus Christ. The horses. We do not talk about the horses in this house, okay? The horses freak me out.
I like genuinely don't understand that game. I don't get it at all. Like it really just seems like the waifu bait.
Yeah, one of the streamers I
like-
watch really got into it, and like she keeps playing it over and over again. Like I think she's doing more shit with the horses. I don't know how the fuck it works, but like I clinically cannot get into it. I tried to get into it because a few of the streamers I like play it. I cannot get into it. It's so weird.
Wait, which one?
Horse.
Horse?
Hunts.
Hunts. My brother likes that game, I think. I see these horses on my dashboard often.
Oh.
I keep getting YouTube shorts about it, and it's always like just like talking about trivia about the IRL equivalent of the horses.
Yeah, like there's like RIL trivia about the horse. I'm already not a horse person, right? Horses already kind of freak me out by default.
Well,
All of the Uma Musume stuff is even worse for me.
no, what
No?
makes it even worse is the videos I've watched, like, kind of like fall into that waifu bait territory, but like they're also comparing it to the real life horses. So it's like you're kind of like you're kind of sexualizing the real life horses, man. Like,
Oh
like what?
my Jesus Christ!
Because you're creating a direct comparison. Like it's one thing to talk about trivia, but if you're it's this horse girl's really chunky, and it's because in real life, and it's like, what do you mean? Like what are you doing? You can't be doing that.
I need to stay like 12 feet away from the Uma Musume fandom at all times, otherwise I explode.
Truth
One of-
nuke again. Truth nuke reloaded.
Teki says one of the horsies died the other day. Who on your timeline is into the horse game? That's my question.
I have someone I follow. Well, they like I did see that. I don't even know why I followed them. I might unfollow them.
Oh my god. Bruh, everyone. Truth Nuke Counter 2. Chu is actually
It's been
keeping
more-
track of the fucking Truth Nukes now.
Wait, Cookie, if you do a highlight stream of this,
I don't
you
know if
should...
I can, sadly, because the music tracks are all fucked up. I cannot separate the music I'm listening to from the audio that we're talking, and that can get very distracting in the editing process. Anyway, yes?
Well, when the VOD for this goes up, someone should do an actual Truth Nuke counter, because I say that shit often.
Oh, you mean like a Meow says Truth Nuke counter.
Yeah.
Gio says, I will. Have fun rewatching a 4-hour stream, and I'm sorry in advance.
Remember that one part where we just debated our least favorite types of butter for 6
What?
hours
No.
in the 4-hour stream?
Pomni voice. No.
I'm sorry. I love me when I lie.
I love getting the really hearty laugh reaction out of you. It feels success, you know, like I'm gonna get a good grade and a good grade in making my friend laugh.
For real. I actually do grade you, by the way. I have a
Thank
notepad.
you. That doesn't put any pressure on me whatsoever.
Man, I wonder why all my friends are so stressed. Anyways, it's gonna be down to a B minus.
B minus, Jesus Christ. It's getting very specific.
Okay, honestly, random rant, but talking about being very specific, I hate when reviewers rate things on a scale of 100.
Oh, what? That's a thing?
It's the dumbest thing. Well, because like IGN does like 5.5. What is the difference between a game rated 5.4 and a game rated 5.5? What is the difference at that point?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, my sister asks, can I get a grade? What are you grading on? I don't know. Salt, can you grade my sister on vibes, I guess?
I've got vibes. Well, watches anime, so that's down to an F minus this
Oh
time.
my lord. Weeaboo discrimination in my chat.
Then there's Danganronpa, which is also many negative. I'm gonna get killed for that.
By RD, specifically, RD got it. That's fair. Never mind, I guess you are good at ranking.
Why everyone's asking me to grade them? Now I feel pressured. This isn't
Wow.
fair. I'm supposed to be pressuring all of you.
Pressure? Roblox mentioned once again.
Oh my god. It's all come full circle. The cycle of stupidity is complete.
See, and I went to under pressure. My voice gave it
Right
the more possible time there.
What? I don't even know
You
what
don't
that
know
is.
Under Pressure?
Queen.
By
Wait,
Queen?
oh, from Encanto, okay. Wait, what?
No! No! We have to kick Cookie out of his own stream again.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Chaos. Chaos just said, "Salt, can you assign a FNAF kin to me?" What? What?
Salt, you
Yeah,
have
can
to.
you
He
grade
asked
me too?
politely. You have
I
to.
don't.
Everyone else is getting graded. I feel left out. Grade me.
I don't know. I don't know FNAF. You know what? Okay. You know what? This might be the meanest thing I've ever said to anyone. Balloon Boy.
Oh no, you didn't.
You know what? Yeah.
Oh wait, who's the one in Ultimate Custom Night? Uh-oh, how
Dee Dee?
unfortunate.
Dee Dee?
Dee
You
Okay,
assigned
but
because
Didi
Dee.
just join wins.
just shows up, says random shit, absolutely like
Refuses
Pisses
to
people
elaborate.
off.
and refuses to allow it. Salt, grade my yaois. Why are you Slenderman? Why do I have to explore the forest to find
Like
my
my
yaois?
pages, but the pages not have yaoi on them.
Wait, Teki has me on Discord. Teki, send me some of the yaois you're drawing so I can send them in the group chat so Salt can read your yaois.
Okay, actually,
Also, Gio, I'm
Oh,
so sorry
okay,
I haven't
sorry.
actually played Pressure yet. I'm planning to, but I have not played it. I know someone who is obsessed with it, so I'm planning to play it soon, but I have not actually played Pressure yet. I just know that everyone wants Sebastian.
What the fuck? Okay, yeah. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about, but sure, yeah.
help grade my Homestuck sprites.
No, I meant like not the ones I draw, but the ones that exist. Oh, you meant like the ships. Okay. Salt isn't much of a shipper, so like the opinions are going to. Oh, Salt hasn't read Homestuck, so he has no idea what Dirk Jake is.
Dirk Jake, I'll give that I'll give that a minus. I don't know
A-.
Dirk Jake. I'm just throwing that.
A minus. Okay. Okay, you know what? A minus is not a. What other
What
Dirk
is
Jake?
Dirk Jake?
Cookie feeling like an old man when he hears Roblox. Yeah.
Why-
Why haven't you read Homestuck?
What?
We've been trying to get him to read at least Act 1, but he has not budged because
I-
his cousins didn't like the epilogues in the ending. Which is like fair, but like, you know.
The reason why I didn't watch it is because I told myself one day that I need to be kind to myself.
Alamal. Imagine being kind to yourself.
Salt, can you rate your evil twin Pepper? My evil twin Pepper, ever since he pushed me off of that 14-story building, our relationship hasn't really been the same. B plus.
That's amazing.
I think one of the funniest things that's happened in the server is like I said, like I can't remember what the conversation, but someone was talking about getting mad playing video games. And I said, yeah, I know how you feel. I once threw my mom out a third-story window because I got mad at the game. And they were like, really? And I was like, why would you believe that about me? Why would you think? Isn't that not the most messed up thing I could do? Just casually admit I attempted murder on my own mother.
Listen, that's just how gamers are. You have to understand.
Sometimes you get so into a game, you throw your mother out of a third-story window. I wouldn't know because my sister throws me out of third-story windows all the time, so I never get the chance.
I'm imagining that SpongeBob clip, rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for what help. That is like a god tier clip, that SpongeBob clip. Rev up those fryers.
I don't know what clip you're referring to. God, I'm such this isn't even like a grandpa moment. This is just a Cookie doesn't know like pop culture shit moment.
We SpongeBob watching stream 1.
We're watching all of SpongeBob.
At this point, we're just gonna have like streams that are copyright claimed for every possible reason imaginable. I already know this stream is gonna be copyright claimed because I'm playing copyrighted music, but like.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. You were like, "Oh, I'm gonna make a music playlist," and I'm like, "How are you gonna make a music playlist that's not gonna get copyrighted? Are you getting fucking Kevin MacLeod or some shit?"
No, listen. I do actually have a Kevin MacLeod song in here, but that's just because I like it. But actually, you don't get copyright claims for songs on the Homestuck OST. Like most of them don't get copyright claimed.
Really?
Yeah. I think the Cherubim album gets copyright claimed, which is sad because that's my favorite album. But like stuff like the Alternia Bound album or like the very early songs like Harlequin and stuff like that, they don't get copyright claimed. I think Suburban Jungle would probably get copyright claimed, but you know.
That's crazy work.
Knowing what information comes out
I
about
feel-
YouTuber, are you surprised that people assume the worst nowadays? I'm not at all.
I gotta be honest. That would be. Can you imagine the drama videos? Be like this small YouTuber like and casually admits.
I can vividly imagine the drama videos. Yes, I watched way too much drama YouTube when I was a kid.
That'd be so amazing. Okay, I gotta call my mom. Hold on, Mom. We have a chance to do something.
We have the chance to do the funniest possible thing.
Okay, honestly, that just adds another layer of hilarity to the drama. It is now revealed that it was all a stunt for more views. Oh, man, that is... Oh, Salt, you know Naruto, yeah? I know of it. I've
Oh god,
watched
you pronounce it like
2
that.
episodes.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Naruto.
It's over. It's over. You're done, Salt.
No, it's okay. I don't think it's that bad, but like Naruto.
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 Yeah.
Naruto. Yeah, I'm kind of an expert in anime. I love watching Naruto, and I need to... What's another name I can butcher?
Bleach.
Sasuke.
And Dragon Ball Z.
Stop. It's over.
It's Zed. I don't know why. That's what it is. That's what the letter is. It's Zed. Zed for zebra.
Okay, grade Narusasu. You can butcher Sasuke literally like...
Sasuke?
Congratulations, you butchered it.
Chaos always beats me up.
Gurren Lagann. Hi, Gurren Lagann.
Gurren Lagann. Or what's its face? I just know how to pronounce these animes from my sister who actually knows Japanese, so like
Yeah, hold on.
okay, yeah, I spoke too early.
To rate that
Rate the ship.
to rate that ship though, rate the ship, I genuinely give that like an A+ ship.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Sasuke cares more about Naruto than he does about his wife, so
Yeah, that is canon. Yeah. Good. Yes, yeah. Take a go off about what you have to. Yeah, both sides. Yeah. Naruto also cares more about Sasuke than he cares about his own wife. I still can't believe that they did that. How did they give like a heterosexual marriage to both of these characters that are so aggressively non-heterosexual?
well, you see, it's the type of thing where misogyny
Yeah.
like goes so far that it becomes gay.
Yeah, literally. Why are you making me write paragraphs? Everyone in chat is writing paragraphs. You can write paragraphs too. It's okay. I mean, listen, once again, the microphone is right behind you. If you wanted to, you could just talk through my avatar for a little bit.
It's literally the meme of you're gay because you like men, I'm gay because I hate women. We're
Yeah.
not the same.
Taki says, don't tempt me. Listen, the stream's already been going on for like 4 hours and more. We can do whatever the fuck we want. No gods, no kings. Dark Souls of My City says, my only experience with Naruto is playing the Ninja Storm games on my best friend's Xbox 360. He was a big Naruto fan back in the day. Damn. I remember being surprised that there even are Naruto games. Like, I'm so out of the loop with that shit.
My brother was like a huge Naruto fan when I was a kid, so I know like a few things about it. And there's a series of like Naruto like flash animations that like someone made that we watched religiously that probably shaped my sense of humor, if I'm being honest, and like was part of it.
There's this thing of there's this video of this guy making a video about Team Fortress 2. and he's talking about playing demo night, and it has this Naruto joke that I just absolutely love. Uh, where he's talking about playing demo night, and he's talking about spies trying to like stab him while he has like his sword out, and he just like puts Naruto's face over a spy, and it's like a real ninja never gives up, and neither will I. And then his demo night just cuts his head off.
Oh my god!
It kills me. It's just really funny to me to see this like upbeat, happy protagonist just get like killed instantly. I'm so sorry to all the fans of that. It's just, it's just like the anime trope of like, I'm never gonna give up. I'll get to the top no matter what it takes. It just like dies immediately.
Dark Souls of Vice City says, but I never understood nothing, so I always just played as the cool snake dude. We all love the cool snake dude, except when we don't. Anyway, Geo says, kings in the left corner. Oh, because I said no gods, no kings. Yeah, he can die, I don't care. Chaos says, all I remember about Naruto is the Rock Lee spinoff. I remember something about that. I remember Techie watched it. Techie says, I played that at a friend's place, but I never actually played the games. Dark Souls My City. And every game in the franchise had a cooler bad guy. I would just play it as every time. Techie says, okay, Salt, I grade you as a C-.
Oof. That hurts. I'll take it, though. That means I need to improve. I need to improve. I need to become more of a lead. And I need to read Homestuck, I guess.
Yes, that will improve your rating greatly.
Could I just, like, directly plug my mind into yours and just, like, download it?
Listen, I'm still on my reread, so, like, listen, actually...
You'll get Homestuck, but you'll get a lot of other things, too.
Yeah, you risk...
I don't know if you want to deal getting the other things.
Yeah, but also, if you want, like, my Homestuck opinions without any of the Homestuck, I actually have, like, a giant Homestuck reread document on my NeoCities website. I could link you to it if you just want to read paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs of paragraphs of analytical bullshit without any of the context in Homestuck. I feel like that would be a worse reading experience than actually just reading Homestuck.
The Bible?
Literally.
Nope.
Techie says, okay, I don't know what the American grading works, but I don't know what's a failing grade. Were you trying to give him a failing grade?
Yeah, F is failing.
Just
like,
F.
C is not the worst. I guess C- is pretty bad, but D and
D is
F.
also really bad.
Yeah.
How many fucking grades do you have?
D. Well,
That's
it's
all
F,
of them.
D,
A, B, C, D, E. No. A, B, C, D, F. No E.
A, B, C, D,
There's no E.
and F.
We don't fuck with
So
E.
that's out of 5. So you literally have the same
If I
grading system
ever-
as us, you just use letters instead of numbers like insane people. Yeah, E just
Yeah.
isn't
And we
there.
also skip E for some reason.
Also, we
If
just
you ever-
skipped E for some fucking reason.
If you ever show me an E, don't speak to me. Don't even look at me again.
I'm so sorry that you're a gamer.
I need to press E to open my... Me when I have to press E to open my inventory.
Lamau.
You have to press E for fucking everything, dude. You're cooked. Maybe that's why there's no E in the grading system, because the gamers took it.
The gamers...
What do you mean the gamers took it?
It's ours now. Because it's incorrect.
I see.
True.
That's... People confuse it for excellence. Me when I'm getting E grades. Oh, I'm doing so good. So I think actually the actual reason might be that because F, I think it might actually be that F stands for failure, whereas D is just like a very poor score. So it actually is basically you have a scaling grade from D to A, but then you have like specifically a failure marking point. That might be it. That's my theory. A game theory.
I love that
Thanks
we-
for
Great
I love that we have to.
theory.
I love that we have to make game theories about the American education system when like the Serbian education system is just like, yeah, it's 1 to 5. 1 you fail, 5 is the best. That's it. It's literally just out of 5.
D is for Dookie. That's not so funny. That's not
He's
funny.
ridiculous.
That's not funny. I'm not laughing.
Yes, you laughed so fucking loud, bro.
I'm 3 years old. That's funny as fuck.
As a 26-year-old, 12-year-old, that is hilarious.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say, if you watch my streams, 80% of it is me laughing way too hard at my own jokes.
That's real though. That's what I've been doing this whole fucking stream. Also, Techie asks, did I tell you what the Bulgarians do? You no, you did not tell me what the Bulgarians do. Maybe you did tell me. What did the Bulgarians do as a grading system? Share your geography knowledge.
Why was I so tempted? Why was my first response that I thought of in my head to say I don't want to know the Bulgarians are a godless people? That's not real. That's not my real opinions. That's my opinions on the French, not the Bulgarians. I love the Bulgarians.
Sol just out here fucking hating the Bulgarians for no good reason.
No, I
That's
said I
crazy
was
word.
joking. It's the French, not the Bulgarians.
Of course. Fuck the French and all that.
No, so speak your truth. I just find saying the blank are a godless people to be just such a funny.
With the Bulgarians, it's even funnier because you're correct. I'm joking.
It's just like such a. It's just such a like. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like a weighty sounding. Okay, they have grades from 2 to 6. What?
Oh,
Maybe I was right. Maybe I was cooking.
maybe you were cooking because what the fuck? What do you mean from two? Why?
That's just as silly as stopping, like not including E.
Yeah,
One?
like-
Nah. We don't do that. As a 26-year-old, 12-year-old, Salt is actually 38 years old.
Grown ass minor.
Stop.
I forgot about this. My favorite thing to say for a while is I'm literally neurodivergent in a minor.
Yeah, yeah.
Literally neurodivergent in
Yeah.
a minor.
I remember that
That's
phase.
so good.
Salt was literally
I
neurodivergent
love-
and a minor.
Grown ass minor.
Also, do you know when they nod, that's a no, and the opposite? Oh my god.
The worst grading system would be from 1 to 100, like a Metacritic review. I was saying, like, how bad it is to rate things on a scale from 1 to 100. Because, again, what's the difference between 67 and 68?
Okay, but can I just like hop in for a second? If you have like a math test and like you have like several questions and all the points add up to 100, that's technically a grading system to 100. We just don't see it that way because that's a point system, right?
Okay, I guess to be fair, specifically, it's a lot, like, I think in math, you could have something like that, because math, you're right or wrong. There's no, like, room for debate. But with a class like English, where it comes to, like, your ability to comprehend, like, writing and to write effectively, like, yeah, there's obviously a sign that you're not doing it well, and the sort of, you can do it not well, and you can do it well, but that, like, there's like such a middle ground that people fall into, and it's the same thing with like reviews. Like, how do you, like, you can't. I don't think you can truly objectively review a film. And like again, like it's the same thing of like different types of movies and different types of games. How do you like if you rated Call of Duty 57 and I don't know, like another Five Nights at Freddy's, let's say. Like, these are not actual reviews. I'm just making up games. But if you rated Call of Duty 57 and Five Nights at Freddy's 58, those are such different things. Like, are you saying Five Nights at Freddy's is objectively better by 1 point? How do you compare those two things? How do you?
This is where my thesis that objectivity doesn't exist comes in.
True.
But also taking clock the homestuck music in the background. Petter says, "What if you are right by using the wrong way to find the right solution?" That has happened to me on math during math tests multiple times actually. Like I find the right solution, but I did it the wrong way, and the teacher gives me less points for it. Like she gives me a point for the right solution, but she takes away points for everything I got wrong during the process. Erase all the layers so we get
Well,
Bald
yeah.
Vanya. Let me show you Bald Vanya.
Well,
What?
Bald Vanya. I mean, it's actually not bald because it's just the face. I didn't do the whole head. But Bald
Bald.
Vanya.
Bald Vanya.
Bald Vanya.
like imagine that that's like the actual head. Like it's just this,
It's just that
cone,
thin.
like, this like shaped like a cob of corn.
It's amazing. I should have done that. I should make that an effect.
Oh my god, corn.
Corn effect. Corny effect.
But-
Oh.
Oh.
But well, yeah. So basically, yeah, like to rate like that's why I find rating all games
On
on
the
a
same
single
system,
1 to
yeah.
100 scale. Like well, I can see things. I can see rating games on a 1 to 3 or a 1 to 5 scale. Because that's kind of like, and you can kind of frame it as, would I recommend this or would I not recommend this? And then like some middle ground. I actually would prefer even numbers, so you can't have a middle opinion.
Oh, what?
You have to go. I like.
Black and white thinking all the way. Hooray!
Well, it's not even like black and white thinking. I just like specifically from the perspective of reviews. Like if you just don't have strong opinions on something, I don't see the point in reviewing it.
Oh.
Not to mean like
But I mean,
you have to love it or hate it.
a middle
Just
point
like-
score
like-
doesn't
like-
imply that you're not passionate about it. It just implies that you think it deserves a middle grade, right? Like there's plenty of games that I like and would recommend that I would give like a middling grade. One of them is Deltarune.
Fair enough.
Assault is good.
Yeah, like I just find it more interesting to kind of because like I think I kind of find it interesting personally to do it to myself because then I find with those games where I'm more in the middle with it forces me to think more about it, which I think is a good thing for reviewers to do. It forces
Okay,
you
from that perspective, yeah, I get it.
to
Jackson Corn, yeah. How about we rate by giving them Michelin stars, where even getting 1 star is an accomplishment. I don't know.
because then
I don't know how that rating system works actually.
well basically it's essentially like an award of quality from them. So if you get 1 star, you're like being distinguished for your quality, but then the more stars you have, the more
Oh.
distinguished you are by this company.
Oh, interesting.
I don't necessarily agree with that because some things just stank. Some things is bad.
Some things is bad.
Because that's because I'm a hater.
A hater.
You'll never be as much of a hater as Kooky, though.
No, I won't.
Okay,
I'm not
however,
even
I
gonna
will
attempt to
say,
show
because my
it.
sister's in chat, I can never achieve the amount of haterdom that my sister has. It's a fucking competition up in this house.
Of course, because haters are always competitive.
Hater babble.
Real.
Wait, and like, because yeah, I find
Wait, why am I the bigger hater? Techie, you were a bard of rage, of course you're the bigger hater. I'm such a lover. You love things because they're bad. Like, specifically because they are bad.
Okay, but that doesn't count as hating. Liking things because they're bad and hating things.
Okay, fair. You know what?
Is-
Fair. I'll take the L on that. I'll take the L on that.
hating things because they're good and liking things because they're bad. I've become contrarian supreme.
Help.
I'm sorry for like a backhanded call out, but it does drive me crazy when someone's like very clearly taking up a point. just to be a contrarian, purely for the sake of it.
Huh, I wonder who you could be talking about. Swooshes my hair.
Okay, no, but like, I will say, I don't think you take up stuff just for the sake of being contrarian. I think you genuinely have contrary opinions to
Yeah,
what's
most of the
popular.
time.
You
I
genuinely are that guy.
I do like playing devil's advocate a lot, but I also do just like I am just like, a fucking hipster incarnate.
Because, like, well, like for me, the thing I think of actually is someone who is like, yeah, Mario Galaxy is actually the worst 3D Mario game, and I'm like, shut the hell up. That is just
You know what? I
like
agree with
it's
that guy, and I've
literally.
never played a Mario game.
I like it's just the kind of thing where like basically anytime it's like someone takes like universally agreed upon good game, they're like, yeah, that's actually terrible. That's bad.
See, that's that's something I'm afraid to do with Deltarune specifically because I know how much of my audience loves Deltarune, so I'm just kind of afraid to tell people that yeah, I really just don't like this universally beloved, you know, critically acclaimed game. I don't want to sound like that guy. Salt, you already do.
um, wait, what is the worst 3D Mario game in your opinion? Me, Sunshine, no question.
Is that the one where you
Easy,
clean the
easy answer.
streets?
Yeah. Um, like I do want to be. I do want to, I guess, to salt random Mario opinion times. I don't want to say Sunshine is a bad game. I know I answered really quickly there, but it is it is easily the jankiest Mario game.
Hmm.
They tried to do a lot of new stuff. They tried to experiment a lot, and they I don't know what happened, but there was not as much quality control that they usually have at Nintendo, and a lot of the experiments just didn't work at all. And so yeah, it is very janky, and especially if you try to 100% the game, I like I know that people say over dramatic things all the time for the sake of stuff, but I think trying to 100 I gave up on trying to 100% Sunshine. I think I genuinely would rather go through the experience of getting my wisdom teeth out again
Oh my
than
god!
try to
Oh,
100% Sunshine.
Having a friend
crazy
that's
work.
currently dealing with her wisdom teeth being removed when you said that, oh Jesus, it feels offensive to hear. But
Like,
also, let me just catch up with
yeah,
chat for a
it's
second.
very harsh, but yeah.
Ruby says, "Can we put Chaos and Cookie and a Contrarian off? That would be a very fun stream." Petter says, "Everyone said good game is good, but I say good game, bad. I'm afraid I sound like that sometimes." Geo says, "I just hope people don't lump you in with Steven Universe's garbage, and here's why if you did a video like that." That's why I'm not doing a video like that, because people will take it in bad faith, and I do not want to come off that way. RD asks, "Oh, Salt, don't you like Plinko with water guns? And COVID Mountain? What the
my
fuck is
gosh.
COVID Mountain? What? What the fuck happens in Mario Sunshine?"
There's a mountain called Mount Corona.
Oh my god.
Um,
Oh,
well,
that
because
game aged
Corona
badly.
Because, yeah. 'cause
Corona
also-
means crown.
Yeah, I
Which is
know.
also why it's the name of the
That's
kingdom
actually-
Entangled.
yeah.
But,
Oh my god.
um...
Does Vanya's hair even look good? I'm afraid I'm starting to mess it up. It's starting to look like spaghetti instead of hair.
I think it looks pretty good. I think also it's like one of those things where if you focus on something too long, it starts to not look good.
Yeah, I do
Not
that
be
a lot.
not, like from the yeah, like if you
I think there's too many lines. Yeah.
I won't tell you how to do your job because you know what you're doing, but
I don't in this case, but thank you. I'll try to nerd.
well, you know more than me.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of reminded of another thing. That's one thing I dislike that happens all the time in conversations where it's like when someone asks again not accusing anyone in chat of this, but I was reminded of it. Like when someone asks what is the worst Mario game and I say blank game and you're like, oh, so you think it's bad. It's like, well, no. Like if I have, let's say I have a bunch of bars of gold and one of them is smaller than the others, that one is less valuable but it's still a bar of gold. That's kind and so I some conversations around like and trying to rate the worst of a bunch of good things. I find
Yeah, yeah.
I've wanted to make a video for a while now called it sounds a little pretentious, but the death of mediocrity.
Yeah, yeah, no, I've seen people like parrot similar stuff in videos before, and I think it is very much true. Um, I miss the days when you can just kind of recommend something to someone because I think it's neat. It's not that good, but like it's pretty neat. But nowadays people like only want to hear about things that are really really good and like would get singing praises and shit like that. Like why can't I just recommend Has Been Hotel to someone because it's funny, right? Like
Yeah, no, it is really frustrating to just kind of have this like I kind of think about like an example I think of actually is like the Mission Impossible movies. Um, I think they're good movies. I think they're good movies. Are they like revolutionary pieces that'll change how you see the world and yourself? No, but like um, they're well constructed action films. They have interesting set pieces, fun action sequences. They're exciting, and like that's all an action movie needs to be.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
just to have a good environment and interesting uses of that environment and good action and choreography. But yeah, yeah, it definitely there's a lot of stuff where it feels like it has to be the best thing ever or the
Yeah.
worst thing ever,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it
yeah,
can't
yeah.
be like
Dickie
I,
says
like
I Dickie said I know a lot of pretty mediocre stuff, but you don't listen to me specifically. We are watching Soul Eater as we speak, so no, you cannot say that I don't listen to you. Mid being used as a term to mean bad, I think, shows the death of mediocrity concept very well. That's true, Artie. That is very
yeah.
correct.
Yeah.
Last time we watched it was literally in August. Well, I have had shit going on, so don't. I'm getting to it. Okay.
Also, it's like just barely mid-September.
My sister needs to watch everything right here, right now, this fucking instant, or else it doesn't count.
Turn on the Soul Eater. Let's do it. Let's go.
God, get copyright striked in like the fifth billionth way. Anyway, people are complaining about too many lines. Now I've added 12 more lines. I hope everybody likes that. Trying to zoom out
We've
and see
increased the
things.
amount of lines until everyone stops complaining.
Yeah. What do we think, chat? Is the hair distracting? Is it bad? Does it look like spaghetti?
I think she's fine.
I like it. It kind of adds to it adds to the messy look
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Hmm.
of the hair.
Dickie says, no, I'm actually procrastinating and catching up with him an anime I'm watching. Yeah, real. Artie says, random concept change. Has anyone played Date Everything and would they recommend? I haven't played it. I have not played it. I've heard good things, but I can't speak on my own opinion. Petter says, I guess that's because mediocrity doesn't stick to people's minds as something good or bad, so people thinking of it is worse than bad. Which sucks, right? Like, I think you can get enough out of something that's kind of mid. Like, I feel like you can find joy in mid things more than you can find joy in bad things. At least to me.
Truth nuke. Well, like for me, it's also a thing of like actually I think Hell of Boss and Has Been Hotel are great examples because I don't know if I would say they're mid, but it's the kind of thing of like yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Like, I
like
had a good time.
I,
You know,
I would call them
I
mid in an affectionate way. Like it's nothing spectacular, but it's also not as big of a deal as people make it out to be.
yeah, and then yeah, we have to have this thing of like, you know, like I can totally understand you not liking it. I can get that, but yeah, again, I 100% agree that bad things stick out more in people's minds. Good things stick out more in people's minds, and
Which sucks. Because like bad things
yeah,
shouldn't stick
it's.
to you that much.
I just think I think it just kind of becomes this thing where everything has to be a perfect masterpiece,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or it's the worst thing ever. And I mean, someone kind of brought up the Steven Universe video, the one, you know, the one.
The one.
And yeah, it's kind of like like I think there are some flaws, although it's a very interesting show to kind of criticize in that regard because it really wasn't the showrunner's fault. I think for the vast majority of the problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, and so like what do you even do there? Like I agree that the pacing is a little too quick. I actually think given what
Too
like
quick. Really? I mean, it's a kids show.
well, I find the ending a bit rushed. Because it was because
Yeah.
they had more
In
planned and they
that
had to
case, I
wrap it up
understand, but like the
quickly.
show overall, I don't think it has that weird of pacing.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I think specifically the ending is rushed. That's one of my critiques. The final season is rushed. Um, and
Petter says, I'm not sure if he's referring to the Has Been series or if he's referring to Steven Universe, says, is there something you turn on to pass the time? And honestly, nothing wrong with that. Which, yeah, I feel like we should have more media that's like that, in my opinion. Like, you could just have neat things that don't mean everything. Teki says, I liked Steven Universe, cute
well,
songs. Yeah.
Miho
and
has
Ruby has
literally
to,
all of
Ruby has to
Universe in a
wake up at
box set.
5 a.m. tomorrow. L's in the chat for Ruby, Jesus Christ.
L's in the chat for Ruby.
F. That is not what I said.
That's an F.
I'm paying respect.
I see.
I'm not calling her a loser.
Oh my god. FL.
I'm putting both just in case.
Fair.
FL Studio.
Chaos is putting all the L's.
But yeah, no, like I think. Sorry, what was it? Well, also because I also do kind of understand that this leans a little bit dangerously close to saying, just shut off your brain and enjoy it. But I don't really think it's that. I think it's kind of a thing of some people really dig way too deep into it and don't want to like this feels kind of like a crappy criticism. I don't like making this criticism because it feels dismissive, but I think a lot of the time they just didn't like it and then they kind of engage in bad faith to find a way to make it worse than it is.
Can I play devil's advocate for a second?
Yeah,
I
sure.
think you should have some kind of media or outlet where you do just shut off your brain and just enjoy it. Like, it doesn't have to be everything you consume. I think you should consume most things critically, but having like a comfort show or a comfort game that you can just enjoy without having to think too deep about every single possible thing is kind of fucking necessary in the age that we live in, where all the information is super important and super world ending and everything matters all the time. You should be able to have like a little corner to yourself when you can just say, okay, I'm just gonna like not think for a little while and just enjoy things. I think that's a very important thing to have in some aspects of media. I have several like comfort games that are horror games, yeah, but like they're fun for me because I get to just kind of turn off my brain and not have to think about the meaning, the symbolism, what the author wanted to say, etc., etc. I can just kind of like vibe with it.
Yeah. I mean,
Go ahead,
my
argue.
well, yeah, no, I'm not really gonna fully argue. I just think like my kind of thing that I'm thinking of is like I think you need to be willing at a certain point to, even if it's your comfort game, I think you need to be willing to evaluate it at some point. Not
Yeah,
like
no,
like again,
absolutely.
I don't want to make people. Yes, I think you need to be willing to evaluate and like kind of the thing. I guess is maybe more of a, I don't know if it's extreme, but kind of an example of someone's like, hey, that game is kind of problematic. Being able to be willing to, because I have also seen people who are like, nah, this is my comfort game. I don't care about anything. Like I don't care what you say.
I want to just shout
You're
out the
thinking too
song we
deep.
were listening to was "Shooting Starfish" from the Splatoon franchise, not X Not Fortress. Sorry. Yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
but yeah, I think I agree with you largely. It just like I think you have to be willing to engage, but yeah, you don't have to.
Like it doesn't have to
You can
be.
have
Yeah,
comfort
no,
something.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean because the comfort games I listed earlier are of all things Alice Madness Returns and Mad Father, which you would not assume would be anyone's comfort game, but because it's that sort of safe territory of the message of the game is very clear and you kind of can't fuck it up. I'm like, okay, I can just kind of sit back and enjoy the game even though it's weird and horrible and awful stuff is happening. It's very clear
Oh,
in its messaging, and it's not like a sort of nuanced reading of this or that. It's just the bad guys are bad, and I get to just sort of live in a world where just the bad guys are bad, and we can just fuck with that for a little while, you know?
I just have to say, because you when you said like you can't read it any other way, or like it's very straightforward, like it's
Oh no, go ahead.
I just remembered there's this thing that I have such a gripe about. So first of all, sorry, kind of a funny story. I found this video on this channel, and he made a really good breakdown of Mario and Luigi Paper Jam, which is a not so great game. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'll check out the rest of his channel. And every single other video of his was just the worst.
Oh no.
And it, like, you know how sometimes a YouTuber you like will make a stinker? This was the inverse. It was like constant L's with the rare W. And it's like, what?
Damn.
So anyways, this video was talking about Xenoblade Chronicles 3. And I get spoiler warning? Spoiler warning for Xenoblade. Are we cool with that? Are we cool with
I think
dropping
we're
some
fine
spoilers?
with spoilers. Anyone in chat, if
I'll
you're
wait
not
a
cool with
sec for
spoilers,
chat.
mute the stream for the next 5 minutes.
See, I give people ample opportunity. 5, 4, 3,
We're really drawing this
2,
out.
1. Xenoblade Chronicle spoilers inbound. Okay, sorry about that. So basically, the plot of the game. So I love JRPGs. Subtlety is not something they do. That's not a bad thing. They're very straightforward. In Xenoblade Chronicles 3, basically, the game, there's this whole thing where it ties into the plot of 1 and 2. So kind of spoilers for those games as well, I guess.
Just go off, man.
The basically 1 and 2 take place at the same timeline, but in a branch timeline. And the timeline was split. And so 1 and 2 happen at the same time, but in different timelines. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, the timelines begin to remerge. And as they do, the people of both timelines, their collective fear forms a being who stops time and creates a world of the endless now, as he calls it, where it's just trapped forever in this moment in time, in this present. He is literally the physical manifestation of the fear of change. And
Okay, neat.
basically, he takes the two people, the people from the two universes, and he puts them at war with each other. And he just kind of has them fight each other, and he infinitely clones and regenerates them in this endless war, and like siphons their life force to maintain the endless now. And
Let me guess, huge fandom reception to the game was a lot of people hating it because it changed too much.
well, no, but basically this guy's video was, there are some people who escaped from the endless war and went on to have their own kids, and like start their own civilization outside of it, disconnected from the endless now. And then at the end of the game, you go and you defeat him, allowing the universes to successfully remerge. But in doing so, it's never fully stated, but it's kind of implied that the people in the city will no longer exist.
Oh.
And he says that the game is endorsing like mass killing for the benefit of others. And I can see how you get there, right? But the thing is, the message of the game is not that change is a good thing, and you always have to change, and it's a good thing that this happened. It's not endorsing it. There's a part in the game where one of the villains, the main villain recruits a bunch of other people who basically hate change and were badly hurt by change. And part of that is this guy who lost his wife. Mm-hmm. And that's part of the message, is that change is bad sometimes. So, like, again, it's not that change is a good thing. The game is like, yeah, change is bad sometimes. Sometimes change sucks. Sometimes it's gonna hurt. But you can't live in a moment frozen in time. You have to move forward. You have to, like, fight to live and to carry on and to fight for those around you, and to you can't just hurt the world around you, trying to maintain what you had, trying to keep things the same, trying to prevent change. You have to grow and adapt. And like I said, I can see where that's coming from, saying that like, oh, you're encouraging mass death for the sake of the few. But again, it just feels the game is very heavy-handed about its plot. And I feel like that's kind of a bad. I feel like it's a bad faith reading of the game.
Yeah.
To say that.
Yeah, I was gonna
again,
say
yeah,
that sounds like some shit someone on Tumblr would say.
That's how you know it's bad, bruh. When your video, I guess, it gets compared to a Tumblr post.
Because that's what I like about it is it's not this binary change is good or change is bad. It's like there's good change and there's bad change, and you have to. It was a really impactful game. Really love Xenoblade Chronicles 3. It's easily the best in the franchise.
Someone in chat said he became John Time.
Yes.
Techie says timelines, huh? I know what you're referencing. Geo says Meow about to say something about Forsaken. I don't know at what point that was, but Meow has spared us of the Forsaken lore for now.
Yes, because I'm low-key playing 2048. Very low-key, I mean high-key. I'm playing 2048.
Oh my god. Okay. Have fun. And Petter says, the moment you mentioned he has a dead wife, I remembered the quote, sigh, I miss my wife Tails. I miss her a lot.
Literally. But yeah. Anyway, like that video kind of annoyed me. Well, it really annoyed me. I'd make a call out video about it, but I just it's
God.
like it's so
Salty
out of
keeps
line,
starting beef with YouTubers
from my content. I do.
That's the nature of being a YouTuber. It means you're moving out.
God, I need to start getting
Yeah,
beef with
like
people.
it was just so baffling. It really hooked me in though, because like I said, he had that one really well done video, and then every other video I've seen so far is just absolutely terrible.
Yeah, sometimes
and it's like how did you do that?
RD says, do you ever get hit by
Like,
the random sudden urge to go to Ponytown? Sometimes, not always, but sometimes.
I get an urge to go to Funky Town.
No, torture chamber.
Come on, man. Okay, I need to know something about your game.
Yes.
Will this character, will she activate her swag?
Absolutely. This what I'm drawing right now, it's her in the mirror activating her swag.
That's perfect. Okay. Best game.
I actually do want to at some point do like a way for you to have like alt outfits in the game that are permanent for all effects, which is going to take a lot of spriting, but I would rather sprite Vanya in 10 billion outfits than do a single fucking tile sprite. So it's gonna be fun to make.
Unfortunately, I'm gonna. If you do that, you need to do it after like the main game and all the tiles and shit are done.
I know, yeah, and that's the plan. That's the plan currently. It's like a Kickstarter stretch goal, but I don't have a Kickstarter. It's just when I pass my exams.
Kickstarter stretch goal, but instead of funds, you have to give. You have to help Cookie with his homework.
Yeah. Once I pass my video graphics assignment, I will keep working on my game. Once I passed all of my assignments, I will start posting on Tumblr again.
The kitty.
Oh, the kitty's back.
Yes. No, she's been in the room the entire time. She's just been laying on the bed in a sunbeam this whole time.
Oh, since Salt was gone, when the picture appeared on screen, the picture on screen is of Meow's cat, and is the worst picture of her cat that she has taken, and I put it on screen, like basically just because it's the worst one.
Because
I took this like. Oh, sorry.
Because I took it. I was like, oh, let me get a picture of Blue Kitty for the stream chat to see, so she can see how lovely and cute my cat is. And then it came out like that, and I was like, oh, I see.
And I have not removed
and that
it
was
since.
what everyone's stuck with. My dog is also here.
Petter
So we
says, you
got
know
in
what would be
chat. You know what
funny?
would
Creating a YouTube channel specifically to be the worst critic on purpose who always misunderstands the plot for baiting as much people as possible. That
See,
someone
here's
has
the
done
thing:
that.
people
Someone
do that
has
by
done that.
accident.
Yeah, people do it by yeah,
Did you mean grifters?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, that's literally. I could make so much money if I didn't have morals.
yeah.
that's a Tumblr
It's the
post.
worst. I have honestly kind of wanted to make a video talking about grifters, but I feel like it'd be, again, out of line with the content I typically make. But then again, my channel's super dead, so who cares?
You
And
can
it's also
literally do
your
whatever you
channel.
want forever, bro. I make
True.
random ass fucking. I uploaded a Silk Song video, and that was after a Homestick video, which was after a I think Deltarune video. So like, you can do whatever the fuck you want forever, man.
Bro's just fandom hopping at this point.
Legit.
It's almost like he's into multiple things and is like interested in all of them. And
Alright,
videos take a while to make.
the algorithm says you can only do one thing ever until you explore.
Kill.
I mean, listen, the YouTube algorithm is like that, but what you need to do is not let it control you. This has been your cookie PSA to follow your dreams.
Dark Souls
Don't let your
is my
dreams be
city.
dreams.
As what kind of grifters? The political ones or the women in video games ones? Those are the same thing.
Yeah.
But I think it would be more focused on video games because that's what my channel's about. Because one thing I hate is I hate so much the thing of like, look at how ugly this female character is, and it's just like a normal woman,
Yeah.
just like a regular woman that you see walking down the streets. Like that's a normal lady. Like, just what are you talking about?
People who have not gone outside.
For
Literally.
real.
But yeah, you literally said, oh, the political ones versus the gaming ones, that's the same thing, and then you proved the point because that is like
Yeah.
that literally ties into misogyny.
Like yeah, they're really fundamentally tied together. It's all part of the same thing. It's just a different piece of the pipeline.
Literally.
I'm really glad though because I am starting to see more people push back against it, even if they're not as honestly. I'm actually really happy they're not as like left as I am, and I'm actually really happy about that. It's good to see more less I guess woke, as you would say it. I apologize for saying that word, but it's really good to see that. Because even if I disagree with them on some things, it's like really great to see that the larger cultural thing has started to turn against it.
Oh, we're having this
Anyway,
political
sorry for-
discussion while fucking Mario Paint music is playing on my playlist.
Anyway, yeah. So sorry for bringing this up. I don't know.
It's fine. It's funnier with the Mario Paint music.
So this is why capitalism is destined to fail. Because
You just, but one day I
As
will do a
Mark
stream
said-
like that, and that is a promise.
wait, I'm gonna unmute for a second. I want to hear what music this is. Oh yeah,
It's Mario Paint.
it's the one.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. There are so many songs you've probably heard that are from older Mario games.
Yeah, I never played Mario games, but like I know so many of the songs from it because people keep using them in their videos, and I'm like, this is a cool Pixel song. Like, what's the chiptune song? Like, what's it from? Mario.
It's always Mario.
It's always Mario.
Mario,
It is always
Mario, dear
Mario.
God, it's all Mario.
It's
That's my
Mario
favorite
or
image.
it's Kirby or sometimes it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. You never know.
True.
Kittens, meedle, meedle, teedle.
Yeah. It's a very, very subtle difference, but it's a difference nonetheless between This expression and this expression. I hope it's noticeable.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, I just did another Roblox reference. I'm brain rotted as fuck.
What?
The dear god, it's all Mario is from a Roblox meme.
Oh, I thought it was like from the Mario movie or something.
No. Why would you say that?
No, I've never seen the Mario movie, man. Also, now that this painting is also done, thank fucking god, I think I might have to end stream here.
Yes.
It has been good. It has been 5 hours. I think it is time to fucking go. Um, Dark Souls My City says, I have an apathy towards Nintendo games because I never played them before, but everyone on the internet seems to have. And the extreme nostalgia angle always rubbed me off the wrong way. I don't have any particular feelings towards the Nintendo franchise because I feel like people have the same relationship to it as they have with, like, Disney, which I do not have that kind of nostalgic relationship with where it, like, defined my childhood or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, Mario's that guy from the corporation. And everyone's like, oh my god, Mario from my corporations. Anyway. It's approaching midnight for you. Yep,
Literally me.
it's 20 minutes until midnight, so I seriously need to fucking leave. I need to get up in the morning tomorrow for my fucking exams. It's been a good stream. It's been lovely having you too. Thank you for hosting with me. Thank you for keeping me
Yes.
company. And thank you for being with me for my birthday.
Yes, happy birthday!
Yes, thank you. It's
Happy
my birthday for
birthday.
20 more minutes.
Hooray!
Now go sleep. Tucks you into bed.
Yeah, I
and
am
then
getting
throws-
tucked into bed as we fucking speak, bro. It's so fucking late, but I'm glad I finished the paintings. I no longer have to stress about what I'm gonna do tomorrow. It's good. It's peak. It's nice. I'm still gonna try and finish up a little bit of other stuff for classes tomorrow before I go to bed, but it's small. It's fine. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for good luck with your exams. Thank you. It's gonna be a fucking wild ride tomorrow. That's all I'm gonna say. I have to bring my laptop because no one else in my fucking class is gonna bring any fucking electronics. Yeah, so it's been fun. It's been good. Thank you for joining me. Hope you enjoy the finished piece of Vanya. The background is shit. Don't look at the background. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been nice. Thank you for being here. And hold on, I forgot a layer to turn on. Hold on. Hold. There we go. Okay, perfect. Now we're good. Now we're good. There we go. Yeah. So I think that's gonna be a night. Thank you everyone for stopping by, and I'm gonna end stream. Bye!
Good night.